Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Naruto, Path to Godhood. Chapter 121 to 180, 121, We're Shinobis. 832 words. Following Yura's lead, faint cries echoed through the corridor, growing clearer with each step. It sounded like someone was being tortured inside. Yura turned the handle and opened the iron door. They stepped onto the narrow spiral staircase, where cracked stone steps wound upward toward a dimly lit chamber. The air was cold and heavy with the scent of iron and wax. When they reached the top, they found not a torture scene in progress, but several Iwanin bound tightly in chains. The room was littered with whips and half-melted candles. Hayashi paused, wondering for a second if they had entered the wrong place. But as his eyes adjusted, he saw the whip marks and bruises that covered each prisoner's body. Though no one was striking them now, their cries still echoed through the room. At the sound of footsteps, the Iwanin began trembling uncontrollably, a reflex born of pure fear. That reaction alone revealed just how much they had suffered. "See, this is our mission," Yura said coldly, as if she were talking about discarded tools instead of living people. Nawaki's bold expression faltered immediately, and whatever reckless ideas he had moments ago vanished. Yura seemed pleased by his sudden caution. "These are Iwanin. Not long ago, one of our squads was ambushed while on a reconnaissance mission. 3 Chunin and my brother were killed in that attack. And this man here." She pointed at one of the captives. He was among the attackers. The chained ninja glared at her, his face twisted with defiance and hatred. "You know how this goes," Yura continued, her voice as sharp as a kunai's edge. "We have our ways of making people talk." The man's trembling intensified, the chains rattling violently. Even so, he refused to avert his gaze. His hatred burned stronger than his fear. Yura smirked. "We captured 2 alive. The other one is in the cell next door and hasn't been touched yet. Do you know why?" Hayashi and Mikoto exchanged a brief look before shaking their heads. "The essence of torture isn't physical pain, it's mental collapse," Yura explained, her smile faint but cruel. "When there are multiple prisoners, the screams of one become the nightmare of another. This man has been whipped for 3 days straight. His screams echo through these walls, searing terror into his comrade's mind." She tilted her head slightly. "There's nothing more terrifying than hearing the agony of your own kind." Hayashi listened quietly. It was disturbing, but it was also the kind of brutal logic the shinobi world lived by. Yura turned to Nawaki and said, "Go bring the other one from the cell on the left." Nawaki hesitated briefly, then nodded and walked off without another word. Once he left, Yura glanced at Hayashi and Mikoto. "Do you think this man is pitiful?" Both shook their heads immediately. Of course not. Even Orochimaru had taught them that pity was useless to a shinobi. Yura nodded approvingly. "Good. Whether in war or peace, if you fall into enemy hands, the treatment won't be any different. Don't pity others and don't pity yourself. Pity is for those too weak to survive. We are shinobi. We are ghosts of the battlefield. Hesitation and doubt only lead to death." A moment later, Nawaki returned with the other Iwanin. The man was trembling so hard his knees nearly gave out. His face was pale, eyes dull and unfocused. "Please, just kill me quickly," he stammered. "I'll tell you everything. Just, make it fast." Fear had stripped away his pride completely. Yura smirked again. "You see, it's that simple." She waved a hand. "Take him back. Give him paper and ink." Nawaki blinked in confusion but obeyed. Then Yura's eyes shifted to Hayashi. "Now it's your turn. I want you to interrogate the next one." Hayashi nodded slightly, stepping forward. "Sharingan." His crimson eyes spun open, twin tomo rotating slowly. Yura's brows rose in surprise. "Ah, so you're from the Ucha clan. You could have said that earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time explaining." She leaned forward slightly. "How old are you?" 10. Yura's lips curved faintly. "Then you've already passed the test." Hayashi frowned slightly, unsure what she meant. "In interrogation, there are many methods," Yura explained. "The Yamanoka read memories. The Sharingan manipulates perception. You already have one of the most effective tools a shinobi can possess." Her expression softened a fraction. "Our team doesn't accept weaklings. You've proven you're not one." Then she turned to Mikoto, whose eyes glowed the same crimson hue. Yura nodded again. "You've passed as well. You may leave." Nawaki returned just in time to hear that. He brightened instantly and started toward the exit with them. But before he could step out, Yura's voice echoed again. Wait. The kid with the brown hair, stay behind. Nawaki froze, shoulders tensing. Hayashi gave him a sympathetic glance before leaving with Mikoto. Seize the opportunity, Nawaki, Hayashi thought silently as the iron door shut behind them with a heavy clang. Chapter 122, 122, Iwa. 770 words. Since the last interrogation, Nawaki had been unsettled, murmuring odd phrases about the 10 cruel tortures of Konoha. The ordeal had left him fractured. 3 days later, Yura returned to where the three waited. Come with me, your mission has arrived, she said without ceremony and walked ahead. According to what the last prisoner revealed, we tracked the squad that attacked us to a sand village outpost, Yura said as they followed. But the trail reached us too late. Those sand shinobi had already withdrawn. In that case the trail should be cold by now, Hayashi said, puzzled. Yura sneered. You underestimate us. Even broken trails leave traces. Our captain is skilled at tracking. Hayashi did not argue. He had watched them follow Iwa operatives before. 4 comrades had died in that ambush, including Yura's brother, and that kind of hatred did not fade with talk. From what he had observed, clashes between the villages had become routine. Since Konoha and Iwagakure began skirmishing in the Land of Rain, battles had flared repeatedly. Hayashi had not suffered such a personal loss himself, but he understood the drive. Have we caught up with them? He asked. Almost. We intercepted one scout trailing behind the main group, Yura replied. This is where your Sharingan will help. We need information quickly. Hayashi nodded. The Sharingan offered a clearer path than further physical coercion. They descended the familiar spiral stone steps into the prison again. The stale air smelled of iron and old blood. The Iwa operatives who had filled the place before were gone, their bodies had been dealt with after interrogation. On a shelf near the far wall a single man sat bound, wearing Iwagakure's forehead protector. He was tall, pale, his hair streaked white, older than the usual soldiers. There was no fear in his eyes. If anything, he seemed composed, even pleased. Given Yura's hatred, that calm made no sense. Hayashi set his jaw and prepared to cast a genjutsu with his Sharingan. Retreat, he hissed. Mikoto and Nawaki withdrew a few steps at once. Yura, who had not yet responded, was hauled back by Hayashi's grip. Hayashi's free hand drew several shuriken and launched them before the man could react. The Iwa shinobi smiled as the blades struck through his torso and neck. Blood arced in a dark spray. He was dying. In those last moments his mind slipped through fragments, the torture chamber, the bodies of his comrades, visions of a room soaked in Iwagakure's blood. Faces of the fallen blurred into memories of family and friends. He thought of his son, recently taken and killed, and the hollow ache left behind. They had sought Konoha, but had Konoha not also sought them? In a cycle of vengeance there was no resolution, only escalation. The man laughed, madness and resolve braided together. Konoha's shinobi, accept my gift. A bright light bloomed from his abdomen. Boom. The explosion ripped through the chamber with force that buckled stone. The shockwave raced outward, the tunnel shuddered as if the earth itself had been struck. Far to the east, Iwa sentries crouched in the dark. Their forehead protectors marked them. These were the operatives Yura's squad had trailed. They clustered around a youth who wore the mantle of their captain. He could not have been older than 14 or 15, with a square jaw and spiky brown-yellow hair. His eyes were an uncommon green. He sat motionless in the gloom, the weight of command pressing down on him. Iwagakure had fewer Kekkei Genkai compared with villages like Konoha or Kirigakure, so when a child manifested a rare ability it marked him as precious. This boy had shown a Kekkei Genkai explosion release, Bakutun, at a young age. The third Tsukikage had once considered training him personally, but the boy's defiance and recklessness had stirred trouble. As punishment, he had been sent to the Land of Rain to fight. He had wanted to test himself against the strongest, to measure Iwagakure against Konoha. That desire led him into the clash with the squad that was ambushed. Hatred grew, and strategy hardened into vengeance. Captain, Yamamoto volunteered to be bait. One of his men protested. We cannot just let him be sacrificed. Are you questioning my orders? The boy demanded, his voice thin but hard. Yamamoto had indeed chosen to be bait to avenge his son. The revelation left the others silent. Then a distant flare lit the night. Kari stood and laughed, triumph cracking his voice. It worked. Kill Konoha's shinobi tonight. A few followed him, racing toward the glow. ________. Send support on Patreon. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 123, A Decoy. 921 words. Where am I? Hayashi closed his eyes and strained to remember. A blurry figure stood before him. He rubbed his eyes, trying to make the outline clearer, but it felt as if a black iron gate separated him from that person. Without warning, the figure erupted in white light that grew and grew. Their body trembled violently, then with a terrible roar it shattered into over 1,000 glowing fragments. Everything around collapsed into ruins, the smell of smoke and blood choking the air. Hayashi cried out and jolted awake. The world tasted of iron. A brutal impact left his whole body aching. He turned his head and pain split across his skull like a hot nail. He breathed shallowly to dull it, then slowly looked around. His head rested against a soft back, and he felt himself being carried through darkness at speed. This was no longer the town he remembered. They were in a forest, night swallowing shapes and sound. Hayashi, you're awake, a low voice called, threaded with worry. Hayashi recognized it as Mikoto's voice. She, too, was bloodstained, her dark eyes wide with concern. A few of the others slowed as Hayashi opened his eyes. Only then did he notice Yura was carrying him. Put me down, Hayashi said in a hoarse cough. Yura froze a moment, then lowered him carefully. He sat beneath a large tree and tried to move his right arm, but a stabbing pain forced him to stop. A searing throb pulsed at the back of his skull. He lifted his uninjured left hand and felt along his scalp through tangled hair. There was a hard, healed scar beneath the mess of hair. He must have been hit badly. He remembered a rock striking his head, then darkness. Yura's expression was complicated as she watched him. At the last moment of the collapse, the boy had stepped forward and used Earth-style technique to slow the blast's impact. He had smashed falling boulders with his fists when the basement gave way. Because of him, the group had escaped with fewer wounds. Hayashi's injuries were the worst among them, and Yura felt the debt she now owed him. Hayashi swallowed and asked, "Where are we?" Nawaki answered quickly, "A forest west of the town. After the blast we got out of the ruins and headed toward the Konoha camp." "And the others?" Hayashi asked. Silence fell. Under that explosion, if there had been no warning, survival would have been unlikely. "Are the Iwanin still chasing us?" Hayashi added. Yura's face darkened. "Yes. Right after the blast I sensed unfamiliar chakra closing in. I pulled us away fast." She looked at Hayashi, expectant. "Explain what happened." Hayashi drew a breath. That Iwa shinobi was a trap. The Sharingan can see chakra flow. There was odd chakra in his abdomen, like an explosive chakra tag planted inside him. He pretended to be captured so you would bring him back, then it detonated. Without a dojutsu, Sharingan or Byakugan you would not have detected it. Yura nodded. After the detonation our position was exposed. The remaining Iwa operatives came to finish the job. Iwa has effective methods. Hayashi agreed silently. Human bombs were terrifying in every era. "So what's our situation now? Have we escaped?" he asked, looking to Yura for her sensory read. "We are surrounded," she said. "How many?" "About 10 enemies. Most appear to be Chunin, and their captain is the Iwa village's prodigy for explosion release, Bakutun," Yura replied. Hayashi felt his chest tighten. There were only 4 of them left, and he was badly hurt. If his condition were better, they might be able to fight and break free, but now even retreat would be a miracle. "The enemy hasn't locked onto our exact position yet," Mikoto suggested. "We could set an ambush and punch through." Yura shook her head. "No, not now. One of us will need to act as a decoy to hold them while the others slip away." "A decoy means almost certain death," Nawaki said, voice cracking. Yura closed her eyes briefly. Splitting up was another option. Everyone scatters and becomes a potential decoy, but it also meant they could be hunted down separately. In war, cruel calculations were necessary. To preserve the most lives, sometimes one had to be the sacrifice. She could not accept that here. The boy in front of her had saved them. How could she abandon him now? A life owed could not be paid with silence. Yura stood and squared her shoulders. "I will be the decoy." They stared at her. "Yura-san, no." Nawaki's eyes spilled over. Yura placed a hand on Nawaki's head, steadying him. If I do not stall them, all of us will die. Do you want to watch us all perish? But. No buts, Yura said, voice going cold. Both my brothers died on that battlefield. Now it is my turn. Nawaki sobbed, I'm begging you, Yura-san. Yura's jaw tightened. She steadied herself, thinking of the collapsed basement, the bodies, the shredded earth. Her decision had been made. Hayashi felt guilt and gratitude coil together. He had no right to ask her to take that risk for him. He tried to rise, but the pain refused him. He met Yura's eyes and managed a faint, earnest look that thanked her without speaking. Yura gave a single nod. Go. Slip through the trees while I draw them out. They prepared in silence, each breathing shallowly, each understanding the stakes. Chapter 124, 124, The Strange Girl. 971 words. Hayashi woke early on the hard, cold ground. Through the mouth of the cave, he could just make out the faint light of dawn. The sky carried thin red streaks that shimmered against the chill morning air. Everything was quiet, almost too quiet. Beside him, Mikoto and Nawaki were still asleep. Their calm, even breathing echoed faintly in the silence. Hayashi stared at the ashes of last night's campfire, but sleep refused to return. His eyes wandered to the cobwebs on the rocky ceiling. He thought back to the day he'd first met Yura and the others. That day already felt like a memory from another lifetime. What happens now? He lay back, thinking about the Iwa shinobi, the endless war, the land of rain drenched in sorrow and the friends who'd fallen one after another. Without realizing it, his Sharingan spun to life. A cold, restless aura filled the cave as emotions began to churn within him, grief, hatred, rage. Hatred for the Iwanin. Hatred for those who started this war. Even, resentment toward the third Hokage himself. His Tsutomu Sharingan spun faster and faster, his breathing turning rough. Darkness swelled like a tide, pressing against his chest. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, and Hayashi suddenly sat upright, clutching his eyes. The oppressive emotions receded as quickly as they came. Panting, he steadied his breath. The Sharingan truly was the eye that reflects the heart. He remembered what the second Hokage once said, when a member of the Ucha experiences intense loss, their brain produces a unique chakra that transforms their eyes. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the Sharingan becomes. Hayashi stood up. He needed something to clear his mind. Quietly, he stepped toward the cave entrance. Morning light broke faintly through the clouds. Rain still poured, though the dawn glow painted the distant mountains in streaks of pale gold. The land of rain was always sorrowful, yet moments like this made it seem fragile, almost beautiful. He stood watching until soft footsteps approached from behind. Nawaki sat beside him, patting his shoulder. Sorry if I woke you, Hayashi said quietly. It's fine. I thought maybe your wounds were acting up, Nawaki replied, his tone calmer than before. Hayashi shook his head and turned toward him. Nawaki blinked. Wait, your eye. Hayashi's right eye was still a Tsutomu Sharingan. But his left, it had evolved. The third tomo gleamed faintly in the dim light. Nawaki stared for a moment before groaning, Hayashi, I swear your luck's ridiculous. He began counting on his fingers. First time we met, you stole first place from me at the academy entrance exam. Every exam after that, same thing. On our 5th-year mission, you awakened your 2-tomo. And now, on another mission with me, you unlock your 3-tomo eye. Hayashi exhaled, speechless. Are you serious right now? Ever since we met, my peaceful life's been destroyed, Nawaki muttered dramatically. Hayashi thought about it and almost laughed. The more he recalled, the worse it sounded. 2nd year, nearly beaten to death by Tsunade. 5th year, a simple C-rank mission turned into a fight with a Jonin. Then came the gold mine incident, poisoned by a Suna shinobi and accidentally triggering the Second Great Ninja War. And now, this safe mission handpicked by Orochimaru-sensei had nearly killed them all, leaving only 3 survivors. He sighed. Nawaki's luck truly might be cursed, just like Tsunade's gambling streak. Hayashi patted his shoulder. Clearly, my luck's only gotten worse. Nawaki nodded solemnly. Yeah, that checks out. He looked away, frowning. Do you think Yura-san was captured by the Iwanin? Hayashi shook his head. No. Yura's not the type to be taken alive. She's too smart for that. If it came to it, he paused, she'd rather die than be captured. Yeah, Nawaki murmured with a hollow smile. She wouldn't be captured. They both laughed, but it was a laughter heavy with grief. Days passed slowly. The grass at the cave entrance began to wilt. A few Iwanin patrols had been seen nearby, searching the area, but they found nothing. Those who followed the wrong tracks triggered traps Hayashi had left behind after losing several scouts. The enemy finally retreated. That evening, it was Nawaki's turn to scout. After confirming he wasn't followed, he returned to the cave. Inside, the place looked far different than before. The group had gathered supplies, stolen food, utensils, and a makeshift wooden table in the center. Mikoto was preparing dinner, and Hayashi sat hunched over the table, studying a map spread wide across it. "How's the situation?" Hayashi asked without looking up. "There's still a crater where we separated from Urasan," Nawaki replied. "Most of the other signs of battle have faded." Hayashi nodded. That was to be expected, it had already been 2 weeks. He motioned for Nawaki to sit and eat, but something made him frown suddenly. Nawaki instantly tensed, falling into a defensive stance, but Hayashi waved him off. "Relax, it's not an enemy." Moments later, soft footsteps echoed down the tunnel. A figure appeared at the cave's entrance, a young girl, drenched and trembling. She stopped just short of the firelight. Her torn clothes clung to her skin, and her face was half hidden in shadow. Her lips quivered, and her eyes were wide, darting nervously between them. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Ninja-sama, could you please spare us some food?" The rain outside drummed softly against the rocks. None of them moved for a moment. Hayashi's gaze lingered on her, his sharingan fading back into black. This war, it never stopped taking. ___________. Advanced chapters are available on Patreon. Become patrons to gain access. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 125, 125, Children of the Rain. 967 words. A timid voice broke the silence. Hayashi narrowed his eyes as he turned toward the girl standing at the cave entrance. Drenched from the downpour, she looked about 5 or 6 years old, her blue hair plastered to her cheeks. Even in her fragile state, there was something distinct about her. Hayashi recognized her instantly, Conan. Her expression was timid, completely unlike the calm, cold woman she would become one day. Their eyes met briefly before she looked down again. Ninja-sama, could you please share some food with us?" she asked softly, her tone trembling with hesitation. Mikoto, who had been tending the fire, glanced up in surprise. They were near the front lines of the battlefield. Encountering children here was rare, almost impossible. Nawaki looked toward Hayashi. Without a word, his eyes conveyed the unspoken message. They were still being hunted by Iwa shinobi. If their location was exposed, they'd be dead before they could even react. The logical choice would have been to eliminate the children. Pity was something a shinobi couldn't afford, not here, not now. But before Nawaki could move, Hayashi reached out, placing a hand on his wrist to stop him. "They're just wandering orphans," Hayashi said quietly. "It's fine." Nawaki hesitated, then sighed and sat back down, though his expression remained uneasy. Hayashi hadn't stopped him out of mercy, nor because he wanted to change fate. Too much had already shifted since his arrival in this world. The truth was simpler, those children were far too dangerous to provoke. He could already sense 2 others nearby, Yahiko and Nagato. They were hiding in a cave close by, waiting for Conan's signal. And killing Nagato wasn't an option. Not out of guilt, but because Nagato was Madara's pawn. If anything happened to Madara's chosen one, the Ucha legend himself would no doubt appear to deal with them personally. Hayashi could almost feel those eyes watching from the shadows. Taking action here would be suicide. Besides, Nagato's Rinnegan wasn't something that could be underestimated. Even if they somehow managed to defeat him, the aftermath would be disastrous. Hanzo of the Salamander was proof enough of that. A shinobi who didn't know when to back down wasn't brave, he was just foolish. So Hayashi made his decision. He looked back at Conan. "We just finished cooking. You can eat with us." Nawaki blinked, surprised. "Since when are you this soft-hearted, Hayashi?" Could it be that he liked the little girl? She was just a child. Conan flinched at first, but then managed a small, relieved smile. She turned toward the cave entrance and waved. "Yahiko, Nagato, come here." A few moments later, an orange-haired boy stepped inside, followed by a red-haired boy with long bangs covering half his face. A small yellow dog peeked from behind them, wagging its tail eagerly. I'm Yahiko, the orange-haired boy said, stepping forward with surprising confidence. I'm Conan, she added softly, bowing politely. The red-haired boy stayed silent until Yahiko nudged him. Ah, right, this is Nagato. Don't mind him, he just doesn't talk much around strangers. Hayashi nodded. I'm Hayashi. This is Mikoto, and that idiot is Nawaki. Oi. Nawaki grumbled, but the mood had already lightened. Hayashi gestured toward the fire. Sit. Eat while it's still warm. The three children bowed politely before sitting at the edge of the small table. The old wooden benches creaked beneath their small bodies. Wow, it smells amazing, Yahiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. I haven't seen food this good in forever. Hayashi's tone shifted, calm, but sharp. How did you find us? Yahiko froze, then quickly stood and bowed. I'm sorry. We were actually looking for you. Nawaki frowned. What? A week ago, in town, we saw you, Yahiko pointed at Nawaki, stealing food. Nawaki's face turned red instantly. We recognized you as shinobi and wanted to find you. So we searched every cave nearby until we finally found this one, Yahiko explained earnestly. Nawaki buried his face in his hands while Hayashi sighed. So it's your fault again, Nawaki. Conan quickly bowed. We're really sorry, Ninja-sama. Hayashi was silent for a while. These kids hadn't even met Nawaki in this altered timeline. It was sheer coincidence, or maybe something more. Was Madara secretly manipulating events? Was this meeting inevitable no matter what choices he made? Either way, one thing was clear, Hayashi had already entered Madara's sightline. And no one who caught that man's attention ever escaped unscathed. Finally, Hayashi spoke, his voice calm but firm. It's fine. Eat. Thunder rumbled faintly outside as the rain continued to fall. The children devoured the food like they hadn't eaten in days. Yahiko's eyes sparkled with joy, Nagato ate silently but with focus, and the little dog wagged its tail so hard it almost knocked over a bowl. Conan tried to keep them in line, her face flushed with embarrassment. Another bowl. Yahiko shouted. Me too. Nagato added softly. Woof. Woof. Nawaki couldn't help but laugh. At least they've got good manners after eating. When they finally finished, Yahiko leaned back, rubbing his stomach. Ah, that was amazing. Conan, you should really learn to cook like Mikoto-san. Conan elbowed him quickly, whispering for him to be quiet as Hayashi stood and walked toward the cave's mouth. Outside, the rain had softened to a drizzle. The world was quiet again. Hayashi stood there, staring into the gray sky, his thoughts heavy. Footsteps approached from behind. A small voice called. He turned slightly to see Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato standing together, their eyes filled with determination. Please, teach us ninjutsu, Yahiko said, bowing deeply. Thunder rolled once more above the land of rain, echoing through the mist. Chapter 126, 126, A Cold Rejection. 946 words. Teach you ninjutsu? Hayashi's calm voice echoed faintly in Yahiko's ears. Though his voice showed no mockery. Under the dim light filtering through the cave's entrance, raindrops slid down the leaves and grass outside, gathering into small ripples on the wet ground. Yahiko stared blankly at Hayashi's serene face, momentarily lost for words. A strange feeling welled up in Yahiko's chest, an urge to speak from his heart, something he rarely did. I have a dream, Yahiko finally said, his voice trembling slightly. A dream to change this world. I want to stand at the top, so no one has to live in suffering anymore. He paused, his cheeks reddening. I know, it sounds unrealistic. I'm still weak, but, if I could become strong enough, maybe everyone could live safely. Silence filled the space between them. Only the sound of the rain outside answered him. When no response came, Yahiko nervously looked up. Hayashi's dark eyes met his. Calm. Unreadable. So, if possible. Yahiko took a deep breath and continued, could you teach us ninjutsu? His voice seemed to merge with the rhythm of the falling rain, honest, unguarded, filled with hope he didn't yet understand. It echoed faintly, almost like a confession to the world itself. Afterward, embarrassment crept in. Maybe it was the gloomy weather of the land of rain that made him speak so boldly. Still, deep down, Yahiko felt oddly proud because those were his true feelings. If Hayashi had laughed or brushed him off with something like, "You're so ambitious," Yahiko might have felt regret or shame. But Hayashi didn't. He simply rejected his request, coldly and without hesitation. The rain poured harder, drumming on leaves and stone, mixing with the metallic clang of shurikens striking wood in the distance. Inside the small wooden hut built within the cave, Hayashi sat quietly with Nawaki, sipping from a cup of steaming tea. Yahiko and Nagato were outside, practicing shuriken throwing under the rain. The repeated sounds of metal striking targets didn't seem to bother Hayashi at all. "Any word from Orochimaru-sensei?" Nawaki asked, breaking the silence. "Yes," Hayashi replied. He reported that Gari of the Explosion Release Unit has been stationed near Omega Q. "What for?" Nawaki frowned. "Unknown for now." "And Orochimaru-sensei's opinion?" "He believes the situation is getting more complicated. Konoha's still at war with Iwagakure. We might use the confusion to strike when the time's right," Hayashi said, taking another sip of tea. Nawaki grinned faintly. "Then tonight's perfect for a little chaos." After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, why did you take those kids in? Don't tell me you've got a thing for Konan, she's just a child, you creep." "Idiot, keep your voice down," Hayashi muttered, glancing toward Mikoto and Konan, who were busy preparing dinner nearby. "Mikoto will hear you." Nawaki scratched his cheek awkwardly. Fine. But seriously, why them? Haven't you noticed Nagato's hair?" Hayashi asked quietly. "Red hair. Wait, you mean his from the Uzumaki clan?" Hayashi nodded. "That's right. Of course, that wasn't the real reason. The truth was one he couldn't reveal, that Nagato carried the Rinnegan, a remnant of Madara's schemes. Hayashi merely fabricated a reasonable excuse." Nawaki tilted his head. "Then why not bring them back to Konoha? Kushina's Uzumaki too. They're war orphans from the Land of Rain," Hayashi said evenly. "We started this war. The village wouldn't trust them, not yet. Konoha won't allow outsiders whose loyalties are uncertain. So that's why you're not teaching them ninjutsu?" Hayashi nodded again. Though in truth, it was because there was no need. Ninjutsu wasn't something you could master in days, and teaching them would only draw attention. He wasn't Jiraiya, he couldn't just disappear from the village for years to train disciples. That would only get him labeled a missing nin. Besides, that kind of teacher-student bond always ended in tragedy. After all, didn't Nagato kill Jiraiya in the end? It was better to let fate and Jiraiya handle it. For now, Yahiko and the others were just learning to throw shuriken, something harmless and simple. Suddenly, a metallic clink rang out. "Ah!" Yahiko gasped as his shuriken ricocheted off the target and skidded to Hayashi's feet. Hayashi picked it up and held it out. "Here." Sorry." Yahiko hurried over, bowing awkwardly. His childish tone made Hayashi chuckle softly. For some reason, the boy's sincerity was oddly refreshing. Yahiko really was a likable kid, earnest, driven, full of light. It was a pity he wasn't the protagonist of this story. After dinner, silence fell over the small group. Hayashi finally stood up. "We'll be leaving soon," he said quietly. The words hung heavy in the air. Even inside the cave, Konan and the others felt the chill that came with them. "Then, what about this place?" Konan asked softly after a long pause. "This will be your secret base," Hayashi replied. "We've already stayed here too long. A mission awaits us." "I'm sorry." He reached out and gently patted her head. Konan lowered herself to the ground, hugging her knees. Yahiko and Nagato stood motionless beside her, heads bowed, lips trembling as they fought back tears. "These 3 kunai," Hayashi said, placing them on a nearby rock, "are yours now." He turned to leave. "Take care of each other." As Hayashi stepped out into the storm, Mikoto and Nawaki followed. The sound of their footsteps faded into the endless rainfall. Behind them, the 3 children cried quietly, watching their figures disappear into the rain. And then, the downpour swallowed everything, leaving only the sound of the rain that seemed to weep for them. ________. Milestone. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. ____. Support me on Patreon, cubed. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 127, 127, Gari of Iwa, 1. 857 words. Looking out over the rainwood forest, Hayashi turned his head slightly toward his comrade. "Nawaki, are you scared?" Nawaki shook his head, raising his right hand to show a faint scar on his palm. "This," he said calmly, "is what I cut with a kunai to remind myself never to abandon my comrades again." His expression didn't waver. Since that day, the feeling of fear has completely left me. Hayashi arched a brow. Oh. Then why are your legs shaking? Nawaki hesitated for a heartbeat before muttering, just excited. Hayashi smirked, turning his gaze back toward the rain-soaked forest. Even he had to admit, that line was rather stylish. They had been waiting for half an hour now. The rain fell endlessly, the rhythmic sound of droplets and ripples echoing through the trees like quiet whispers. This kind of weather, Hayashi thought, was perfect for killing. Their target was deep in the forest. Hayashi, Mikoto, and Nawaki were perched high in a tree, concealed within the dense canopy, waiting for their reconnaissance unit, the snake group, to return. Moments later, the snake slithered back, bringing the report. The information matched what Orochimaru-sensei had provided. The explosion release user, Gari, and his reconnaissance team were indeed stationed inside. By sensing their chakra, it seemed there were only 5 Chunin left besides Gari himself. The enemy had clearly lost several members recently, and the lack of replacements suggested that Iwagakure was stretched thin. Most of their forces were still committed to the main battlefield. Hayashi's lips curved slightly. Good. If there were too many of them, this ambush wouldn't even be worth attempting. Mikoto, Nawaki, Hayashi said, voice calm but commanding. I'll take out a few Chunin first, then deal with Gari. You two handle the rest. Be cautious, no recklessness. Mikoto nodded silently. Nawaki grinned. Of course, we still have to make it back to the village together. Hayashi's expression twitched. Why say something so unlucky? Lines like that always seemed to come from people who didn't survive their missions. He then gestured sharply. Move out. Activating lightning release chakra, Hayashi's speed surged instantly. He darted forward, the forest blurring past him. Mikoto and Nawaki followed close behind. Thanks to the snake group's recon, Hayashi already knew the enemy's exact location. There was no need for stealth now, only precision and speed. Enemy attack. The shout came too late. Hayashi was already upon them. His speed rivaled that of a seasoned jonin, the crackle of lightning enhancing his movement until he was little more than a flicker in the storm. In an instant, his Sharingan flared scarlet, and a genjutsu struck through eye contact. The first enemy froze mid-sentence, his consciousness collapsing into illusion. Hayashi dropped from above, kunai slicing cleanly across the man's neck. Blood mingled with rainwater, darkening the muddy ground. Damn it, another ninja shouted, unleashing a volley of shuriken toward Hayashi. He slammed his palm into the ground. Earth release, stone wall. A slab of stone rose instantly, deflecting the attack. Nawaki, arriving seconds later, gawked at the ferocity of Hayashi's fighting style. Is that really him? He thought, nearly blurting it out loud before a stone ninja lunged at him, forcing him to defend. Nearby, 2 Chunin exchanged looks. Let's go together. There's only one of him. Hayashi turned his gaze toward them, the red glow of his Sharingan burning through the rain. His ucha. Don't look at his eyes, one of them warned. Too late, Hayashi thought coldly. He snapped his fingers. The subtle click echoed like thunder in the rain, carrying chakra with it. The sound-based genjutsu instantly invaded his opponent's mind. Before he could follow up, a voice roared through the storm. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon of swirling water burst forth, roaring as it lunged at him. The rain-fed terrain amplified its power. Hayashi vanished in a flicker, reappearing several meters away as the dragon crashed into the ground. The impact shook the trees. The enemy under genjutsu had been pulled free by a teammate. Hayashi clicked his tongue. That's why genjutsu isn't invincible. Against multiple opponents, it loses its edge. But Hayashi wasn't relying on illusions alone. A kunai flashed past his cheek. He ducked low, countering with a swift kick to one Chunin's stomach. Using the rebound, he twisted midair, slamming his elbow into the second ninja's chin. The two were quickly overwhelmed by the combination of taijutsu and speed. Where did this brat come from? His genjutsu and taijutsu are both. Before the man could finish, his voice cut off abruptly. His body went rigid as the Sharingan ensnared him once more. Seeing his comrade frozen, the other ninja began weaving hand seals desperately. Hayashi didn't give him the chance. He hurled his kunai with brutal precision. It whistled through the rain and found its mark straight through the man's forehead. The sound of tearing air was followed by silence. The second ninja froze, staring at the body of his teammate. His breath came shallow and uneven, mixing with the downpour. The crimson Sharingan glowed faintly through the rain, cold and merciless. It's your turn next, Hayashi said quietly. Chapter 128, 128, Gari of Iwa, 2 halves. 954 words. The Chunin before him had already given up resisting. Hayashi closed the distance in an instant, using the body flicker technique. The cold gleam of a kunai flashed as he prepared to end it, when suddenly, a sharp surge of chakra rippled from afar. Without warning, multiple explosions erupted around him. A scream pierced through the rain as a body was blown apart, and the shockwave sent debris scattering through the drenched forest. As the smoke cleared, a boy of about 14 or 15 stepped out, face expressionless beneath spiky blonde hair that stood on end. His eyes were cold, calculating. Hayashi, who should have been caught in the blast, appeared a few meters away. He had used substitution jutsu at the last instant to avoid the explosion. Seeing the boy, Hayashi gave a small, amused smile. You're quite ruthless. You used your own comrade as bait just to distract me, then launched a sneak attack when I was focused on him. The boy, Gari of Iwagakure, snorted. You're not innocent either. You sensed me long ago, didn't you? You just pretended not to notice and lured me in. Hayashi chuckled. TSK. You talk like you didn't just kill your own teammate without blinking. Are all Iwanin as cold-blooded as you? Gari's tone darkened. What do you know, leaf brat? Ninjas are always ready to die. By killing you, I'm avenging him. That's quite the logic, Hayashi replied dryly. Maybe you should tell that to his face yourself. Gari tilted his head, studying him. Have we met before, Leaf Ninja? Otherwise, why would you bring only 3 people to ambush my squad? Hayashi smirked. Do you really have to ask? I'm here to kill you and to avenge my comrades. Gari chuckled lowly, glancing toward the distant sounds of battle. Pathetic. My men can't even handle 3 kids. As he spoke, white-hot heat began radiating from his arm, the air shimmering around it. Explosion release. I hope you can entertain me, kid. With that, Gari slammed his fist into the ground. The soil split apart with a thunderous crack as a deep fissure raced toward Hayashi. Hayashi blurred aside with another body flicker, but Gari closed the distance, his left fist wrapped in condensed heat. A red glow pulsed from within his palm, the air hissed as if burning. The punch came fast as lightning. Hayashi met it with a kunai, but the moment metal met chakra, the kunai shattered. Boom. The resulting explosion blasted Hayashi backward, his body skidding across the wet earth like a kite with a broken string. That power, at least C-rank level, and instantaneous, Hayashi thought, analyzing the unique Kekkei Genkai. So this is explosion release. Gari thrust both arms forward. 2 kunai whistled through the rain like cannon shells. Still mid-air, Hayashi countered with his own. 2 kunai shot out with deadly precision. The 4 collided mid-flight. Clang. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the clearing. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. He'd never seen someone weaponize kunai with such destructive power. His own throws relied on monstrous strength and precise chakra control. But Gari's? His came from raw, explosive energy, literally. The Iwanin didn't stop to admire his handiwork. Gari charged again, faster than before. Hayashi's Sharingan spun scarlet. Genjutsu, illusory bind. Gari froze mid-step. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Hayashi shouted, flicking his wrist. A cloud of shuriken split into dozens of shadow clones, cutting through the air in a deadly wave. But Gari snapped free of the genjutsu almost instantly. His eyes widened slightly as he swung his arm forward. Boom. The explosion scattered the incoming projectiles before they could reach him. Smoke and embers rained down. Hayashi landed lightly several meters back, already forming hand seals. His explosion release is troublesome. Taijutsu won't work. One touch and I'll be shredded. He clenched his jaw. I don't have the Raikage's defense. I'll need distance, long-range jutsu. His hands moved in a blur. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Gari softened instantly, turning to mud that began pulling him down. But the jutsu's power depended heavily on chakra control, and Hayashi knew his earth release wasn't his strongest attribute. Gari barely sank before leaping free, sneering. Pathetic. You think a half-baked earth release will stop me? You leaf ninja waste chakra like children. Hayashi exhaled slowly and formed another sequence of hand signs. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Gari frowned. Fire release. Here, in the land of rain, the humidity alone weakened flames. Still, he wasn't careless. He slammed his palm to the ground. Earth release, earth wall. A stone barrier rose up just as the blazing fireball roared toward him. Then, unexpectedly, the fireball expanded. The small, C-rank sphere of flame grew larger and hotter, surging in intensity as it closed in. Within seconds, it rivaled a B-rank technique. What? Gari's eyes widened. That's impossible. The ground around him suddenly erupted as well. The swamp of the underworld ignited violently, the trapped marsh gas within it catching fire. The resulting explosion consumed the area in a blinding flash. Hayashi shielded his eyes and smirked faintly. Don't underestimate swamps. Even artificial ones release gas, and when gas meets fire, boom. A hint of satisfaction crept into his tone. Fire release mixed with natural gases. A hybrid ninjutsu, effective and efficient. Who says science doesn't belong in ninjutsu? The rain hissed as it struck the burning ground. Slowly, the smoke cleared. At the center of the crater lay Gari, his body scorched and battered, clothes in tatters, blood mixing with mud and ash. Whether he was alive or dead was anyone's guess. Hayashi stepped forward quietly, his sharing and dimming as the storm raged on. _______. Advanced chapters are available on my Patreon page. Read ahead of everyone Blue Heart. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 129, 129, 4. 950 words. Gari lay sprawled in the massive crater like a lifeless dog. Watching the unconscious Iwanin, Hayashi didn't take another step forward. A jet-black kunai appeared in his hand, which he swiftly hurled toward Gari's head. Die! Just as the kunai was about to strike, a wave of overwhelming chakra erupted nearby. Even from where he stood, Hayashi could feel the scorching, oppressive pressure radiating through the air. What terrifying chakra! In an instant, a figure streaked toward him like a flash of lightning. A gust of wind surged past, momentarily forcing back the falling rain. When Hayashi looked up again, a man was already standing beside Gari. The newcomer extended one hand and caught the flying kunai between his fingers as if it were nothing. What do you think you're doing to my disciple, brat from Konoha? The roar was deafening, causing Hayashi's eardrums to throb painfully like an explosion detonating beside his head. The man appeared middle-aged, dressed in purple armor with a flak jacket beneath. His crimson hair was tied into a high ponytail, and a thick red beard covered his rugged face. Hayashi's eyes widened in recognition. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki Roshi. He'd walked straight into a trap. No report had mentioned that Iwagakure had sent Roshi to this front. How could he have appeared here of all places? Hayashi's expression darkened. Are Konoha's intelligence teams sleeping? His mind immediately jumped to the main battlefield. If a Jinchuriki had been dispatched here, it likely meant Iwa's forces were reaching their limits or that the decisive battle was already underway. Normally, Jinchuriki were deterrents, not expendable weapons. Their power was immense, but if one died, their tailed beast would rampage unchecked. Roshi's sudden appearance could only mean one thing: Iwa's army was desperate, or Konoha was already losing ground. A chill ran down Hayashi's spine. His memories said Konoha would win this war, but with his existence-altering history, could the outcome have already changed? The two stared at each other in tense silence. The rain began to fall again, steady and relentless. Roshi's gaze swept across the battlefield, his fury mounting as he saw the bodies of fallen Iwanin scattered across the mud. Did you kill all of them? His voice was low, but the killing intent within it was palpable. Roshi had always been a proud warrior of Iwagakure. Yet despite his loyalty, the third Tsukikage kept him under constant surveillance, restricting his movements like a prisoner. Now, seeing his student nearly dead, that suppressed rage boiled over. Without another word, Roshi hurled Gari's battered body toward a safer distance and began forming hand seals. Earth release, mountain earth technique. The ground rumbled violently as two massive hemispheres of earth rose from both sides, closing in to crush Hayashi like a vice. The sheer scale of the jutsu was staggering, the kind of attack powerful enough to restrain even the Ten-Tails. Hayashi's pupils shrank. I can't block that. Lightning chakra surged through his body as his fingers blurred through seals. Sparks crackled in his palm, forming the piercing cry of 1,000 chirping birds. Kaidori. The ground exploded behind him as he used his enhanced speed to flash out of range, narrowly evading the crushing earth domes. With the Kaidori still blazing in his hand, he kicked off a wall and launched himself toward Roshi. But Roshi didn't even flinch. His arm shot out, effortlessly catching Hayoshi's wrist mid-strike and diverting the Kaidori aside. Hayoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. He stopped my Kaidori barehanded. The difference in their levels was overwhelming. Roshi completely outclassed him in both speed and strength. With a mocking smirk, Roshi's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Too weak. Do you feel that? The weight of your own powerlessness? You sure talk too much, Hayoshi muttered coldly. His Sharingan spun, and a genjutsu surged forward, invading Roshi's mind. In that instant, Hayoshi lunged, a kunai glinting in his left hand as he aimed for Roshi's head. But the Jinchuriki's will was monstrous. He shattered the illusion almost instantly, sidestepping the kunai and countering with a vicious kick that sent Hayoshi flying backward. Roshi's grin widened. Yes, that look. That helpless expression. I love it. Hayoshi gritted his teeth, his body aching. His chakra reserves were already low after the fight with Gari, and using Kaidori had drained even more. Fighting a Koga-level opponent in this condition was suicide. Pain flared across his chest as Roshi appeared in front of him again, striking him square in the ribs before he could react. Spacing out in battle, brat? That's fatal. Hayoshi gasped, barely managing to perform a one-handed seal. Body flicker technique. He vanished just before Roshi's next punch landed, reappearing several meters away, clutching his chest. The attack had cracked his ribs, he could feel it. He needed to buy time. His only option now was to rely on genjutsu and stay mobile. Once again, his Sharingan flared. Roshi's gaze followed calmly. The Ucha clan's illusions truly are formidable. His chakra began to boil, literally. Heat shimmered off his body. But I'm done playing games. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Roshi exhaled a torrent of molten projectiles. The air itself sizzled as blazing magma spheres flew toward Hayoshi, lighting up the rain-soaked forest with a hellish glow. Damn it! Hayoshi muttered, darting back through the rain. But Roshi's control was precise, the lava followed his every move. In an instant, 4 massive fireballs arced overhead, cutting off his escape. Go to hell, brat! Roshi roared, his voice echoing through the storm. The air filled with the deafening hiss of molten stone descending upon Hayoshi. Chapter 130, The White Fang's Arrival. 987 words. 4 blazing spheres of magma circled around Hayoshi, each radiating an unbearable heat that warped the air. His skin prickled painfully as the temperature climbed higher. He felt like he would be roasted alive if it continued for even a moment longer. Just as the searing magma orbs were about to engulf him, a sharp crack split the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 lightning-infused projectiles shot forward, slamming into the magma balls. The impact shattered them apart, molten fragments raining down as steam hissed violently into the air. A cold gleam flashed before Hayoshi's eyes, a blade's edge slicing so close that it brushed the tips of his hair. His body froze. The killing intent in that moment made his breath catch, even the ninjutsu he was about to unleash faltered mid-formation. His mind raced back to something Yura once said. When I first entered the battlefield, I was so terrified that I couldn't even perform the clone technique. Back then, Hayoshi had laughed it off. But now, he understood completely. It had been that close, a mere hair's breadth between life and death. If his chest had been any broader, that blade might have ended him where he stood. But soon, fear turned into excitement. There was only one person whose swordsmanship could strike that precisely. That's right, it was him. Before Hayoshi could react, a shout rang out. The 8 ninja hounds are here. 8 dogs, yes. Dogs appeared dramatically between Hayoshi and Roshi. Each wore a small sweater and sunglasses, striking ridiculous poses as if they were on a magazine cover. The yellow-furred one in front eyed Roshi arrogantly. Finally found you, Fourtails Jinchuriki. Boss, this guy's the Fourtails? Looks pretty normal to me, muttered a black dog beside him. Yeah, another agreed, I expected someone taller. The rest began chiming in, barking back and forth until the air was filled with their noisy banter. Roshi's face darkened instantly. Being called Fourtails Jinchuriki was already insulting, but being mocked by a pack of dogs? That was beyond humiliating. He clenched his fists, chakra surging as molten energy flared around him. Just as he stepped forward, ready to roast the entire pack, a streak of white light descended like a falling star. Hayoshi barely caught the figure with his Sharingan. Had his eyes been any slower, he wouldn't have seen it at all. A man with striking white hair landed between them, his short sword gleaming faintly at his back. The green flak jacket and calm presence left no doubt about who he was. Hatake Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha. He surveyed the battlefield briefly, then gave Hayashi a small nod. Relief washed over Hayashi's tense expression. So it's Sakumo-san. Then I'm safe for now. Even if he didn't know why the famous Jonin was here, gratitude swelled in his chest. Old man Sakumo, if you still end up dying like in the original story, I'll take care of Kakashi and your wife for you. Promise. Are you all right? Sakumo asked calmly, eyes still fixed on Roshi. I'm fine, Hayashi replied, breathing heavily. Just a little drained. Why are you here? He asked after a moment. Mission, Sakumo answered shortly, keeping his words to a minimum as always. Hayashi's eyes lit up. Could it be to capture the Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Sakumo's lips twitched. This kid, completely misunderstanding the situation. His mission was only reconnaissance, to observe Roshi's movements, not to capture him. Jinchuriki were village-level strategic weapons, not opponents to take lightly. He wasn't sure he could even win in his current state. But Hayashi, oblivious, puffed his chest. Then show me what real skill looks like. His declaration made Roshi snort furiously. The young man in front of him looked barely 20, yet he dared to speak as if he were challenging a legend. The magma surrounding Roshi flared violently, reflecting the rage burning in his eyes. Sakumo sighed quietly. This brat really knows how to attract attention, and trouble. The yellow dog suddenly barked, Sakumo-san. You've got this handled, right? We'll just head out first. Without waiting for a response, he performed the reverse summoning technique. All 8 dogs vanished in puffs of smoke, leaving behind silence and an increasingly angry Jinchuriki. Hayashi took one look at Roshi's expression and immediately began backing away. Sakumo-sama, I'll leave this to you. I just remembered Mikoto and Nawaki might need backup. He was already half-turned to flee when Sakumo's voice stopped him. Wait. How much chakra do you have left? About a third, Hayashi replied hesitantly. Why? Sakumo didn't turn around. I know about your A-rank mission. You easily killed 2 Jonin during that operation. Hayashi blinked. Wait, what? Me? He had been on A-rank missions before, but easily killed was a huge exaggeration. He barely survived those encounters. Who told you that? He demanded. Orochimaru, Sakumo said evenly. He told me more than once that you're extremely talented in genjutsu, even he might fall for it. A drop of cold sweat slid down Hayashi's temple. Orochimaru-sensei, you're killing me with your advertising again. Sakumo, however, had taken that praise seriously. Orochimaru wasn't the type to exaggerate without reason. If he said this kid was talented, then he must have seen something exceptional. Sakumo knew his limits. Against Roshi, he didn't have much chance of winning alone. But with a genjutsu expert beside him, the odds shifted slightly in his favor. Hayashi sighed, realizing the situation. Alright, I can use some basic genjutsu, it doesn't drain too much chakra. But heavy techniques are off the table. Good, Sakumo replied. I'll engage him head-on. You provide distraction and harassment from range. Look for an opening. Move when I move. Seeing the veteran's calm confidence, Hayashi nodded, his Sharingan spinning to life. Alright, old man Sakumo, he thought grimly. Let's see if the White Fang and a half-dead Ucha can take down a Jinchuriki. ___________. Advanced chapters are available on Patreon. Become patrons to gain access. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 131, The Lava Beast of Iwagakure. 1009 words. Roshi stood in the distance with his arms crossed, silently watching the 2 Konoha shinobi before him. His eyes narrowed with disdain. Have you finished talking? Roshi's deep voice echoed through the rain-soaked field, carrying an edge of arrogance. Only the weak needed to huddle together. True powerhouses fought alone. As a Jinchuriki, Roshi had long been isolated and shunned by his own village. He had learned to rely on no one but himself. To him, solitude was proof of strength. A loner was always at odds with the world, unbound by laws, feared by the masses, and driven by raw power. Yes, the power of the tailed beast that raged inside him. He knew its might better than anyone else. That burning, molten chakra, terrifying, boundless, and alive. In his mind, if he unleashed his full power, Even the third Tsukikage might struggle to contain him. And yet, moments ago, these two dared to treat him as prey. Hunting a Jinchuriki? What a ridiculous thought. A tailed beast was not some weapon to be captured. Humans had simply forgotten their fear. He would remind them. The order to support the main battlefield was long forgotten. What mattered now was the fight before him. After years of restraint within the village, his chakra burned for release. He craved battle, one that could make his blood boil again. Hatake Sakumo stepped forward, his expression calm and focused. On his flank stood Uchiha Hayashi, the Sharingan spinning faintly in his eyes. Together, they formed a tight defense, perfectly complementing one another. The rain poured harder, drumming endlessly against the flooded ground. The grey sky hung low over the land of rain, as though someone had drawn a dark curtain across the heavens. Ripples spread across the shallow water beneath their feet, merging with the rhythm of the rainfall. It was a quiet chaos, beautiful, but deadly. Roshi smirked. So, you've made your decision? 2 against 1, how entertaining. I won't call it unfair, it makes the game balanced enough. After all, I am a Jinchuriki. With that, his chakra surged violently. The ground beneath him trembled, steam rising from his skin as the heat distorted the air. Sakumo's expression hardened as his own aura flared, cold and sharp as winter steel. If Roshi's presence was blazing heat, then Sakumo's was frigid calm. The clash of fire and ice made even Hayashi's heart tighten. Then, sheeing, the white-fanged short sword was drawn. Its gleaming blade, which had tasted the blood of countless foes, reflected the lightning above. White chakra enveloped it like a storm unleashed, and under Sakumo's perfect control, the energy focused into a deadly line. The next moment, he vanished. Hayashi's Sharingan spun wildly, tracking the faintest blur of movement. Even so, Sakumo's speed pushed his perception to the limit. Hayashi prided himself on his swiftness, aided by both the body flicker technique and lightning release. But compared to Konoha's White Fang, his speed was only half as fast. That difference alone was staggering. The sword intent radiating from Sakumo was suffocating, sharp enough to make Hayashi instinctively brace himself, feeling the chill of death brush past. Roshi moved. In the blink of an eye, a kunai appeared in his hand as he braced for impact. Crack! A flash of blue electricity danced through the air as Sakumo's short sword came down. There was no metallic clang, only the sound of the kunai being cleaved cleanly in two. Lightning exploded outward. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. A sphere of molten lava burst from Roshi's mouth, hissing through the rain toward Sakumo. The White Fang swung his blade, lightning roaring as he cut the lava ball apart with surgical precision. But the molten sphere detonated midair, forcing Sakumo to leap back as fire and steam erupted around him. Roshi laughed, his voice echoing through the downpour. Like a geyser, he spat multiple streams of lava, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. To him, this was nothing but a warm-up. Releasing this much chakra was trivial, merely a medium-sized piece of cake. Sakumo grimaced slightly, watching the river of magma surge. What an absurd amount of chakra, he muttered. His reserves were vast, but compared to this reckless display, it felt like comparing a humble household to a millionaire. Yet, power meant nothing if it didn't strike its target. Sakumo dashed through the molten storm, his movements as fluid as a phantom's. Roshi grinned. In such a hurry to die, Konoha ninja? He raised his hand, sending a massive wave of lava crashing forward. Sakumo didn't flinch. The moment before the lava engulfed him, his short sword flashed several times, slicing the molten wall apart as thunder echoed across the field. Roshi snorted, his hands weaving rapidly through seals only to freeze mid-motion. Snap! The crisp sound cut through the rain. His body stiffened, his expression locked in place. Hayashi's genjutsu had taken hold. A flash of white light followed. There was no longer any obstacle between Sakumo and his target. For a speed-type ninja like Sakumo, a single second was an eternity. His killing intent flared like fangs bared to strike. But just before the blade reached Roshi's neck, crimson light erupted from his body. A deafening roar tore through the field, the voice of a beast long suppressed. The very air trembled. Roshi's eyes glowed red as molten chakra enveloped him. Instead of dodging, he raised his arm to block the strike. Boom! A thunderous shockwave exploded outward. The white light of Sakumo's chakra clashed against the burning red of Roshi's, sending waves rippling through the rain. Sakumo narrowed his eyes, noticing the dense cloak of chakra wrapping Roshi's arm. His lightning release blade had only pierced the outer layer before stopping. "This is tailed beast chakra," Sakumo muttered. It was rare, almost unheard of, for anyone to stop his blade barehanded. Roshi grinned, his voice thick with madness. "Yes. That's it." He swung his glowing arm forward, his punch connecting with a thunderous impact. Sakumo's body was hurled backward, crashing into the soaked earth as steam rose around them. Chapter 132, The Wrath of Lava. 923 words. Roshi let out a thunderous roar, the sound filled with both violence and exhilaration that seemed to surge from the depths of his soul. From a distance, Hayashi was momentarily taken aback when he saw Roshi's transformation. The man's body hadn't changed much, but a red chakra cloak flared to life around him. It was the primary tailed beast cloak, a mark of immense power. Although Roshi's appearance was wild and fierce, he still retained his consciousness. The tailed beast's chakra only heightened his aggression and violent impulses, rather than completely consuming his mind. He hammered his chest with both fists like a raging gorilla. As expected of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi's physicality and temperament were clearly influenced by his beast. He's already mastered the tailed beast's power to this extent. Hayashi frowned. The red chakra around Roshi flickered like firelight. "Come on," he taunted with a cruel grin, "let me see how strong Konoha's shinobi truly are." To him, killing two-leaf ninjas was merely a game. And with his reputation as a Jinchuriki, one of the highest-tier fighters in the shinobi world, his arrogance wasn't without reason. Across from him, Hatake Sakumo stood silent. The famous White Fang rarely spoke in battle, nor did he indulge in the enemy's words. The only reason he paused was to catch his breath. His last exchange had drained a considerable amount of chakra. Still, Roshi wasn't about to give him that luxury. With a burst of speed, Roshi lunged forward, his fist cutting through the air like a meteor. His movements were blindingly fast, enhanced by the tailed beast's chakra, a speed reminiscent of the Third Raikage's lightning release armor. Sakumo met the assault with his short blade, but even he struggled to keep up. The shockwaves from Roshi's punches split the air like thunderclaps. After exchanging a few fierce blows, Sakumo realized he couldn't afford to drag this out. He leapt back using the body flicker technique, retreating several meters in an instant. "Not bad," Roshi chuckled. "Your speed isn't something to scoff at." The Jinchuriki's grin widened, his blood-red chakra writhing like molten lava. His taijutsu, amplified by that cloak, carried monstrous strength. Ordinary shinobi wouldn't even see him move before they were flattened. Sakumo's sharp gaze darted toward Hayashi, a silent signal. Hayashi understood immediately. Sakumo needed time. He wasn't sure if his genjutsu would even work on Roshi in his current state. The Four-Tails' influence could easily disrupt illusion techniques. Still, it was worth trying. His Sharingan spun into motion, its tomo whirling with intensity. The chakra around him surged, weaving a subtle illusion toward Roshi. To his surprise, the Jinchuriki froze for a brief moment. "It works," Hayashi muttered. That single instant was all Sakumo needed. Hatake's secret technique. Lightning burst from his body as his chakra flared dramatically. His aura sharpened, turning fierce and focused. When Roshi snapped out of the illusion, waves of scorching heat exploded from his body, the air rippling violently. Lava release, Mount Hugao. Lava surged outward in a roaring tide, spreading across the battlefield in a blazing torrent. The molten river swallowed everything in its path, glowing like the surface of the sun. But Sakumo stood unfazed. With a single slash of his short blade, he cleaved through the flowing lava, splitting the molten wave clean in half. Roshi was momentarily stunned. Sakumo's power had increased dramatically, but he knew such secret techniques came at a price. It wouldn't last long. Grinning, Roshi charged again, his blazing fist aimed at Sakumo's chest. Sakumo blocked with his blade, sparks flying as the force of the impact sent tremors through the ground. For a split second, the momentum reversed, Roshi staggered back, disbelief flashing across his face. Sakumo, glowing with lightning, was unstoppable now. His white fang blade, glowing an intense azure, crashed into Roshi's arm like a thunderbolt. The blow sent the Jinchuriki flying through the trees, lightning exploding in his wake. Trees shattered, scorched, and crumbled into cinders as the forest trembled under the storm. When the dust cleared, Roshi was kneeling, his cloak torn, blood dripping from his arm where the blade had pierced through the chakra shroud. "I haven't been injured in years," Roshi said, panting but grinning. "You're strong, stronger than I expected." Sakumo's expression remained cold. You're the only one reckless enough to take my blade head-on. Even he seemed slightly impressed. His secret technique had forced Roshi into retreat, but the man's endurance was monstrous. In that case, Sakumo raised his weapon, chakra surging through his arm. Lightning release, knife wind. Lightning burst from his blade in brilliant arcs, intertwining with the wind to form a storm of cutting energy. The technique detonated, and the battlefield was consumed by roaring lightning streaks spreading like a spider's web across the forest. Sakumo's figure moved like a phantom among the flashes, every strike precise and relentless. Roshi, caught in the chaos, was completely overwhelmed. To Hayashi, it was a terrifying spectacle, divine judgment in physical form. His heart raced as he watched the clash unfold, knowing he was witnessing a technique born from decades of mastery. When the lightning finally faded, Roshi stumbled forward, his cloak shredded, his body battered and burned. Blood poured down his arm as steam rose from his skin. The shell of the Four-Tails protection had finally been broken. Advanced chapters are available on my Patreon page. Read ahead of everyone. Blue Heart. Patreon.com/ZPHYR. Chapter 133. The Four Tails. 1. 906 words. Roshi's entire body was drenched in blood, his tailed beast cloak torn apart by the devastating lightning release attack. His flesh quivered under the corrosive burn of the Four-Tails chakra. The pain was unbearable, a searing agony that threatened to make him lose consciousness. He gasped for air, blood spilling from his mouth as the glow faded from his eyes. Pa! Pa! Thick drops of blood splattered onto the muddy ground beneath him. He could feel it, the warmth slipping from his body. Am I going to die? Pain. Burning, relentless pain. His body screamed, and yet, deep within his fading consciousness, another sound began to echo, the sound of flowing water. Roshi felt himself moving forward, step by step, as though pulled by invisible strings. He was no longer in control. The sound grew clearer until he stood before a massive, still pool. Its surface shimmered like a mirror, eerily calm under the faint light. As he stepped closer, ripples spread outward, distorting his reflection. Then, from the depths of the turquoise water, something began to rise. A massive ape, its fur crimson like molten lava, its four tails swaying with restrained power, stared up at him. Thick iron chains bound its limbs, clinking with a deep metallic resonance. Their eyes met, man and beast, and for a moment, time froze. Hey, kid. The voice thundered in his mind, filled with primal ferocity. Do you need my power? Why are you so weak? It's because your hatred isn't deep enough. I can give you strength. Enough to crush anyone in your path. Come on, make a deal with me. Make a deal with me. Roshi's eyes flickered. Doubt warred with desire. His will wavered, and before he realized it, his feet were already moving one step, then another. First the ankles, then the knees, then the waist until the water rose up to his neck and finally swallowed him whole. It wasn't cold. In fact, it was warm, almost soothing. The water was so clear it felt unreal, and there was no pain, no suffocation. Finally. I've been waiting for this. A manic laugh erupted in the depths, shaking the stillness. Sakumo's instincts screamed danger. He immediately leapt back to Hayashi's side, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. The previous secret technique had drained too much chakra, another large-scale attack was impossible for the moment. Across the battlefield, Roshi stood motionless in the pouring rain. His previously dull eyes now glowed crimson, the pupils burning like embers. The red chakra that had disappeared moments ago returned, bubbling and writhing like molten magma. Under the Four-Tails' influence, his wounds began to heal rapidly, torn flesh closing, blood evaporating in wisps of steam. Sakumo clicked his tongue in irritation. So all that effort was for nothing. He had fought hard against the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, only to realize the futility of it. The regenerative power of the tailed beast's chakra was monstrous, an almost impenetrable defense. Even with Hayashi's assistance, Sakumo found it difficult to land a decisive blow. Every attack seemed meaningless when the enemy could simply recover within seconds. He thought grimly to himself, maybe what I need is a jutsu that pierces through everything. But before the thought could linger, Roshi let out a thunderous roar. The air trembled. The heat intensified, warping the rain into steam. His body was now engulfed in a torrent of chakra, fiery red, like liquid flame. From his back, Four Tails emerged, swaying and cracking the earth beneath him. His form became more beast-like by the second. Ahahaha. I'm finally free. The Fourtail's voice echoed through Roche's throat, wild and mocking. I can taste bananas again. I can climb Mount Huagua and gather treasures. Ha ha ha. The beast's laughter was deranged, filled with years of suppressed joy and malice. Hayoshi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his eyes narrowing. He's lost control. The Fourtail's has taken over. That makes this even worse, Sakumo muttered, gripping his blade. A Jinchuriki gone berserk is a disaster. The transformed Roshi turned his fiery gaze toward them. Oh, two little snacks. How lucky I am. He raised his hands, and a wave of molten rock burst from beneath him. Lava release, eruption. Scorching lava cascaded downward, swallowing the battlefield in a storm of destruction. The ground cracked and melted within seconds, smoke and fire filling the air. Without hesitation, Hayoshi used body flicker technique, vanishing from sight in a blur and reappearing several hundred meters away. From that distance, he could see the inferno consuming everything. The ground shimmered under the unbearable heat, and the rain that fell evaporated before touching the surface. Then, a deep growl echoed from within the flames. Roar. Roshi, or rather, the Fourtail's, raised his head, his jaw unhinging as molten chakra began to gather at his mouth. Hayoshi's eyes widened. He's forming another attack. Within seconds, the glowing lava condensed into a massive fireball nearly 5 meters across. The energy radiating from it distorted the air like a mirage. And then, the Fourtail's launched it. The flaming sphere tore through the air like a meteor, its heat so intense it left a burning trail behind. Hayoshi clenched his fists, eyes flashing scarlet as the fireball raced toward him and Sakumo. The next instant, the entire forest erupted in light. Chapter 134, 134, The Fourtail's, 2? 1,122 words. Although that black dog looked unreliable, it proved surprisingly good at logistics. It managed to avoid every danger along the way, and its service was efficient and dependable. Still, it talked far too much, constantly promoting its so-called company philosophy. In short, its favorite line was always, "Boss, get a card." Just like those overly persistent hair salon promoters back on Earth. Fortunately, before Hayoshi lost his patience, their group finally made it back to the Konoha camp. After such a long and grueling mission, everyone felt a wave of relief. The journey had been difficult, filled with near-death moments and endless tension. Even though Hayoshi wanted nothing more than to rest, he still went to report the mission details to Orochimaru. The war in the Land of Rain was at a critical phase. Konoha's forces were stretched thin across multiple fronts, and reinforcements were running low. But no matter how tight resources were, elite Jonin had to be sent to assist Sakumo Hatake. After all, the enemy included a Jinchuriki. One loose beast on the battlefield could cause devastating losses. If Sakumo fell, Konoha would lose one of its key combat pillars, and no one could afford that. Thanks to the successful completion of this B-rank mission along with his 2 previous A-rank missions, Hayoshi was officially promoted to Chunin under Orochimaru's recommendation. His strength and accumulated merit made the promotion inevitable. However, Mikoto and Nawaki remained genin. The reason was simple: if all 3 members of a team became Chunin, the unit would automatically be disbanded. Given the state of war, it was wiser to maintain a stable team that already had strong coordination. Since Orochimaru had no time to lead the team personally, promoting Hayoshi to Chunin and letting him lead made the most sense. Inside the tent, Tsunade looked him up and down with a faint smile. "Not bad, kid. You look good in that Chunin vest," Tsunade said, patting his shoulder. Orochimaru didn't comment, but his expression clearly conveyed, "This is what my disciple should look like." "There's nothing else for now," Orochimaru finally said. "I still have some matters to discuss with Tsunade. You can go rest. And don't take any missions for the next few days. Stay in the camp." He paused, looking slightly exasperated. "Every time you go out, something happens. Even if I don't believe in bad luck, I can't ignore the pattern." Indeed, Hayoshi's last mission, meant to be a simple reconnaissance, ended up with them clashing against a Jinchuriki. Better to keep him grounded at the camp for now. Orochimaru didn't believe anything serious could happen there unless Hanzo himself launched an attack, which was highly unlikely. Hayoshi nodded and left the tent. He knew Orochimaru and Tsunade were likely discussing the movements of the Fourtail's Jinchuriki, as well as the plans of Iwa and Suna forces. Such matters were classified and beyond his clearance. As he walked through the camp, The new Chunin vest drew quite a few glances. At his age, promotion was impressive. On his way back, he unexpectedly ran into Minato Namikaze, who was waiting outside his own tent like someone expecting a long-lost friend. Seeing Hayashi, Minato's face brightened. "Long time no see," he said, grasping his friend's hand warmly. Hayashi subtly withdrew his hand, noticing Minato's worn condition. His body still bore cuts and bruises, with a fresh bandage over his cheek. "Minato, what happened to you? Why haven't you gone to a medical nin?" Minato gave a tired smile. "If I could, I would have already gone. But right now, most of the medics are focused on the severely wounded. For small injuries like ours, we just have to wait it out." Hayashi frowned. The shortage of medical nin had reached this level already. With Konoha fighting on 3 fronts, the strain was obvious. From the looks of it, the war in the Land of Rain was nearing its end. No side could keep this up much longer. "By the way," Minato continued, glancing at Hayashi's vest, "everyone's been talking. Is it true your team went on a high-level mission?" Hayashi chuckled. "Yeah. I just got officially promoted, freshly baked Chunin, as they say. High-level cannon fodder, I guess." Minato grinned. "Still, congratulations. You're the first among us to make Chunin." "The battlefield works differently," Hayashi replied. "As long as you perform and rack up enough merit, promotions come fast. War had a way of rapidly creating Chunin and Jonin, though not all lived long enough to enjoy the title." They walked together toward an open area, talking casually after so long apart. "What about you?" Hayashi asked. "Guard duty," Minato sighed. "We're in charge of maintaining the perimeter's safety. Most genin are stuck doing that." He had only just returned from patrol when he heard Hayashi's team was back, so he rushed over. "Our team hit an intelligence post," Hayashi said. "Ran into a squad of Iwa shinobi, tough bastards. We barely made it back alive." Minato's eyes lit up with admiration. "That's amazing. I wish I could see the real battlefield too." Hayashi shook his head. "There's nothing amazing about watching your comrades die. We were lucky this time. Others at the outpost weren't." "Jiraiya-sensei still won't let me go," Minato admitted, scratching his head. "He says it's for my own good." "Speaking of your teacher," Hayashi said, "I didn't see Jiraiya around the camp. Where'd he go? Off to gather material again?" Minato's face twitched. "No way. There's not even a proper bathhouse around here," he protested weakly, though his tone didn't sound convinced. After all, Jiraiya's last book had flopped miserably, and the publisher even went bankrupt. The man had been obsessed with finding new inspiration ever since. "There are still a few small towns nearby," Hayashi said. "Don't underestimate them. Some areas in the Rain Country have surprisingly thriving entertainment industries." Minato froze. His confidence wavered immediately. Could Jiraiya really have ditched him again for research? Feeling a bit sorry for his friend, Hayashi sighed. Jiraiya would soon leave Minato anyway, heading off to train students in the Rain Country for 3 years. "Forget it," Minato said, shaking off the thought. "Let's talk about something else. I have a few questions about wind release. Do you have time tonight?" "Sure," Hayashi nodded. "Great. Then stay at my place tonight. We'll go over the details slowly." Hayashi blinked. "All right." As the two headed off together, the camp lights flickered softly in the rain, and for a rare moment amid the chaos of war, there was a sense of calm. __________. Support me by either sending Power Stones or by becoming patrons. Wilted Flower. Patreon.com/ZPHYR. Chapter 135, 135, The Four Tales, 3/3. 1117 words. Minato was about to drag his good friend, Hayashi, onto the bed beside him. Although Hayashi protested verbally, his movements betrayed him. Deep down, he didn't resist much, though he'd never admit that out loud. Meanwhile, inside the command tent at the base, Tsunade and Orochimaru were still locked in discussion about the ongoing war. "Shouldn't we send more reinforcements to Sakumo?" Tsunade asked, her tone filled with concern. "The side effects of his secret technique are too heavy for him to handle alone." Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed. "It's fine," he said calmly. "You know Sakumo's strength. He's more than capable of handling any situation. Even someone as prideful as Orochimaru couldn't hide his respect for the famed White Fang of Konoha." "That's true," Tsunade conceded. "The reinforcements we sent him are all elite shinobi from the major clans. If the third Hokage hadn't ordered so many additional forces, we wouldn't have been able to spare anyone to support him, she added with a faint smile. These clans wouldn't have deployed troops if they hadn't come to some sort of agreement, Orochimaru replied in a faintly disdainful tone. He wasn't wrong. The war had dragged on for over a year, reaching a grueling stalemate in the Land of Rain. The real reason was internal division. Konoha was not as united as it appeared on the surface. War decisions, like which shinobi would be sent to the front lines or kept in the village, were politically charged. Civilian ninja were simple to assign, but clan shinobi were far more complicated. Some clans, with smaller populations, preferred to preserve their strength and send fewer fighters. Others sent more, eager to earn battlefield merits and secure future influence. A strong performance on the front lines could turn into fame and political capital back home, especially for those eyeing the future position of fourth Hokage. But certain higher-ups in the village had no desire to see rival clans gaining too much prestige. Thus, the internal friction continued, and the war dragged on unnecessarily. Orochimaru sighed softly. The Hokage doesn't have it easy either, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. They actually think they can win this war with mostly civilian ninjas? Orochimaru replied sarcastically. Tsunade sighed again. Her teammate had become increasingly cynical, and perhaps rightfully so. Still, she said, changing the topic, now that this new wave of support has arrived, we can hold the line and slowly wear the enemy down. If we maintain the stalemate, the war in the Land of Rain should end soon. But the enemy won't just sit back and let that happen, Orochimaru countered. Iwagakure has already shown signs of desperation, they even sent out their Jinchuriki. Do you really think they'll continue to play a waiting game? The Four-Tails Jinchuriki has already been stopped by Sakumo, Tsunade said, frowning. Iwagakure isn't the only problem, Orochimaru replied. There's also Sunagakure and Hanzo of the Salamander. You're suggesting they might join forces? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That's impossible. The sand has already begun retreating. Not to mention, she continued, the Land of Wind's treasury is nearly empty. The third Kazekage boasted he'd conquer the Land of Rain in 3 months, and now they've made no progress at all. They can only pull back. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he said, according to the latest report from Jiraiya, a massive shipment of supplies suddenly arrived in Sunagakure. Tsunade's expression darkened. That's impossible. Where would they get that much food? I've been thinking about it, Orochimaru replied evenly. And there's only one place capable of providing that quantity. Tsunade's pupils contracted. Where? The Land of Fire, Orochimaru said plainly. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? She demanded, standing up so abruptly that her stool clattered to the floor. Orochimaru nodded slowly. Enough food to support an entire village. I can't think of any other nation capable of supplying that. He continued his analysis with that same eerie calm. If the Land of Fire really sold it, then there are only 2 explanations. First, the merchants of the Land of Fire might have made a deal behind the daimyo's back. Driven by greed, they secretly sold their country's grain to the Land of Wind at an outrageous price. He shrugged. The risk is high, but so are the profits. And the second? Tsunade pressed. Orochimaru paused, his expression darkening. The second possibility is that the Land of Fire's daimyo himself authorized it. Are you serious? Even Tsunade, who had seen nearly everything, found the idea hard to swallow. The thought of their own daimyo secretly funding enemy villages during wartime was absurd. Such treachery would destroy the Land of Fire's reputation and devastate the morale of every Konoha shinobi fighting on the front lines. Tsunade clenched her fists. I'd rather believe the first scenario, that greedy merchants are behind it, than think the daimyo would betray his own country. Orochimaru's expression didn't waver. Unfortunately, I'm more inclined to believe the second possibility. He looked away, his tone colder now. The Land of Wind is barren, far worse off than even the Land of Earth. They can't sustain a long war against a resource-rich nation like ours without help. All right, Tsunade interrupted with a sigh, rubbing her forehead again. Even if that's true, what would the Land of Fire gain by helping them? It makes no sense to strengthen the enemy and hurt our own forces. Orochimaru folded his arms. Because to the daimyo, shinobi are just tools, a knife to be wielded. And to ordinary rulers, the sharpness of the knife doesn't matter. Only profit does. Wars are fought over resources, not honor. He smirked faintly. When there's money to be made, who cares about the lives of ninjas? Tsunade glared at him. Do you have any proof? No, Orochimaru said with complete confidence. If I did, I wouldn't be speculating. So what will you do? She asked, sitting back down. Nothing, he replied simply. Once the war in the Land of Rain is over, we'll deal with the aftermath. Tsunade let out a long sigh. He was right. Right now, nothing was more important than ending the war. Still, a heavy fatigue settled over her. She wasn't sure if it came from her concern for the village or her growing disillusionment with the Land of Fire itself. Maybe when all of this was over, she thought, she'd take a long trip far away, somewhere peaceful, away from war and politics. As that thought passed through her mind, Tsunade rose quietly from her seat, exhaling a soft sigh that faded into the heavy air of the tent. Outside, the rain continued to fall on the battlefield, washing away blood, but not the bitterness that came with it. Chapter 136, 136, Iwa Nin, 1001 words. The next morning, Uchiha Hayashi, looking weary, greeted Nawaki with a tired smile. Morning, Nawaki. Hayashi, where did you go last night? Nawaki asked curiously. Minato kept me up all night, talking about ninjutsu theories, Hayashi replied, rubbing his eyes and trying to sound energetic. But I just ran into Minato. He looked completely refreshed. Who knows how he does it, Hayashi muttered with a faint sigh. Come on, let's head to the mission point. He led the way toward the camp gate, Nawaki following behind. The night before, Dabai had relayed a message from Orochimaru, instructing them to join the Genin patrol squad. According to Orochimaru, the mission was straightforward and safe, almost as if it had been designed specifically for Genin like them. After the dangers they'd already faced, Hayashi welcomed an easier task. So early that morning, he gathered Mikoto and Nawaki, and together they went to the designated meeting point. By the time they arrived, several Genin teams were already assembled. Hayashi's light green Chunin vest stood out among the group. Are you Hayashi's squad? Came a calm, gentle voice beside him. Hayashi turned and saw a Jonin in his early 20s with blue hair and a composed demeanor. His presence carried a quiet confidence. Yesterday afternoon, I received notice that a new team would be joining us, the man said. Yes, that's us, Hayashi replied, gesturing to Nawaki and Mikoto. Are you Kato Taka? No, Kato Dan, sir? Hayashi caught himself mid-sentence, realizing he'd almost said the wrong name. Kato Dan chuckled softly, not minding the slip. That's me. I'm the Jonin in charge of the reconnaissance unit. Welcome to the team. Standing behind him were three familiar faces, Noro Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the inseparable trio from the academy. Becoming a Chunin at 10 years old, Hayashi, you're something else, Dan said warmly, patting him on the shoulder. Unlike my three hopeless disciples here. Teacher, being a Chunin sounds like too much work, Shikaku complained, his trademark laziness showing. Dan only smiled helplessly, already used to Shikaku's attitude. Long time no see, Hayashi, Nawaki, Mikoto, Shikaku said, giving them a casual nod. Hayashi returned the greeting with a small grin. Since they'd been under Orochimaru's command for a while, it had been some time since they'd last seen their old classmates. That Chunin vest looks nice, Choza said, reaching out to touch it with fingers still dusted in snack crumbs. Hayashi quickly sidestepped and blocked the greasy hand before it could reach him. Seeing his prank fail, Choza simply licked his fingers clean with a sheepish grin. Hayashi, I heard you've been to the battlefield. How was it? Inoichi asked, leaning forward with interest. Despite their roles as ninjas, they were still kids, curious and eager for stories. It was fine, Hayashi said casually. We ran into an Iwaga Kyo shinobi with explosion release, Gari. The trio exchanged wide-eyed looks, clearly impressed. Even if they'd been at the main camp the whole time, news of explosion release users was enough to make any young ninja shiver. Still, Shikaku and his team hadn't changed much. They were as laid back as ever, content with minor missions and reconnaissance work. Kato Dan flipped through a clipboard of assignments nearby. He'd reviewed Hayashi's records the day before and couldn't help but feel surprised. Despite his young age, the boy had a calm maturity far beyond his years. After a moment, Dan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, enough chatting. Each squad's patrol area has been decided. Hayashi, why don't you join Shikaku's team for now? Get used to the patrol routes. Hayashi nodded. Understood, Kato-san. We'll follow your lead. With that, The two teams set out together toward their assigned patrol zone. The so-called mission point turned out to be a small, concealed station deep within the forest, little more than a lookout post hidden among towering trees. Is this what they call reconnaissance? Nawaki muttered in frustration, his voice muffled as he peeked out from a rain-soaked hollow in a massive tree. He had expected something more exciting. But instead, they were simply ordered to hide, observe, and remain silent. No wonder Kato-dan had said it was safe. Still, Nawaki had changed since their last mission. The near-death experiences had forced him to grow up fast, even if his restless energy remained. He sighed and adjusted his position, straining his eyes to spot Hayashi or the others through the thick curtain of rain. But the forest was eerily still. The rest of the squad had suppressed their chakra and movements so well that even Nawaki couldn't sense their presence. Grumbling quietly, he leaned back into the hollow. About 10 meters northeast, Hayashi was lying inside another tree cavity, resting with his eyes half closed. Outside, rain poured through the canopy, drumming softly on leaves and branches. The forest was wrapped in grey mist, the air thick with the smell of damp earth. Through the narrow opening, Hayashi watched droplets slide off the leaves and disappear into the mud. Despite the dreariness, it was oddly peaceful. Every shift of wind, every brush of grass within a 10-meter radius was being tracked by Dabai, who maintained an invisible field of awareness around them. Just as Hayashi began to drift toward sleep, his eyes snapped open. Through the curtain of rain, he saw faint silhouettes moving among the trees ahead, silent, coordinated, and fast. The familiar red and brown uniforms confirmed it. Iwagakure shinobi, Hayashi whispered under his breath. His expression hardened. He tapped his communicator twice, signaling the others with a prearranged code. Within seconds, faint chakra signatures flickered back in acknowledgement. Nawaki, Mikoto, and Shikaku's trio had all received the warning. The rain grew heavier, masking their movements perfectly. Hayashi narrowed his eyes and exhaled slowly. So much for an easy mission. Outside, flashes of movement appeared through the mist, enemy scouts slipping between the trees like shadows. _______. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance. p@treon.com zphyr_. Change at to a chapter 137, 137, Iwa Nin, 2 halves. 1,234 words. In the damp hollow of a great tree, rain cascaded endlessly, roaring past like a curtain of silver fire in the wind. Suddenly, countless red signal flares streaked through the sky, bursting into blinding flashes of crimson light that illuminated the clouds above the battlefield. Ucha Hayashi frowned. He wasn't surprised to see Iwagakure shinobi nearby. After all, Iwa had been organizing coordinated assaults against Konoha's forward camps for several days now. But as he observed the sky carefully, he noticed something strange. The signal flares weren't all the same color. There were at least 3 distinct types. That meant the attackers weren't just from Iwagakure. Hayashi's expression hardened. This was an unusual situation. The rain country was already a chaotic battleground where 4 different forces constantly clashed for dominance. Could it be that Iwa had joined hands with another hidden village? He looked up, his eyes tracing the faint glow of the horizon blurred by the falling rain. If this were peacetime, he might have taken a moment to admire how beautiful it looked, the crimson lights reflecting off the wet trees like fireworks. But tonight, that same beauty was a prelude to slaughter. What a pity, he thought briefly. Such beauty would soon be drowned in blood. His reflection was cut short when movement caught his eye. 6 Iwa shinobi were approaching swiftly through the forest, 1 jonin, 2 chunin, and 3 genin. They were advancing with the precision of a trained strike team. Hayashi immediately understood their purpose, headhunters. While the main Iwa force attacked the Konoha stronghold, these smaller groups lingered on the outskirts to eliminate any Konoha shinobi attempting to retreat. That didn't matter to him. What mattered was ensuring the safety of Mikoto, Nawaki, and Shikaku. He had to cut through the enemy line quickly and send them away from the battlefield. Even jonin weren't guaranteed safety near the main front, let alone genin. They needed to survive, to fight another day for the fallen. Having resolved himself, Hayashi's chakra flared. With a single body flicker technique, he vanished from the hollow, reappearing several meters ahead in a blur of motion. This battle needed to end quickly. If more Iwa squads converged, they'd be surrounded in no time. Rain soaked through Hayashi's vest as his speed peaked, lightning crackling in his right hand and casting eerie shadows across the dark forest. His black pupils turned scarlet, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning rapidly as his perception sharpened. The lightning release surging through his arm intensified his movement speed, leaving faint afterimages behind him. In a blink, he closed in on the Iwa Jonin leading the formation. The Iwanin barely had time to react. He had seen the Konoha shinobi from afar a second ago, but suddenly, the boy was in front of him, lightning blazing in his palm. That Chidori-like jutsu aimed straight for his face. What kind of monster is this kid? The Jonin thought as he instinctively drew his sword, slashing at Hayoshi's arm. But Hayoshi had already read his movement through the Sharingan. With a subtle twist of his body, the blade cut only air. Hayoshi redirected his attack toward the Chunin behind him instead. The Iwa Jonin turned, only to freeze in shock. Both Chunin were standing perfectly still, their expressions vacant, their eyes lifeless. Then, as if commanded, they each raised their kunai and plunged them into one another's abdomens. Blood splashed across the wet leaves. The Sharingan's genjutsu shimmered faintly before fading from their eyes. Genjutsu, damn it, the Jonin cursed. The remaining genin panicked, hurling shuriken toward Hayoshi in a desperate attempt to cover their superior. But before the weapons could hit, "Human bullet tank," a loud voice echoed. A massive figure spun through the rain like a boulder, deflecting every shuriken and crashing into the Iwa formation. Choza Akimichi's attack tore through the enemy line. Swish, swish. Mikoto, Nawaki, and Shikaku landed beside Hayoshi, their presence steady and alert. "Are you all right, Hayoshi?" Mikoto asked, concern in her eyes. Hayoshi shook his head, keeping his gaze locked on the Jonin. "I'm fine. The war's already started. Let's finish this before it spreads." Mikoto nodded, the tomo in her own Sharingan spinning to life. Nawaki cracked his knuckles, a grin forming despite the tension. "Finally. I've been itching for a real fight." "Don't get too excited," Shikaku muttered with a frown. "That's a Jonin we're talking about. Hayoshi, are you sure we can handle him?" Hayoshi didn't answer immediately. He knew Shikaku's team hadn't been exposed to the same level of danger he had. They were still just children, despite their talent. The horrors of battle hadn't hardened them the way it had him or Mikoto, or even Nawaki. "Leave it to me," Hayoshi finally said, then burst forward once more. The Iwa Jonin gritted his teeth. A cold chill crawled up his spine as Hayoshi rushed him. That boy moved like a predator, a reaper cloaked in lightning. "You're seeking death, brat," he shouted, rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spears. Jagged pillars of rock erupted from the ground, thrusting toward Hayoshi like a barrage of lances. Hayoshi didn't flinch. He gathered chakra in his arm and drove his fist forward, shattering the stone spears into fragments. Then, in a show of sheer strength, he seized one of the larger shards mid-motion and hurled it back at the Jonin. The man's eyes widened. What kind of monster strength? He leapt upward, narrowly avoiding the improvised projectile. But Hayoshi was already there, meeting him mid-air. The Iwa Jonin swung his katana in a horizontal arc, aiming for Hayoshi's neck. Sparks flew as Hayoshi caught the blade with his kunai, blocking the strike. With his free hand, he formed a quick one-handed seal. Chakra surged into his lungs. The Iwa Jonin's expression twisted in horror as realization struck. He tried to use body flicker technique to escape, but his body refused to move. His legs felt locked in place, weighed down by an invisible force. Veins bulged across his face as he struggled in vain. When did I fall under genjutsu?" His words never finished. Hayoshi exhaled sharply, releasing a roaring inferno from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Flames engulfed the Jonin, lighting up the rain-soaked forest with a blinding orange glow. The heat hissed as the raindrops turned to steam. Realizing there was no escape, the Jonin made a final, desperate choice. He reached for his pouch, pulling the string of his explosive tags. "Damn you, Konoha brat!" Boom. The explosion tore through the forest, sending a shockwave that shook the trees. Smoke and debris filled the air as everyone froze, watching the fireball consume everything in front of them. For a long moment, there was only silence, the sound of rain smothering the flames. Then, from the thick smoke, the sound of footsteps echoed. Hayoshi's figure emerged slowly through the haze. His flak jacket was scorched, his face spattered with mud and blood, but his Sharingan still glowed faintly in the mist. He walked toward his teammates, the rain washing away the grime as it fell. Mikoto's eyes widened in relief. "Hayoshi." Hayoshi didn't speak. He simply nodded, his gaze drifting to the smoldering crater where the Jonin had stood moments ago. The rain fell harder, hissing against the burnt ground as if trying to erase the evidence of the battle. Chapter 138, 138, Resolve. 825 words. Based on Shikaku's previous impression of Hayashi, he had always pegged him as the kind of ninja who favored genjutsu. Yet the lightning nature Hayashi had just used, together with a speed far beyond what most Chunin displayed, left no doubt. Hayashi leaned toward ninjutsu and taijutsu instead. Were Chunin these days simply more versatile? Shikaku found himself at a loss for words. Hayashi's true level of ability obviously exceeded what a Chunin should possess. If he had been only Chunin strong, he'd have been killed long ago. As Shikaku turned those thoughts over, Hayashi stepped out of the smoke and walked slowly toward them. Rainwater soaked into his shoes through the seams. The wet weight made every step produce an unpleasant squish that sounded unnaturally loud in the forest. To the few Iwa shinobi who had been on the receiving end of Hayashi's actions, however, that sound was like a strange, bittersweet music. A twinge of emotion, equal parts joy and pain, stirred in their chests, a thawing sensation deep within. For a moment their gazes grew dull. Hayashi reached into his pouch and drew 4 kunai. Without any flashy technique, he sent them straight at the vital points of the 4 enemy shinobi. One by one the kunai struck, followed by muffled gasps and a line of soft thuds as the 4 collapsed into puddles. Like a short, precise performance, the squad was wiped out cleanly. Mikoto and Nawaki were not surprised, they already understood what Hayashi could do. Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi, however, showed open shock. Anyone would react that way on seeing a 10-year-old move with such force. Having been entangled with these fighters so long, the difference between expectation and reality struck them hard. It was clear now, Hayashi was one of those so-called neighbor's prodigies. Noticing Shikaku's look, Hayashi touched his face and asked lightly, "What's wrong, Shikaku? Do I look different? Maybe I've become even more handsome." "No, nothing like that. I'm just surprised by your strength. Also, why didn't you tell us before engaging?" Shikaku asked. Hayashi's brow twitched. Could he say it was because they moved too slowly? Saying that aloud would have been a risky choice. Instead he deflected, the situation was urgent. Shikaku nodded and dropped the point. "What do we do next?" Nawaki asked while gathering the fallen and holding the mission scroll. Everyone saw the signal flares, ours and the enemy's, Hayashi replied, keeping Shiro on alert while he recovered his chakra. "Orochimaru-sensei gave me some information. This looks like a large-scale offensive, Iwa coordinating with other villages." Shikaku's eyes sharpened. If that's true, this joint assault can only mean one thing. This will be the decisive clash on the Omega-Cure battlefield. Assume Iwaga-Cure has allied with Omega-Cure and Tsunaga-Cure. That would make this a 3 versus 1 fight against Konoha, Hayashi said, raising an eyebrow. The battlefield would already be a meat grinder. This was not the kind of place for genin to be useful. Hayashi looked at the group and spoke plainly. "If we enter, we'll just be cannon fodder. Staying out now raises our chances of surviving, but going in could mean certain death. The choice is simple, though heavy." The rain hammered the trees as the others considered his words. None of them wanted to die, they were all 10 years old, after all. The battlefield they yearned for in training, when it came down to it, was a slaughter on a massive scale. Hesitation, struggle, survival, or sacrifice, each child felt the question sit like a stone in their chests. Silence lasted a long minute. When no one stepped forward, Hayashi rose and prepared to decide for them. "Wait, Hayashi," Nawaki called, stopping him. Hayashi turned. Nawaki's voice shook. "Let us go to the battlefield." "You thought this through?" Hayashi asked. "I did." Nawaki touched the scar on his hand with trembling fingers. "My grandfather, my father, my mother, they all died on the battlefield. My sister is there now. Yura died covering our retreat. I can't back down. I won't back down. Even if I'm weak, I want to do something for the village, even if it costs my life. That's my ninja way." Hayashi studied him. "And you others?" "War was a terrible thing," Shikaku said, "but abandoning comrades was worse." He and the others exchanged looks. Choza and Inoichi inclined their heads in agreement. Mikoto needed no asking. She would stand by Hayashi. "All right, since you've decided," Hayashi said finally, slipping a kunai into his hand, "keep up with my speed. We'll cut into the battlefield and push back to Konoha's camp in the shortest time we can. If we survive, I'll take you for barbecue back in Konoha. They moved out together, rain blurring the lines between ground and sky, each step carrying the weight of the choice they had made. __. Caught up. There's more chapters on Patreon. p@treon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 139, 139, Are you two dating? 870 words. Hayashi moved cautiously through the forest, his eyes scanning every shadow between the dripping trees. The air was thick with the scent of wet leaves and steel. Just then, Choza lumbered closer, his tone hesitant. Ah, Hayashi. Hayashi turned slightly. What is it? He asked, feeling awkward beneath Choza's strangely curious look. Choza scratched his cheek. What Nawaki said earlier got me thinking. Are you two, dating? The moment the words left his mouth, several pairs of eyes snapped toward Hayashi. He blinked, caught off guard. His gaze drifted toward Nawaki, who immediately turned scarlet. No. Hayashi blurted out, shaking his head. Hey, so you're not in love? Choza asked again, genuinely confused. Hayashi's eye twitched, but he still answered firmly, of course not. Choza waved a hand innocently. Don't take it the wrong way. I've got nothing against it. True love has no limits, age, gender, even species. Hayashi sighed. What love or not love, Choza, you've misunderstood completely. Ah, what a shame, Choza said with mock disappointment, though his eyes flicked mischievously toward Inoichi, who stood nearby with his blonde ponytail tied high. The group burst into laughter, the tension that had hung over them dissolving at once. For a moment, the weight of the battlefield faded, replaced by something almost like normalcy. Hayashi found himself quietly impressed. In the midst of fear and exhaustion, Choza could still bring warmth and laughter. Perhaps, he thought, the Akimichi really were people with big hearts hidden behind their rough exteriors. He suppressed the thought and motioned for everyone to move. They were already halfway through their route, but there were still no signs of enemy presence. Without a Jonin squad leader, breaking through enemy lines recklessly would be suicidal. Even Debai's reconnaissance had its limits, the summon couldn't detect movement deep underground. And if any Iwanin were hiding below, it would be a dangerous trap. Landing silently on a broad branch, Hayashi prepared to leap again when a sudden tingle ran down his neck. Debai's chakra pulse, a warning. Enemy detected. Everyone, stay sharp, Hayashi whispered. A moment later, a red signal flare exploded across the sky. The direction, to his right, not far. That color, a Konoha distress flare. Without hesitation, a plan formed in Hayashi's mind. I'm going to help them. Keep your guard up and don't get surrounded. Before anyone could respond, he was already gone, sprinting through the rain-soaked canopy. Within 30 seconds, Hayashi reached the location. A 3-person Konoha squad was pinned down. Their opponents weren't Iwanin, they were shinobi from Tsunagakure. 2 Sand Jonin were assaulting one of Konoha's Jonin, while a 3rd Sand Ninja toyed with 3 struggling genin. The Konoha group had no commanding officer left, only desperation. If Hayashi hadn't arrived, they would have been wiped out within minutes. The genin were at their limit. Hayashi didn't hesitate. His blood-red Sharingan flared to life, spinning like a storm as he lunged forward. He flicked his wrist, adjusting the angle of his kunai mid-run, and in an instant, the blade flew from his hand with the velocity of a cannon shot. A black blur streaked behind it, Hayashi himself. The Sand Ninja turned, startled. Reinforcements? No, just a kid. Barely 10 years old. He relaxed slightly, smirking. Another foolish Konoha brat, rushing in for the sake of bonds. Numbers didn't matter, only strength did. And this child was about to die learning that truth. But before he could finish the thought, the whistling kunai slammed toward him. What the? He barely reacted, sacrificing a puppet in panic. Under his chakra control, the puppet darted forward to intercept. The next instant, the sound of tearing wood and shattering steel echoed through the clearing. The kunai pierced straight through the puppet's chest and buried itself deep into the earth, leaving a smoking crater behind. Hayashi blinked, momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected that much force. His speed combined with the precision of his throw had turned the attack into a spear of pure momentum. The Sand Ninja stumbled back, sweat running down his face. His substitute puppet, destroyed in one hit. What kind of monster is this kid, he thought. He cursed under his breath. Is the Sand's intel unit asleep? Why wasn't there any report about someone like this? Hayashi used that moment of distraction. His figure flickered and he appeared right behind the Sand Ninja. The kunai in his hand came down in a clean arc. The Sand Ninja reacted just in time, chakra threads flashing as he pulled another puppet in front of him. The impact rang out, metal against metal. This puppet, reinforced with steel plates, held firm. The Sand Ninja exhaled in relief, beginning to weave signs for his counterattack. But his hands suddenly froze. A long shadow stretched across the ground, linking to his body like a dark chain. Shadow possession jutsu, Hayashi murmured, recognizing it instantly. From behind, Shikaku emerged, smirking. This isn't your fight alone, Hayashi. Hayashi gave a small nod. Without a word, he gripped his kunai and drove it cleanly into the immobilized Sand Ninja's head, ending the battle in a heartbeat. Chapter 140, The Return of Sarutobi Shinnoseki. 1045 words. With the muffled sound of a kunai strike, the Sand Village Jonin fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes still wide with disbelief. Awaki, I'll kill you all for him. The two remaining Sand Shinobi, who had been restrained moments ago, could only watch as their teammate died at the hands of a mere boy. And so, once again, the cycle of hatred turned. Every death, every revenge, gave birth to another. But philosophy meant little on a battlefield. Here, survival was the only rule. Hayashi pulled his kunai free, his gaze hard as he advanced toward the remaining two Sand Ninjas. Instantly, their confidence faltered. The upper hand they'd held a moment ago was gone, replaced by an instinctive dread. They both knew what they were up against. Maybe, if they joined forces, they could defeat one Jonin. But this boy, this Chunin who had just killed a Jonin as if it were nothing? No. That wasn't something they could handle. Who were they kidding? A Chunin who could slaughter a Jonin like cutting through paper? They exchanged a look, silent, but understood. Retreat now. Avenge Awaki later. Their plan was decided in the span of a heartbeat. The two Sand Ninjas erupted with sudden energy, overwhelming the injured Konoha Jonin they'd been fighting. Their chakra threads trembled, summoning another puppet from beneath the ground. The puppet's mouth gaped open, releasing a thick cloud of red gas that rolled forward like a poisonous tide. Wind release. Great breakthrough, one of them shouted. Hayashi had been expecting it. He immediately held his breath and formed hand signs. A burst of wind erupted from his own jutsu, pushing the toxic gas right back toward them. The Sand Ninjas didn't wait to see the result. Smoke bombs, explosive tags, paper scraps, even rubber balloons, anything they could grab from their pouches, flew through the air. The forest filled with smoke, fire, and confusion. Hayashi squinted but didn't move. His teammates quickly formed wind release signs, sweeping the battlefield clear. When the smoke lifted, the Sand Shinobi were gone. They ran. Shikaku muttered. So much for revenge. If it had been any other time, Hayashi would have pursued and finished them, but chasing into unknown terrain risked running straight into an enemy ambush. He decided to let them go. The rescued Konoha Jonin, exhausted and blooded, dropped to the ground with a heavy sigh. Thanks for saving us, he said toward Hayashi's direction. Hayashi didn't answer immediately. He watched the man carefully instead, a frown forming on his face. The Jonin looked like he was somewhere between 20 and 30, though the thick black beard and unkempt hair made it difficult to tell. Something about that scruffy face seemed familiar. Hayashi tapped his temple, trying to remember. I've seen that wretched face somewhere before, he murmured under his breath. The bearded Jonin noticed the staring and finally walked over. Kid, what's with that look? Did I owe you money or something? When he got closer, Hayashi noticed blood soaking the man's back, evidence of a brutal fight. Hey, Nawaki, Hayashi nudged him. Doesn't this guy look familiar to you? Now that you mention it. Nawaki rubbed his chin. Let me search through my memory palace. Hayashi sighed quietly. You and your memory palace. Wait, are you Shinnoseki-san? Nawaki suddenly said, snapping his fingers. The man blinked. Hey, Nawaki, you've grown. It's been what, 5 years? Nawaki grinned. Yeah. But what happened to you? You're only 17, right? Why do you look like that? Everyone froze for a moment. Hayashi's mouth twitched. Mikoto's eyes went wide. Even Shikaku gave a low whistle. 17? That face screamed 30. Shinnoseki scratched his beard awkwardly. Accident. Purely accidental. I'm actually quite clean. Bit of a neat freak, really. Believe me. Hayashi deadpanned. Sure. Totally believable. Nawaki laughed and turned to the others. Let me introduce you. This is Shinnoseki-san, the Hokage-sama's son. Oh, Hayashi said as realization hit him. That's why he looked familiar. The resemblance to the third Hokage was uncanny. He couldn't help a quiet chuckle. So this is Sarutobi Shinnoseki, probably the most forgotten man in Konoha's history. In all of Naruto stories, flashbacks, and memories of the Sarutobi clan, there was Hiruzen, Asuma, Konohamaru, but never Shinnoseki. Not even once. Poor guy. Hayashi thought for a second. Wait, Konohamaru was born around Konoha's 50th year. That means Shinnoseki would have been nearly 40 when that happened. Oh no, maybe that's why there was such a long gap before Asuma was born. Talk about family complications. Nawaki, oblivious to Hayashi's train of thought, asked curiously, so where have you been all this time, Shinnoseki-san? There was no word about you anywhere. Shinnoseki sighed. I've been with the Anbu all these years. Long story. He rubbed the back of his neck and began to explain. It started years ago. Back then, Konoha had a troublemaker, a real wild one. She did whatever she pleased because she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Nawaki immediately frowned. Wait, are you talking about? Shinnoseki nodded grimly. Tsunade. She had 3 main hobbies: gambling, losing, and drinking. Hayashi nearly choked on air. Normally, Shinnoseki continued, someone like that would have been kept under control by the police force or Anbu. But with her status, no one could touch her. Eventually, she lost a ton of money and decided to form a gang, gathered a few kids from powerful clans as her muscle. And me. I was one of them. Hayashi blinked. You were one of Tsunade-sensei's henchmen? Shinnoseki looked away. Supporters. Loyal supporters. Right. Hayashi didn't look convinced. Anyway, Shinnoseki said, once my father, the third Hokage, found out, he disbanded the group. Everyone else got off easy. I was the only one who got thrown straight into Anbu as punishment. He shrugged, a faint, rueful smile crossing his face. And that's the story of how I spent my youth in the shadows. The group fell silent. Even Shikaku looked impressed. Nawaki whistled softly. Wow. That's rough. Hayashi crossed his arms. Sad story or not, at least you survived it. Shinnoseki laughed. Yeah. But compared to what's coming next, this was just the prologue. _________. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance. p@treon.com/zphyr_. Change at 2A Chapter 141, Into the Storm of Battle. 965 words. Since Sarutobi Shinnoseki joined them, the morale of the entire squad rose sharply. Until now, Hayashi had been the one carrying the team forward. Every time an enemy appeared, he was the first to engage and the last to retreat. But with a Jonin-level shinobi like Shinnoseki by their side, much of that crushing pressure finally lifted. Even though his wounds were barely bandaged, Shinnoseki urged Hayashi to continue advancing deeper into the battlefield. In his words, if a battlefield lacks a high-level fighter like me, Konoha's overall strength will drop. Hayashi wasn't entirely convinced. From his experience leading genin squads on reconnaissance missions, Shinnoseki's strength seemed that of an average jonin, not on the same level as Tsunade or Orochimaru. If he were that powerful, he'd be stationed at the main command center, not running missions on the front lines. Still, Hayashi understood. As the Hokage's son, the expectations placed on Shinnoseki must have been immense. In a massive war involving thousands of shinobi, one man's power couldn't change everything. But a dozen jonin acting in unison? That could shift the entire tide of battle. Konoha had been ambushed. The enemy's goal was clear: force them into disarray. While there were enough defenders at the main camp, countless jonin leaders were scattered across the border, leading their own units. If someone could cut through the enemy's blockade, unite those scattered squads, and lead them into the main battlefield, the balance could be overturned in an instant. That was exactly what Hayashi intended to do. Coincidentally, the Sannin were also carrying out a similar plan at that very moment, working together to keep Hanzo the Salamander from joining the fight. If he entered the battlefield, everything would collapse. Of course, Hayashi knew his own plan wasn't easy. They lacked concealment jutsu or effective camouflage. Enemy numbers were increasing, and sand ninjas now patrolled the area heavily. Moving a large team through their lines without being spotted was impossible. So battle after battle became inevitable. Hayashi brushed the rain from his forehead and inhaled sharply. Wind release chakra whirled through the air like invisible blades, cutting down another sand jonin in the distance. Watching him, Sarutobi Shinnoseki was left speechless. For the first time, he understood what true genius looked like. This Ucha kid wasn't just strong, his chakra reserves were monstrous for a 10-year-old. Shinnoseki wanted to grab Hayashi by the collar and yell, "Are you sure you're not from the Uzumaki clan?" Of course, Hayashi wasn't. His enormous chakra reserves came from the system. He had invested a large amount of his ninja points into chakra capacity. His endurance was remarkable for his age. And stored within the chakra scroll strapped to his wrist was a backup reservoir enough to sustain him through extended combat. That was the foundation of his confidence. He wasn't the type to charge in recklessly like Nawaki, shouting for Konoha while diving straight into chaos. No, Hayashi fought with precision and intent. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he was confident he wouldn't fall. Besides, this was the perfect opportunity to gather more ninja points. His growth depended entirely on how many enemies he could take down today. Excitement burned in his chest. But on the other side, the Sand Shinobi's killing intent thickened with every fallen comrade. Hayashi's Sharingan spun. 2 large wind blades hurtled toward him from behind. At the same time, another sand ninja completed hand seals and unleashed a wind release, drilling air bullet. Though weaker than Shukaku's version, it was still a formidable jutsu. With enough range and power, it could have easily ranked as an A-class technique. More importantly, Hayashi noticed 2 other sand ninjas nearby without puppets, both rapidly weaving hand signs. Regular combat ninjas. Good. Easier to handle. His Sharingan foresaw the incoming trajectories. Hayashi leapt upward, twisting in midair as the air bullet sliced through the spot where he'd just been standing. The sand ninjas froze in surprise, their eyes narrowing. In that brief exchange, they'd already learned something about their opponent. Combat was, after all, a form of mutual understanding. They had begun adapting, analyzing his lightning release, recognizing the deadly precision of his Kaidori, and learning to guard against his genjutsu. But Hayashi had no intention of dragging this out. If they decided to gang up on him, he would simply end it faster. His pulse quickened. His excitement sharpened. Battle, in moments like this, was pure instinct and focus. Lightning chakra flared in his hand, crackling violently and drawing every eye toward him. He dashed forward. The sand ninja on the left looked stronger, his movement steady, his chakra flow aggressive. The other was shorter, built lighter, likely a support type. Hayashi's decision was instant. He lunged at the stronger one first. The blinding flash of his lightning release drew their focus exactly as he planned. At that same moment, he triggered a subtle genjutsu with a glance. By the time the 2 sand ninjas realized something was wrong, Hayashi was already within striking distance. His kunai slashed cleanly through the neck of the first enemy, the blade carving a perfect arc through the rain. Before the second could react, Hayashi's kunai reversed direction, cutting through the air toward his throat. Clang! A flying kunai intercepted it midair. Sparks flashed between the blades. Hayashi's eyes darted sideways. 3 more sand ninjas had appeared, their presence sharp and hostile. It was like striking a hornet's nest. Every time he killed a few, more swarmed out. He sighed softly. Because of his young age and frightening power, he'd become their top priority target. Then come, he muttered. Hayashi pressed his foot into the rain-soaked ground, Sharingan glinting crimson as he stared down the 4 enemies before him. And in the distance, more sand shinobi were closing in fast. Chapter 142, 142, Puppets, 1. 736 words. Here is your chapter with clean paragraph. Rain poured down from the darkened sky, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. The forest echoed with the clash of ninjutsu and the cries of battle. Shadows darted between the trees as shouts tore through the storm, each one swallowed by the roar of wind and rain. 2 enemy ninjas lunged at once. Before the taller sand ninja could even complete a hand sign, his body was slammed sideways, crashing against a thick tree trunk and rolling to the mud below. He struggled to rise, but a volley of kunai whistled toward him like falling rain. An earth release wall rose just in time, saving him for the moment. The kunai struck the barrier in a relentless clatter. But before the sand ninja could breathe relief, a blur of motion burst through the downpour. Hayashi had already closed the distance with a body flicker technique. The sand ninja stumbled backward, retreating again and again until his back met a tree. Hayoshi's fist struck his throat in one sharp motion, silencing him instantly. The forest seemed to tremble with the impact, leaves scattering through the rain. The efficiency of the kill sent ripples of fear through the surrounding sand ninjas. They cursed under their breath, voices trembling with rage and dread. 7 of their jonin had already fallen, all to the same ucha. Hayoshi exhaled slowly. It was a small mercy that the elite jonin were still locked in combat at the main front. Those stationed here on the outskirts were only standard jonin, and against him, they were prey. 2 more appeared through the mist. His own unit had already lost several comrades, 7 jonin, many chunin, and genin among them, but the battle wasn't over. Hayoshi needed to lead whoever remained and pierce through the sand's defense line. There was no time to plan further. The next attack had already begun. A new puppet emerged from the shadows, not the humanoid kind commonly used by Sand's puppet corps, but something beast-like. Sleek and agile, its limbs were lined with hidden blades. Hayoshi hadn't encountered this design before. From its chakra flow, he could tell it prioritized speed and raw offense. No matter. Puppets shattered easily under brute force. The super strength fist was a puppeteer's nightmare. Tsunade had proven that long ago, and Hayoshi had mastered that lesson well. Charging through the rain, Hayoshi ignored the puppet's approach and sprinted toward its controller. Calling for backup would only slow him down. Judging by the number of chakra threads, the beast puppet demanded complex control. Good. That meant its master couldn't focus on anything else. The second sand ninja, meanwhile, drew a kunai instead of a puppet scroll, a taijutsu type. Hayoshi's eyes narrowed in relief. 2 puppet masters would have been troublesome. The moment the beast puppet lunged, Hayoshi met it head-on. His fist collided with the puppet's chest, the super strength shattering it into splinters. Before the debris hit the ground, he was already trading blows with the kunai-wielding ninja. Their blades clashed 3 times in an instant, sparks flying between them. Hayoshi followed with a sweeping kick aimed at the man's ribs. His opponent smirked, easily parrying the move, a mistake. With a soft snap of his fingers, Hayoshi cast a genjutsu. The sand ninja froze mid-motion, eyes clouding over. His body still carried through with the counterattack, but slowed, dulled by confusion. Hayoshi slipped past him with a smooth backflip, his kunai finding the man's skull on the descent. 8th. Hayoshi murmured. Before the body hit the ground, a spike of earth shot toward him. The surviving puppeteer had sacrificed his comrade, launching an earth release spear while Hayoshi was airborne. Chakra surged. Lightning gathered in Hayoshi's hand. Kaidori. The 2 attacks collided. The earth spear shattered in an explosion of mud and sparks. Hayoshi didn't pause, he dashed forward, his speed exploding like lightning through the rain. In an instant, he was beside the puppeteer. The kaidori in his right hand hummed violently, cutting through the storm as it pierced the man's neck. The sand ninja's body froze, his chakra threads snapping one by one. 9th, Hayoshi whispered quietly, almost kindly. Blood sprayed across the ground as the kaidori flickered out. ____________. Support me by either sending power stones or by becoming patrons. Wilted Flower. Patreon.com/ZPHYR. Chapter 143, 143, Puppets, 2. 971 words. Are the reinforcements here? Konoha's support has arrived. Ha ha ha, let's finish these scum off together. In the distance, hundreds of ninja appeared through the sheets of rain. The news spread like wildfire across the battlefield. Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. Though among them fewer than 20 were jonin, the rest being chunin and genin, those already engaged in fierce combat didn't care to count ranks. All they needed to know was that their allies had come. The hearts of Konoha's soldiers ignited at once. The tide of battle, which had teetered on the edge, began to tilt in their favor. Kunai were raised, war cries echoed, and the sound of killing rumbled like thunder across the soaked earth. Watching the scene unfold, Hayoshi Ucha felt something stir within him, a shared will to fight. As he cut through the battlefield drenched in rain and blood, he felt connected to Konoha. He couldn't explain it. Since awakening in this world, everything had felt like a distant dream. The memories of his former life were faint shadows, leaving him hollow, detached, as though watching the world through glass. But here, in the chaos and fury of battle, surrounded by comrades shouting the same name, Konoha, Hayoshi finally felt a flicker of something real. This world was far harsher than the peaceful one he once knew. Deception and death were the laws of survival, and the village, Konoha, was the only place offering even a fragile sense of home. Perhaps he still missed Earth sometimes, but in this moment, he thought, Konoha isn't so bad after all. With that thought, Hiroshi tightened his grip on his kunai. All around him, Konoha's forces surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, two figures clashed in a blur of motion, colliding, separating, then circling again with measured caution. "Chiyo, did you hear?" one of them called out. "Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Why not surrender while you still can?" The speaker was a tall man dressed in the traditional robes of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenku, the clan's current head. Across from him, Chiyo's fingers twitched, chakra threads dancing from her hands. She snorted. "Don't waste your breath. We both know Konoha wouldn't send reinforcements in a battle like this. Trying to bluff me, Hyuga Tenku? You've truly lost your mind." Tenku sighed theatrically. "Ah, the famed flower of the sand. Your looks may have withered a bit, but your temper still blooms like it used to." A teasing smile crossed his lips. "We've fought so many times, you and I. You could say we know each other's strengths, quite intimately. How about we stop this senseless fight and talk about old times instead?" His Byakugan eyes roamed her figure, shamelessly assessing. Chiyo's expression darkened. "Hyuga Tenku, control your eyes, or I'll pluck them out and use them as ornaments. You think I came unprepared? Until now, we were merely testing the waters," she added, her voice echoing through the rain. Indeed, the balance of power between their forces had remained even, neither side gaining the upper hand. But Tsunagakure had no intention of dragging this battle out. For them, even a stalemate against Konoha, who faced 3 villages simultaneously, would count as failure. As if answering Chiyo's words, movement stirred behind the sand's front lines. Over a dozen new figures appeared, sprinting toward the fray. Each carried a large box on their back, puppeteers. In perfect coordination, they leapt into position and released their weapons. Wooden puppets sprang from the boxes, chakra threads shimmering faintly in the rain. The air hissed as the puppets opened their mouths and palms, releasing thick clouds of purple gas that rolled across the battlefield like fog. Tsunagakure had deployed poison gas once again. But this time, the Konoha shinobi did not panic. Those caught in the haze swiftly retrieved antidote pills from their pouches, swallowed them, and rejoined the fight without hesitation. Tenku chuckled. "Chiyo, it seems your poison isn't as deadly as before. Our medical corps already developed an antidote for it. You should surrender, Chiyo-sama, before things get worse." There was no sign of the Konoha forces collapsing as before, no screams, no confusion. Instead, their momentum surged, blades flashing within the violet mist. Chiyo's brow furrowed. HMPH. So the slug girl has been busy. Seeing her poison fail, Chiyo snorted and leapt high into the air, hurling herself back into combat. Tenku smiled as she charged at him again. But mid-sprint, Chiyo abruptly veered, targeting a group of nearby Konoha ninja instead. "Get her," one of them shouted, unleashing a storm of kunai. But Chiyo danced between them, her chakra threads cutting the air with impossible precision. "Don't underestimate us," yelled a Chunin, unstrapping a massive Fuma shuriken from his back. He spun and hurled it with all his might. Chiyo's finger flicked, and the weapon twisted off course midair, spinning harmlessly past her. Several kunai followed and then, to their horror, turned back in flight, slicing into their own comrades. Screams tore through the mist as Chiyo advanced mercilessly, her puppets moving in deadly sync. Tenku appeared in a blur, intercepting the returning kunai with a swift strike. His gentle fist shattered them midair, chakra pulsing from his palms. Then, without pause, he lunged, his hand driving forward toward Chiyo's chest. A puff of smoke and Chiyo vanished. The substitution jutsu left only a splintered log behind. Reappearing a few meters away, Chiyo stared coldly at her old rival. A summoning scroll unfurled in her hand. "It seems I'll have to stop holding back," she muttered. With a loud bang, 10 white-cloaked puppets materialized before her, surrounding her like silent sentinels. White Secret Technique, 10 Puppets Collection, Chapter 144, 144, Puppets, 3/3. 1,400 words. Tenku remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed on Chiyo. He was well aware of the legend surrounding Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, the ultimate masterpiece of Monzemon, the first puppet master in history. As the peak of puppetry, each of these 10 creations represented the strongest mechanical constructs of their era. In Chiyo's hands, Their power multiplied several-fold. Her mastery allowed her to control 10 puppets simultaneously, using a single finger for each offense, defense, and counterattack flowing together seamlessly. She truly deserved the title of a one-woman army. Once trapped within their encirclement, even someone of Tenku's caliber would find escape nearly impossible. Knowing this, Tenku didn't hesitate. He raised his palm and struck first. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, a compressed wave of chakra burst forth, tearing through the rain and heading straight for Chiyo. Chiyo merely twitched her finger, pulling a fallen ninja's corpse in front of her as a shield. The body was instantly obliterated by the shockwave. Her hands moved again, smooth and deliberate, as if strumming invisible strings. The 10 white-robed puppets around her suddenly stirred to life. Their chakra cores flared, and with a soft mechanical hum, several lunged toward Tenku in perfect unison. Their speed was astonishing, far beyond that of ordinary puppets. In mere seconds, they had already encircled him. 2 of them worked in tandem, one threw out a heavy chain while the other transformed its arms into 8-bladed chakra swords. Tenku's eyes sharpened. He leapt upward just as the chain lashed out, narrowly avoiding it. But another puppet extended countless steel cables from its limbs, sealing his movement mid-air. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Tenku's chakra flared as he thrust his palm forward again. The wave of force shattered the incoming cables, scattering the fragments across the ground. He twisted his body and landed lightly, but the moment his feet touched the ground, the 8-bladed sword puppet was already behind him. Clang! His kunai met the spinning blade in a desperate block. Sparks flew, metal screamed, and the kunai shattered. The sheer impact hurled Tenku backward, a dull ache blooming across his chest. Before he could recover, another puppet charged at him, dual broadswords slashing downward. 8 trigrams, iron-shattering palm. A chakra-coated arm struck forward, colliding with the puppet's blades in a shockwave that sent droplets of rain flying. Despite its lifeless form, the puppet's movements were disturbingly fluid, reacting like a living combatant. Chiyo flicked her fingers again, and the damaged puppet withdrew, only for another to ambush from behind with a spinning 4-bladed sword. Thanks to the Byakugan's all-encompassing vision, Tenku detected the attack in time. His body flickered and reappeared several meters away, narrowly dodging the strike. But the moment he landed, another puppet's arm extended unnaturally, sprouting sharp thorns that grew rapidly, threatening to entangle him. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Tenku spun, releasing chakra from every tenketsu in his body. A hemispherical barrier formed, slicing through the thorns with its fierce rotation. Once free, he retreated a few meters, breathing evenly. "Your puppet control has improved again," he said calmly. He wasn't exaggerating. Each puppet possessed unique functions, and Chiyo combined their abilities flawlessly, rotating them in an unending assault that left no room for error. Even the strongest shinobi could crumble under such relentless pressure. Chiyo smirked coldly. "Of course. I told you long ago, Tenku, one day, I'll take your Byakugan and install it in one of my puppets." Tenku merely chuckled. "You've been saying that for 20 years. Truthfully, he knew her words weren't empty. Despite her age, Chiyo's strength hadn't waned. Puppet masters aged differently, their bodies might weaken, but their control and precision only grew sharper with experience. The 10 puppets spread out again, forming a loose defensive perimeter around her. Chiyo's chakra threads glowed faintly blue in the storm. "Now," she said, her voice almost gleeful, "let me show you something special, a treasure I've prepared just for Konoha." Tenku's eyes narrowed. 3 of the 10 puppets stepped forward. Their mouths opened, but instead of launching hidden weapons, strange seals were visible within, each marked with the kanji for Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. A deep sense of foreboding gripped Tenku's chest. Through his Byakugan, he could see massive chakra surging inside each puppet's core. This chakra. Chiyo's hands moved again. Ninja art. 3 treasures suction destruction. The 3 puppets formed a triangular stance, 2 on the ground, 1 atop their shoulders, and opened their mouths wide. A violent burst of wind exploded outward, merging into 3 roaring cyclones. The storm shredded the falling rain, twisting the entire battlefield into chaos. "Puppets that can use wind-style ninjutsu of this level?" Tenku exclaimed, disbelief flashing across his face. He'd known Chiyo as a master of poisons and mechanisms, not large-scale elemental jutsu. But this was S-rank devastation. He finally understood why there were so few sand shinobi near their location. Chiyo didn't want allies caught in the blast. She was prepared to annihilate everyone, Konoha, Iwa, even her own rain allies if it meant victory. What a terrifying woman, Tenku muttered, leaping away as the windstorm devoured everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, rocks pulverized, and entire sections of the battlefield torn apart by invisible blades. But the storm was faster. The howling gales caught up, engulfing Tenku entirely. He drove a kunai into the earth to stabilize himself, chakra flaring around his feet as he resisted the pull. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. The protective dome of chakra spun to life, deflecting countless wind blades. But wind release was the sharpest of all chakra natures. It sliced through even his rotation, splintering the defense with each passing second. What monstrous power! Across the battlefield, Hayashi, locked in combat with Iwa Shinobi, looked toward the storm with awe. So that's Chiyo of the Sand. No wonder she's feared even by the Koge. He clenched his fists, sensing the raw power radiating from her attacks. If she's this strong, then what kind of monsters are the Koge themselves? Meanwhile, inside the storm, Tenku's chakra faltered. His entire body trembled under the unending barrage. The wind was so sharp it could carve through steel. He could neither flee nor defend for long. There was only one option left, to break through it entirely. Raising his head, Tenku's Byakugan flared brighter than ever. Chakra erupted from every pore, enveloping him in a blinding aura. He soared upward, breaking through the heart of the storm. The air trembled. Gentle fist art, pseudo-empty strike. In that instant, hundreds of palm strikes exploded outward simultaneously, each infused with compressed chakra. The surrounding air crackled and turned red from friction as shockwaves ripped through the battlefield. The colossal wind vortex shattered like glass. For a moment, even the rain stopped falling. What destructive power! Whispered a nearby Konoha ninja in awe. When the dust settled, both armies stood frozen, gazing at the devastated landscape. At the center stood 2 figures, Tenku and Chiyo. Chiyo was protected by her puppets, though half of them lay in ruins, their once perfect forms mangled and broken. The remaining few flickered weakly, their chakra cores fading. Tenku stood opposite her, his robes torn, his hands blooded, fine cracks spiderwebbing across his skin. Twin streaks of blood streamed from his pale eyes. Even so, he stood tall. The Hyuga clan, one of the oldest clans in history, had once again proven its might. Though their bloodline lacked flashy ninjutsu like the Sharingan or wood release, their secret techniques were no less terrifying. The gentle fist had its own forbidden arts, ancient and divine in origin. But the price was immense. Tenku's breath came heavy. He could already feel his vision fading. He wasn't sure he'd ever use the Byakugan again. But he had one. Far away, a shadowy figure watched from the edge of the battlefield. That technique. The figure muttered. It's similar to Mother's 80 Gods vacuum attack. He scowled, hatred flashing in his pale eyes. Damn it. Even Hamura's descendants dare use her power. The Hyuga, the Ucha, all of them should be erased. The black figure sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace. _____________. Happy new month, ladies and gents Maple Leaf. _____________. Send support on Patreon. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 145. The Storm of Sand and Lightning. 979 words. The moment Tenku and Chiyo's devastating clash ended, the vacant space they left behind was immediately swallowed by chaos. Thousands of shinobi surged into the gap, and the battlefield's fury reignited. The air was thick with the scent of blood and ozone, as if the very earth trembled beneath the clash of chakra. At their feet lay the fallen, comrades and enemies alike, but there was no time to mourn. Only one thought remained in every heart: defeat the enemy before you die. Among the storm of combatants moved a single boy, small and fast, like a streak of lightning through the downpour. Ucha Hayashi. Only 10 years old, yet his presence on the battlefield sent ripples through both friend and foe alike. No one dared to underestimate him. To the Konoha forces, he was a prodigy and symbol of hope. To the enemy, a reaper cloaked in blood. His Sharingan glowed crimson in the mist, eyes tracing every twitch of motion. With a single genjutsu or flash of his body flicker technique, lives were snuffed out before they could even scream. He was not fighting like a chunin, his power rivaled that of seasoned jonin. Kunai gleamed in his hands, lightning danced around his fingers, and the rain washed away the blood that stained his dark cloak. It was a terrible, almost artistic sight, the beauty of death in motion. Without realizing it, Many Konoha ninjas had begun moving instinctively around him, using his presence as an anchor in the chaos. Age didn't matter on the battlefield. Only strength did. Hayashi. At the battlefield's edge, Namake's Minato had just cut down another Iwagakure shinobi when his gaze caught sight of his friend. The sight froze him for a second. He had sparred with Hayashi countless times, but only now did he realize the true extent of his strength. Shock was quickly replaced by determination. "I'll catch up to you one day," Minato whispered under his breath, then dashed forward once more. Not far from Hayashi, Nawaki fought fiercely against an Iwa Chunin, his water release washing away chunks of earth as he gained the upper hand. Behind Hayashi, Ucha Mikoto stood firm, guarding his back. Her single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as she intercepted any enemy who tried to ambush him. "Don't get cocky, Ucha brat," several sand ninjas shouted as they closed in on Mikoto. Their coordinated assault forced her on the defensive, her small frame weaving between their strikes with precise movements. Her Sharingan's Tomo whirled faster, reading their attacks a heartbeat ahead. At the last instant, she ducked low and drove her kunai forward, aiming for a gap in one enemy's defense. The ninja reacted, twisting his blade in a desperate counter. But Mikoto saw it, her Sharingan's insight saved her again. She pivoted and slipped past the attack, landing lightly. Another enemy's fist came crashing toward her. Instead of dodging, Mikoto locked eyes with him. His body froze mid-punch, caught in her genjutsu. A moment later, a kunai embedded itself in his chest. She exhaled sharply, sweat mixing with rain, but her stance never faltered. Everyone was fighting for their lives. Hayashi, watching her from a short distance, felt a flicker of pride before refocusing on his own opponent. The battlefield demanded absolute focus. Distraction meant death. His chakra reserves were already strained. After the earlier battles, especially the string of jonin he had slain, his stamina was dropping fast. And now, most nearby enemies had learned to avoid eye contact, wary of his Sharingan's genjutsu. They were getting smarter. Earth release, rock fist technique. The ground before him erupted. Chunks of stone rose into the air, merging into a massive rocky fist that hurtled toward Hayashi. He didn't retreat. Instead, chakra surged through his arm. Super strength fist. His strike shattered the stone construct into rubble. The sand ninja who launched the attack used the debris as cover and lunged forward, blade flashing in the storm. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth shot up between them, barely concealing Hayashi's silhouette. The enemy leapt, preparing to slice through the barrier, but Hayashi was already weaving hand signs. The faint sound of birds chirping filled the air. Kaidori. Lightning erupted from his palm. In a blinding flash, Hayashi drove his arm straight through the earthen wall and through his opponent. The sand jonin froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined a shinobi would destroy his own defense to attack. The lightning pierced clean through his abdomen. The smell of scorched flesh filled the air. "Die," Hayashi said quietly, his tone flat. He flicked his wrist and hurled a kunai at the dying ninja's head, but before it landed, a surge of sand erupted from the ground, knocking it aside. The sand coalesced into a thick barrier in front of the wounded jonin. "Another sand ninja," Hayashi muttered, eyes narrowing. The new arrival raised his hand, and the sand wall exploded into a wave that surged toward Hayashi like a living creature. Hayashi leapt high, the sand crashing beneath him like an ocean tide. From midair, his voice rang out. Hidden shadow snake hands. 4 serpents shot from his sleeves, their scales glinting wet under the rain. The grey snakes slithered through the air and coiled around Mikoto, Nawaki, and the nearby Konoha ninjas, yanking them clear of the incoming sand wave. "You guys, fall back now," he shouted. The rescued ninjas retreated immediately, knowing better than to argue. The scale of the sand technique could easily wipe them out if they stayed. But the sand ninja sneered. "You're not going anywhere." He clenched his fist. Streams of sand whipped forward, wrapping around Hayashi's legs in midair. Desert burial. The sand constricted violently, crushing everything within its grasp. The earth trembled. Chapter 146, 146, The Future Kazekage. 776 words. Following the ninja's sharp command, the sand surrounding Ucha Hayashi suddenly contracted with crushing force. Yet, from the center of the sand, only fragments of shattered wood fell to the ground. Substitution jutsu, the ninja muttered. Hayashi reappeared beside Mikoto and Nawaki, lightning flickering faintly around his body. Across from him stood a boy about his age, brown-haired, with deep dark circles beneath his eyes. Hayashi immediately recognized him, Rosa, the future fourth Kazekage. Other than his hair color, the resemblance to Gaara was uncanny. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. Though Rosa was still young, underestimating him would be foolish. This boy was a prodigy, destined to lead Tsunagakure one day. His magnet release, allowing him to manipulate gold dust and any metal-infused sand, gave him terrifying potential. From that perspective, Rosa truly was the definition of tall, rich, and gifted. A rare Kekkei Genkai user, a future Koge, and literally capable of creating gold. In the entire shinobi world, the only person wealthier might have been Konan, though she probably spent every coin on explosive tags she didn't even need. Thinking about it, Hayashi couldn't help comparing the two fourth Koge, Minato and Rosa. Their starting points couldn't be more different. Rosa had everything, yet his poor decisions later cost him his life. Hayashi remembered how Rosa sealed the one-tail inside Gaara, believing his son could handle it, even ordering Yoshimaru to assassinate him to test his control. The man's logic was baffling. Red hair didn't make Gaara an Uzumaki. A thought sparked in Hayashi's mind: if I eliminated Rosa here, it would prevent a lot of future pain. Gaara, Temari, the chaos in Tsunagakure gone in one stroke. His fingers twitched with the idea, but before he could act, Rosa's expression hardened. The boy noticed Hayashi's distant stare and felt insulted. No one had ever ignored him before. Don't look down on me, Rosa snapped. He pulled a scroll from his back and unrolled it with a flick. The kanji 4 sand glowed faintly before a wave of sand erupted toward Hayashi. Hayashi sidestepped gracefully, evading the sweeping current. He formed hand seals in rapid succession and expelled a torrent of water from his mouth. The liquid soaked the sand mid-air, causing it to collapse with a heavy splash. The environment here isn't doing you any favors, Hayashi said calmly. This is the land of rain. The constant drizzle slows down your control over sand. With a swift body flicker technique, he closed the distance between them, lightning dancing along his kunai as he thrust forward. A dense wall of sand rose instantly, blocking the strike. So what? Rosa retorted sharply. Defeating an opponent even in a disadvantageous setting proves my strength. He waved his hand, and the sand wall twisted, forming an arm that lunged at Hayashi. Hayashi's lightning-coated kunai sliced through the sand arm cleanly, but it reformed immediately, grasping again. Water release, water trumpet. Streams of pressurized water burst from Hayashi's mouth, colliding with the sandy limb and scattering it apart once more. You've been using water release for quite a while, Rosa said, smirking. How much chakra do you have left? He gestured, and a stream of sand coiled along the ground like a snake, aiming for Hayashi's ankle. Hayashi leapt upward to evade, but the sand continued to pursue him, shifting mid-air as if alive. While twisting his body mid-leap, Hayashi activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with Rosa. A subtle genjutsu shimmered through the rain. Without hesitation, Hayashi threw a kunai fast as a bullet straight toward his immobilized opponent. Rosa didn't move, but the sand reacted automatically, blocking the strike. The kunai tore through the barrier, yet just before hitting him, it deflected mid-air with a sharp metallic clang. Magnet release, Hayashi muttered. Annoying. The ability to manipulate metal nullified much of his projectile advantage. Rosa snapped out of the genjutsu, eyes narrowing. He unfurled another scroll marked gold. Instantly, gold dust poured out, merging with the wet sand. Sand infused with gold, heavier, more resistant to water. The next attack came faster. The golden sand surged like a living creature, wrapping toward Hayashi in spiraling waves. Hayashi's chakra flared, his movements accelerating as lightning pulsed beneath his skin. But the golden sand overwhelmed the airspace around him. Tentacle-like streams surrounded and caught his ankle, dragging him down before wrapping around his limbs. This time, let's see you escape. Rosa sneered, pressing his palm downward. The sand constricted like a vice, closing in on Hayashi. _______. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance. p@treon.com zptwr_. Change at 2a. Chapter 147, 147, Killing Rosa. 1,131 words. Rosa had noticed Uchiha Hayashi long before their encounter. The boy's overwhelming strength, far surpassing others of his age, had caught Rosa's attention. Curious and cautious, he had secretly monitored Hayashi's movements for some time, studying every detail of his abilities. Now, convinced that Hayashi posed a threat, Rosa decided to strike first and personally eliminate this dangerous opponent. Hayashi was already bound tightly by Rosa's sand. Watching him struggle, Rosa's lips curved into a smug smile. He clenched his right hand mid-air and called out, "Sand-binding coffin." The sand around Hayashi instantly compressed, aiming to crush him. But within the swirling sphere, blue lightning suddenly erupted in all directions. Kaidori. Boom. The sphere exploded apart as Hayashi tore through it, his body surrounded by crackling lightning. The raw power of his Kaidori pierced effortlessly through the sand's restraint. Landing hard, Hayashi slid several meters across the muddy battlefield before steadying himself. "That's surprising," Rosa admitted, watching him closely. "It's rare for anyone to escape once caught inside my sand." Despite his calm tone, Rosa's mind was tense. The chakra output Hayashi displayed had exceeded his expectations, and even he felt the drain of continuously manipulating so much sand. He needed to lure his opponent in closer, end this fight with precision, not attrition. Determined, Rosa extended his hand again. Sand surged forth, but the attack's scale and speed were noticeably weaker than before. Hayashi noticed immediately. A deliberate flaw. He formed a single seal and vanished with a body flicker technique, weaving around the sand with fluid grace as he closed the distance between them. Activating his Sharingan, Hayashi's scarlet eyes locked onto Rosa's. Genjutsu. Rosa's movements froze. Hayashi's lightning surged again, forming another Kaidori in his palm. The piercing cry of 1,000 birds echoed through the rain-soaked battlefield as he lunged forward, bursting through Rosa's sand wall and appearing before him in a blur. The blade of lightning drove straight toward Rosa's chest. But suddenly, the ground beneath Hayashi gave way. His foot sank deep into a trap of loose sand, throwing off his balance. Before he could recover, 2 streams of sand coiled up like living serpents, binding his arms. Rosa clenched both fists. Desert funeral. The sand compressed violently around Hayashi's body. "Hayashi!" Nawaki shouted from across the battlefield. Seeing his comrade trapped, he formed rapid hand seals and unleashed a roaring water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive torrent surged forward, scattering several enemy ninjas in his path. But the sand shinobi regrouped quickly, cutting off Nawaki's advance. Nearby, Mikoto's Sharingan spun with intense focus. Her speed doubled instantly. In her heightened perception, the enemy before her seemed to slow to a crawl. A flash of silver, her kunai sliced across her opponent's neck before he could even react. She sprinted toward Hayashi, determination blazing in her eyes. Yet before she could reach him, the sand cocoon imprisoning Hayashi began to tremble. A brilliant blue light burst from within. Kaidori current. Crackling lightning exploded outward, scattering the sand in every direction. Within seconds, the electric field around Hayashi shredded every trace of restraint. Standing tall amidst the dispersing dust, Hayashi's chakra flared fiercely. "You two handle your own battles," he called out, voice calm but firm. "I'm fine." "Understood. Be careful." Nawaki replied, flipping back and driving his kunai into a charging Iwanin. Mikoto exhaled in relief and returned to the fray, though she couldn't help shifting her position slightly, keeping closer to Hayashi's side. Hayashi noticed and smiled faintly. "What are you smiling at?" Rosa's eyes narrowed. "If not for that last trick, you'd be dead already." "Yeah," Hayashi said evenly, crossing his arms. "I'll admit, I was careless. You weren't really caught in my genjutsu at all, were you?" Rosa's earlier weakening of his attacks now made sense. He had deliberately feigned fatigue to bait Hayashi into close combat. Hayashi's usual tactic, using genjutsu at close range, had been anticipated. A clever trap. Rosa gave a small, regretful smirk. "That's right. Your illusion didn't affect me." The false eye in his socket cracked apart, crumbling into fine sand before reforming to cover his face again. "With magnet release, the sand itself becomes my senses. My sand is my eyes. Your Sharingan's illusions are useless against me." Hayashi tilted his head slightly. "Interesting information," he said, smiling subtly. "Without genjutsu, your strength is greatly reduced, isn't it?" Rosa shouted, confidence flaring. "Today, all of you will die here." The desert around him erupted. Waves of sand rose high into the air, swallowing the battlefield in a golden storm. Hayashi's eyes blazed. He charged forward, lightning coiling around his arm once more. "Kaidori." He leapt into the air, slicing through the encroaching sand like a thunderbolt. "Pointless. Rosa sneered, raising his hand. The moment Hayashi landed, his feet sank deep into the quicksand beneath him, halting his movement. Rosa thrust his arm out, forming a spear of glittering gold dust in his grasp. But Hayashi didn't panic. He simply smiled, lifting his gaze toward the sky. High above them floated a spectral eye, one born of illusionary chakra, staring directly at Rosa. Genjutsu, Dream Lock Body. What? Rosa froze mid-motion, the gold spear slipping from his hand. In that instant, the suppressed Kaidori reignited in Hayashi's palm. Lightning screamed as it pierced through Rosa's chest, illuminating the battlefield in a blinding flash. The golden sand around Rosa shuddered violently, shards flying in all directions as he staggered backward. For the first time, his arrogant composure faltered. Hayashi landed gracefully, the storm of sand and lightning settling around him. His Sharingan glinted ominously in the dim light of the battlefield, a silent promise of the power he wielded. Rosa's breathing grew ragged, his hand instinctively clutching the wound. Blood seeped through his fingers as he stumbled, the desert's endless waves of sand no longer under his command. The surrounding ninjas froze, sensing the shift in dominance. Nawaki and Mikoto exchanged tense glances, realizing the battle had irrevocably turned. Hayashi's voice cut through the charged air, calm but carrying an unyielding authority. This ends now. Yield, or face the consequences of your arrogance. Rosa's eyes burned with a mix of rage and disbelief. For the first time, he felt the raw weight of his opponent's strength and fear that he had rarely experienced. A long, tense silence filled the battlefield, broken only by the crackle of dissipating lightning and the whisper of shifting sand. Then, slowly, Rosa sank to his knees, his voice barely audible over the wind. Impossible, how could someone so young? Hayashi took a measured step forward, keeping his stance ready, yet showing no malice beyond the necessity of the fight. The desert around him seemed to bend to his presence, sand settling into stillness as if acknowledging the victor. Chapter 148, 148, The One. 1186 words. Boom. The ground split apart with a deafening roar, shaking the entire battlefield like an earthquake. Uchiha Hayashi, still off balance, watched as his Kaidori, which had been aimed straight at Rosa's heart, veered slightly off course and pierced through the man's arm instead. Another tremor hit, then another. The land itself seemed to be falling apart. When Hayashi's gaze returned to Rosa, the Keiskage had already broken free from the Genjutsu. Blood soaked his right sleeve, and he staggered back several paces, clutching his severed arm. Rosa grimaced, forming a thin layer of sand armor to seal the wound temporarily. You knew about my sand eye, he demanded through clenched teeth, fury flickering in his eyes. Only a few trusted individuals even knew of that ability. He had told Hayashi earlier that he could sense movement through sand itself, but that was merely a bluff. His true sight came from the sand eye floating in the sky, linked directly to his vision. Yet somehow, Hayashi had caught on. By placing his genjutsu on the sand eye above, he had trapped Rosa through his own vision, and that miscalculation had cost him an arm. Such was the nature of shinobi combat, deception upon deception. Never trust the enemy's words. That was the first rule of survival. Rosa coughed violently, his face pale as the tremors continued. His mind raced. Only a handful of people, the third Keiskage, Chiyo, and a few elders, knew of the sand eye. Could there be a Konoha spy among the sand ranks? The thought made his stomach twist. If Hayashi had known what he was thinking, he would have simply chuckled and said, "You're overthinking it, Rosa. Someone named A and B mentioned it to me." But Hayashi wasn't wasting time with banter. His intent was clear, to finish this fight and eliminate Rosa for good. Before he could act, the ground convulsed again, shaking harder than before. Another earthquake. What now? Hayashi frowned, scanning the area. Then a whistling sound cut through the air. A blast of wind surged toward him. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Hayashi leapt aside just in time as the attack tore through the spot where he had stood. But more came, dozens, then hundreds. A storm of compressed air bullets rained down like meteors, exploding against the battlefield and tearing up the ground in chaotic bursts. Hayashi cursed under his breath. "You've got to be kidding me, Rosa. Your tricks never end, huh?" Taking advantage of the chaos, Rosa staggered backward. Blood loss and pain dulled his movements, but his will to survive burned bright. He summoned sand around his feet and vanished in a blur using the sand body flicker technique. "I'll be back." He spat coldly, retreating from the field in a battered, desperate state. Hayashi didn't bother chasing. His eyes lifted toward the source of the wind attacks, and then he saw it. The towering shadow of the one-tail, Shukaku, loomed in the distance, its form half hidden by swirling dust and mist. The only one capable of firing drilling air bullets on that scale. Hayashi muttered. So it's you. Mikoto and Nawaki rushed over, breathless from battle. Hayashi, what's going on? Mikoto asked, eyes scanning the horizon. We're in trouble, Hayashi said grimly. Trouble? Nawaki frowned. Wait, don't tell me. That's right, Hayashi confirmed. The Sand Village has unleashed their tailed beast. Nawaki's expression darkened. But on a battlefield like this, that thing won't tell friend from foe. Exactly, Hayashi replied. And haven't you noticed? Most of the enemies blocking our path were from the Sand Village. But inside the battlefield itself, there are barely any of them left. The realization hit both of them at once. They're planning to let the one-tail go wild, Hayashi continued, his tone cold. It'll attack anything that moves, Konoha, Iwa, even the range shinobi. If no one stops it, Tsunaga Cure will end up the only winner here. War cared little for morality. In moments like this, even allies could be sacrificed. Victory was all that mattered. And if they failed to contain the one-tail, the entire battlefield would be erased. Across the field, a booming laugh echoed. Ahahaha. I'm finally free again. Those little sand brats actually let me out. The one-tail, Shukaku, roared in delight, towering over the land. Since being sealed inside its Jinchuriki, it had longed for this moment, the chance to feel the wind, the sun, the scent of the desert again. It swayed its massive body, inhaling deeply. Ah, the air, the sand, the freedom. I missed this. Then its enormous foot sank slightly. What's this swamp? The ground beneath it rippled, the earth release. Swamp of the underworld, Yomi-Numa. Konoha's counterattack. The jutsu spread wide, turning solid ground into a thick mire that dragged at Shukaku's feet, threatening to swallow the beast whole. But restraining a tailed beast was easier said than done. Shukaku chuckled, patting its belly. Nice try, pests. It opened its maw and spewed an unending torrent of sand, drowning the swamp in moments. The entire field transformed into a rolling sea of gold. Now free again, Shukaku dove gleefully into its own sandstorm, spinning and thrashing like a playful child. Then it noticed the movement around it, thousands of shinobi below, scrambling to escape. So many little bugs, it sneered. Its enormous paw slammed down, the impact creating a vacuum that erased everything within tens of meters. No matter how much you scream, no tanuki's gonna save you. Shukaku's mad laughter echoed through the battlefield. Hayashi watched from afar, his jaw tightening. Every time I see one of these things, he muttered, my opinion of the tailed beasts gets worse. Memories of his encounter with Roshi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, flashed through his mind. Honestly, Hayashi said under his breath, looking toward the heavens, Sage of Six Paths, can't you keep your pets under control? A sudden gust of wind carried the distant roars of Shukaku, shaking loose sand and debris across the battlefield. Hayashi's eyes narrowed, calculating the beast's trajectory and potential targets. Nawaki and Mikoto instinctively crouched behind nearby rocks, keeping alert. They knew the tailed beast's raw power could annihilate them with a single swipe. Hayashi raised his hand, chakra sparking at his fingertips. We can't let it rampage unchecked. We need to steer it away from our allies and civilians, or this entire war zone becomes a graveyard. He glanced at the horizon where Shukaku's massive silhouette moved with terrifying freedom. His mind raced, forming strategies to confront a force so overwhelmingly destructive, yet he knew there was no room for hesitation. The desert seemed alive now, responding to the tailed beast's every movement, sand swirling violently as if bowing to Shukaku's chaotic will. Hayashi inhaled deeply, determination hardening in his chest. Time to see if we can survive this, and contain the one-tail before it's too late. ________. Milestone. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. ___. Support me on Patreon, cubed. patreon.com/zphyr. Chapter 149, 149, The Battle Against Shukaku. 1855 words. Shukaku's massive body twisted through the curtain of rain, its enormous tail sweeping back and forth and flattening everything in its path. The creature's sandy skin, the swirling black patterns on its body, and that overwhelming, ocean-like chakra radiated a pressure so suffocating that even veteran shinobi faltered under it. Added paragraph. The ground beneath its feet compressed with every step, turning solid earth into rippling dunes as if the battlefield itself were being rewritten by a desert storm. The air tasted of iron and grit, and each breath felt as though it carried sand scraping down the lungs. What should we do now, Hayashi? Nawaki asked anxiously, his voice trembling slightly. The situation for the Leaf Village was dire. All the powerful Konoha shinobi were being restrained by opponents of equal caliber. Even Orochimaru and the others had gone ahead to confront Hanzo, leaving no one capable of dealing with a rampaging tailed beast. Added paragraph. Every direction Hayashi looked, Leaf shinobi were fighting desperately, clashing with Sand Nin, shielding their comrades, dragging the wounded away. But no matter how hard they fought, all of it was meaningless if Shukaku continued its rampage unchecked. One careless sweep of that monstrous tail could undo the efforts of 100 brave men. The Sand Shinobi had seized that exact opportunity to release their ultimate weapon. The might of a tailed beast wasn't something ordinary ninja could oppose. Even if it was only the one tail, Shukaku, it was far beyond what Uchiha Hayashi could handle at his current strength. To be blunt, Hayashi lacked the power and experience. His Sharingan hadn't evolved to the Mangekyo yet, and his chakra reserves were limited. Unless he wanted a hero's funeral under the Konoha flag, complete with 12 explosive tags in salute, it would be suicide to charge at Shukaku head-on. Still, even if he couldn't face the beast directly, he couldn't stand by and watch while it slaughtered Leaf Shinobi. Added paragraph. His fingers twitched unconsciously, craving a weapon, a plan, anything. But there was nothing to rely on except his own rapidly draining chakra and the stubbornness that all Uchiha seemed born with. Fear clawed at his instincts, but it never reached his eyes. Staring at the massive form gleefully playing in its own sea of sand, Hayashi's eyes hardened. He was still trying to figure out a strategy when Shukaku seemed to grow bored of mere destruction. Under the control of its wild chakra, the sand around it began to move unnaturally. In seconds, enormous sand sculptures formed, each one a likeness of Shukaku in ridiculous poses. Added paragraph. Some were flexing like bodybuilders. Others posed dramatically as if mid-performance on a stage. It would have been comical if the chakra infused in them wasn't lethal enough to crush entire platoons. Their grotesque humor made the scene all the more terrifying. Then, with a wicked grin stretching across its tanuki-like face, Shukaku puffed out its cheeks and laughed, a distorted, eerie sound that carried across the battlefield. Its sand sculptures changed form again, depicting Shukaku brutally striking down a giant fox. Hee-hee. The beast burst into deranged laughter, then flicked its enormous tail. In the next instant, dozens of those sand sculptures were hurled toward the front lines like living projectiles. Hayashi immediately noticed Sarutobi Shinosuke's chakra signature. Not because they were close, far from it, but because Shinosuke stood out like a beacon amid the chaos, charging straight toward the tailed beast. Earth release, Great Earth Flow Wall. With a series of rapid hand seals, Shinosuke slammed his palms into the ground. Massive walls of stone erupted, encircling Shukaku on all sides. The sheer power of the jutsu was far beyond a typical jonin's, standing tall even against the torrential rain. Added paragraph. The earth groaned as the formation locked into place, plates of stone grinding together until they formed a miniature fortress. Even the rain seemed to hesitate above it, breaking apart against the rising walls as if unsure whether to fall or flee. For a brief moment, Hayashi found himself impressed. But before he could even finish the thought, the sand sculptures collided with the wall in a thunderous crash. The sturdy earth barrier cracked and shattered instantly. Shinosuke, who had been proudly standing atop the wall, lost his balance and tumbled down in a cloud of dust. The wall had at least slowed the incoming attack, giving the surrounding Leaf Shinobi precious seconds to retreat. Hayashi exhaled slowly. They couldn't keep this up forever. His chakra reserves were dangerously low, just enough left to form one Kaidori. He still had about 1/3 of a chakra reserve sealed in a scroll. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. You guys stay here, he ordered sharply. He stomped the ground, lightning crackling around his body as he launched forward. Within seconds, his entire form was wrapped in bright blue light. Then, with a sharp burst of speed, he charged straight toward Shinosuke's position. From above, it looked like a streak of lightning was cutting through the entire battlefield. Added paragraph. The scent of ozone spread in his wake. Every shinobi he passed instinctively flinched, the air prickling with static as his chakra carved a path through the chaos. For an instant, it felt as though he alone brought illumination to a battlefield drowning in rain and despair. All around him, other Konoha shinobi were doing the same, rushing toward Shukaku instead of fleeing from it. To them, death was nothing new. Whether they fell to a kunai or a tailed beast's rampage made no difference. That unshakable resolve, that unity, was what had carried the leaf through every great war. Philosophers could debate whether heroes created history or history created heroes, but here, on the battlefield, only action mattered. Hayashi finally reached Shinosuke, landing atop the shattered remnants of the wall, breathing hard. "Shinosuke-san, you look terrible," Hayashi said, half smiling. Shinosuke was covered in dust, and the wounds on his back had reopened, staining his flak jacket with blood. Not that Hayashi looked any better, his hair was matted with rain and blood, and his Chunin vest was torn and soaked through. Iron shrapnel stuck out from his clothes, which he calmly began pulling out one by one. Despite the injuries, he wasn't in immediate danger. After a brief pause to catch his breath, Hayashi tore off his vest and tossed it aside. The blood-soaked weight only slowed him down. Seeing Hayashi approach, Shinosuke's face twisted with concern. "Hayashi, you shouldn't be here." Though Hayashi was from the Uchiha clan, both of their families shared a history under the second Hokage's tutelage. They had fought side by side before, and Shinosuke now saw Hayashi as his junior, someone he didn't want to see die. "You damn kid, instead of staying safe, you come running straight to the tailed beast," he snapped. "Maybe," Hayashi said, smiling faintly. "But I'm already here." The lightning flickering across his body began to fade as his chakra dwindled to its final drops. Even the sealed reserve was nearly depleted. Normally, running out of chakra meant a death sentence on the battlefield. But shinobi were strange creatures, push them to the brink, and somehow they always found a little more strength to keep fighting. Still, what could he possibly do, even at full power, against a monster like Shukaku? The beast loomed closer, roaring with madness. Shinosuke clenched his fists helplessly. Both of them were exhausted, outmatched, and cornered. Yet Hayashi still smiled a calm, almost fearless smile. "Hayashi, you're in no condition to move," Shinosuke warned. "Stay close to me." Keeping him nearby was safer than letting him run off alone, where survival was impossible. Hayashi shook his head. "The Jinchuriki's body has been fully absorbed. If we destroy Shukaku's shell, we can end its rampage." "What you're saying makes sense," Shinosuke replied grimly, "but who has the power to break that thing's body apart?" "There's always a way," Hayashi said, eyes glinting. "Lightning release counters earth release, and Shukaku's sand release has similar properties. If I use a lightning technique strong enough, it should pierce through." Shinosuke stared at him, speechless. "That's insane. Shukaku's massive, piercing it won't do much. You'll just get yourself killed." He'd seen Hayashi's lightning release before. His Kaidori was fierce, comparable to the Raikage's hellstab in piercing force. But against a tailed beast, even with every drop of chakra he had, it was still suicidal. "You can't be serious," Shinosuke muttered. "It's fine," Hayashi said firmly. "I have a way to shatter its body instantly." His tone left no room for doubt. Added paragraph. There was a quiet certainty in his voice, not arrogance, not recklessness, but the kind of conviction only someone who had already accepted death could muster. Shinosuke felt his stomach twist. That was the same look his father sometimes had before doing something impossible. Shinosuke hesitated. "If you really can break that sand monster apart and awaken the Jinchuriki inside." He didn't finish. If Hayashi succeeded, he would become the hero of this war. But letting him go felt wrong. The kid had already done enough, he didn't deserve to die here. Still, Konoha was cornered. "Do you need my help?" Shinosuke finally asked. "Yes," Hayashi said. "Can you summon Enma?" "What?" Shinosuke blinked. "I heard from Orochimaru-sensei that Hokage-sama's Enma is the strongest summon. If you can call him out, he can distract Shukaku. Otherwise, if it dives under the sand again, I won't be able to hit it." About that." Shinosuke looked uneasy. "Don't tell me you haven't signed the contract." Hayashi frowned. "Are you really the third Hokage's son?" No. I have the contract. It's just Enma doesn't listen to me." Shinosuke scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't strong enough to earn the monkey's respect, so Enma refused to fight for him. "That's fine," Hayashi said without hesitation. "Just summon him. He can fight on his own anyway. You'd only slow him down." "You're seriously killing me here," Shinosuke muttered, clutching his chest in mock pain. Still, He slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a burst of smoke, a muscular monkey wearing black leggings and a leopard print loincloth emerged. Who summoned this old man? Enma growled. His sharp eyes fell on Shinosuke. TCH, you again? You're too weak. I'm not fighting for you. If you don't help, Konoha will lose this battle. Please, for my father's sake, Shinosuke pleaded desperately. Enma glanced toward Shukaku, who was roaring and tearing through the sand, then sighed. HMPH. That Tanuki's not a bad opponent. Fine, just this once. What's the plan? Keep Shukaku busy. Don't let it burrow underground. I'll release my jutsu soon, Hayashi said quickly. That's a troublesome request, Enma muttered. Still, with a grunt, the demon monkey charged toward the tailed beast. Hayashi exhaled, nodding. Everything was in place. As for whether his technique would harm Enma, he wasn't concerned. Enma wasn't his summon, after all. And besides, if the monkey truly possessed an indestructible body, he'd be fine. Probably. Hayashi smiled faintly at the thought. One thing was certain, after today, Shinosuke's friendship with Enma was as good as gone. Chapter 150, 150, Lightning Strikes the Sand. 1256 words. Enma charged straight toward Shukaku, shattering the wind release, air bullet with a powerful punch, drawing the attention of the one-tailed Shukaku. New chakra waves rippled across the battlefield as the shock of Enma's punch dispersed the violent gusts. For a heartbeat, even the rain seemed to hesitate, hanging in the air like silver threads suspended by tension alone. The clashing energies twisted the atmosphere into a whirl of pressure that made nearby shinobi stagger. Oh, a monkey! How delightful! Just perfect for roasting, Shukaku said with a strange amusement, bursting into wild laughter and slapping the ground. Does this tanuki have a problem with its brain? Enma snorted coldly. Despite his gruff tone, Enma's muscles tightened and his stance lowered. Even he understood that a moment's carelessness against a tailed beast could mean annihilation. His eyes sharpened, tracking every shift of sand beneath Shukaku's bulk. Sand-binding coffin. Still laughing, Shukaku pressed both hands to the ground, gradually merging with the earth. Two massive sand arms erupted from the ground, reaching for Enma. A low tremor pulsed across the terrain as the arms formed, the earth vibrating violently under the weight of Shukaku's chakra. Several weaker shinobi collapsed to their knees, clutching their heads as the pressure distorted their senses. It was the kind of oppressive force only a true monster could unleash. Just as the sand hands were about to seize him, Enma vanished with a swift swoosh. He charged at Shukaku with incredible speed. Shukaku swung its arms, but Enma easily broke free, moving with near-blinding agility. In an instant, Enma appeared behind Shukaku. Before the one-tailed could react, Enma grabbed its tail and began swinging it violently. The ground groaned as Shukaku's enormous body scraped across it, uprooting earth and stone like fragile fabric. Debris flew everywhere, and a few unlucky sand shinobi were swept aside by the shockwave, tumbling helplessly through the storm. Shukaku roared, and a sandstorm rose from the ground, pressing against Enma. Enma planted his feet and leapt with force, breaking through the sandstorm's grip. Landing on Shukaku's head, he struck with a heavy punch. Stupid monkey, I'm going to eat you, Shukaku bellowed, writhing in pain. Its head turned into quicksand, and Enma's feet sank into it. Before Enma could free himself, one of Shukaku's massive hands shot from behind, slamming his head into the ground. Boom! A massive pit formed instantly, sand erupting in violent storms. Stupid monkey, Shukaku roared, slamming Enma repeatedly. After several hits, it realized the monkey was unharmed and flung him away. The impact of Enma's body hitting the ground cracked the earth open, splitting it into jagged fractures that glowed faintly from lingering lightning residue in the atmosphere. Even with his toughness, the repeated blows were beginning to shake the ancient summon's core. Wind release, air bullet. Shukaku sent balls of wind-infused chakra flying. Explosions erupted around Enma, submerging him in slicing wind blades. Watching Enma being battered, Uchiha Hayashi abandoned chakra recovery. He leaped gracefully onto the remaining tall earthen wall, observing the battlefield below. Corpses lay scattered, blood bright red against the lush green leaves. Distantly, Shukaku cried out, and Hayashi narrowed his eyes, recalling the past. The chilling smell of wet iron rose with the steam from fallen bodies, mixing with the earthy scent of rain-soaked mud. Hayashi's breath stilled for a moment. War was cruel, but this level of destruction reminded him more of nature's wrath than any battle of men. Thunder rumbled faintly above. A large amount of chakra, transformed to the extreme, gathered in Hayoshi's hand in an instant. In a very short time, it reached the level of 1,000 birds chirping. If it were normal times, Shinosuke would not have been stingy with his praise, but now, just relying on such a ninjutsu, wanting to defeat the giant body of the Sand Shukaku, is still too naive. What else are you hiding? Shinosuke looked up at Uchiha Hayoshi standing in the high sky, and such a thought popped into his head. A faint, eerie stillness fell over the battlefield as if all the combatants, leaf and sand alike, were awaiting Hayoshi's next move. Even the rain seemed to grow colder, sliding down Shinosuke's face in sharp streaks. Accompanied by the sound of thunder in the sky, Uchiha Hayoshi raised his right hand high, his 5 fingers curled irregularly. The lightning flashing in the sky seemed to flash in a specific pattern. For Hayoshi, he couldn't use the lightning release, Kirin technique before. Because the caster must clearly see the speed and flow of the lightning, so as not to strike himself when using it. The dynamic vision of the two-tomo Sharingan was far from enough. But in that cave, his left eye accidentally evolved to the 3-tomo, thus solving Hayoshi's biggest concern. As for the other difficulty, transforming lightning into a specific shape, Uchiha Hayoshi was already able to complete it in the 4th grade. Therefore, this lightning release is simply perfectly tailored for the environment of the Land of Rain. Come forth, lightning, Hayoshi shouted, his voice resonating across the battlefield. A Kirin composed entirely of lightning emerged from the storm clouds. The Kirin's body writhed through the sky with majestic ferocity. Every movement carried enough power to vaporize a forest. Its roar echoed through the clouds, a sound so primal that dozens of shinobi instinctively dropped to the ground in terror, covering their ears. What is that? Shinosuke whispered, staring in shock at the electric beast above. The battlefield fell silent. Ninjas dropped their weapons as they stared upward. Lightning, this can't be a jutsu. A single flash illuminated everything, every corpse, every wounded shinobi, every trembling leaf. And in that moment, everyone understood that this was no ordinary lightning release. It was nature itself being bent into a weapon. Bathing in the raw power of the storm, Hayoshi felt unstoppable. The Kirin's form flickered, as it was his first attempt, but its destructive potential was unmistakable. Shukaku, sensing the threat, dove into the sand sea, but Enma immediately transformed into a massive iron rod, stirring the sand like a needle in water. Get out! The iron rod forced Shukaku to the surface. The Kirin, now fully formed, scanned the battlefield with electric eyes. Hayoshi bowed his head, watching Enma swing Shukaku's tail into the sky. The sight of the colossal tanuki being hoisted upward filled the leaf shinobi with renewed hope. A faint cheer began to rise among them, raw, desperate, and trembling like soldiers clinging to their final miracle. Not good. Stop him. Chiyo shouted, realizing what was coming. Sand ninjas rushed toward Hayoshi, but it was too late. Bathed in lightning, Hayoshi swung his right hand forcefully toward the ground. Perish with the thunder, the Kirin roared, crashing onto Shukaku. A massive explosion shook the earth, lightning submerging the one-tailed in its full force. Boom! The deafening roar ended, and Shukaku was no more. The battlefield fell silent. The earth had cracked, and everything within 30 meters of the impact was completely evaporated. Slowly, the rain resumed its natural rhythm, washing away the smoke and illuminating the scorched crater left behind. Even veteran shinobi stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the sheer, overwhelming force they had just witnessed. In that silence, one truth spread through the ranks. Uchiha Hayoshi had rewritten the flow of the battle and perhaps the war itself. ________________________ All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 151, A Disgrace to Tailed Beasts. 875 words. The Shinobi World News. Interview with Hayoshi, a chunin and hero of Konoha Village. In recent days, alongside live reports from the Shinobi World Warfront, a chunin named Hayoshi has been the talk of the ninja world. This shinobi has been called a hero of the Shinobi World War and the genius of lightning technique by some onlookers. The following is the interview content. Ninja reporter, did you have to use that ninjutsu at the time? Hayoshi, if I had not used that technique then, I doubt there would have been a better option. Ninja reporter, some believe Shukaku vanished because it could not bear the pain, and they treat it like punishment. What do you say? Hayashi, that is hearsay, it depends on how you interpret it. Reporter, a Tsunaga-Kyo shinobi who wished to remain anonymous suggested that directly applying electrical discharge to such a creature could harm its development. Is that certain? Hayashi, I believe that such a brief, concentrated lightning strike should not permanently harm it. Ninja reporter, that is your personal opinion. Hayashi, yes, it is my personal opinion. Ninja reporter, when we questioned Shukaku it seemed to imply those seconds were like a trial. What is your take? Hayashi, show off and get struck by lightning. End interview. The originally scheduled second special feature, the legendary Sannin? The Secrets We Can't Tell with the Demigod, has been postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Back on the battlefield, the thunderous explosion of the lightning technique still rang like a funeral dirge. Where the Kirin struck, Shukaku collapsed into a mound of sand. Everyone stared at the ruin in stunned silence. The lightning technique's spectacle and force were undeniable, so even minutes after Shukaku's collapse, no one moved. Ninjas frozen mid-stride simply watched. Who could explain what had just happened? How had a tailed beast, a living cataclysm, been scattered like sand? How had the supposedly invincible One-Tail been dealt with so suddenly? For many present, this was the first time they had seen a tailed beast up close, and then they had witnessed an unprecedented lightning strike. It felt like watching legend play out. Of course, no one expected Shukaku to be dead. Tailed beasts are tenacious, and a single S-rank lightning strike would not end a Jinchuriki so easily. At the instant the lightning technique landed, Shukaku had absorbed most of the blow in its own mass. If the energy had entered the Jinchuriki, the host would have died, and the beast might have temporarily vanished. Instead, Shukaku took the hit itself. The attack shattered Shukaku's body, and the Jinchuriki stirred. A hand, smoldering from the impact, pushed up through the sand. Smoke curled from burned flesh. It was an ugly, familiar scene for seasoned warriors, the beast wounded but still dangerous. Experience matters on a battlefield. Silence broke when Chiyo barked two orders. Recover Shukaku, and eliminate that brat, she snarled. These commands came because the One-Tail's Jinchuriki, once Tsunaga-Kyo's greatest asset on the field, had been rendered combat ineffective. If their side could retrieve the tailed beast, they would salvage a strategic advantage. Even if the war slipped away afterward, the priority now was to seize the Jinchuriki back. Tsunaga-Kyo's numbers were thin and their cohesion strained, and allies could not be counted on forever. The tailed beast was the last strategic card they had, so they surged toward the Sand Sea with a single-minded rush. In focusing forward, their flanks were left exposed. The exchange of casualties flipped immediately. From a distance Hyuga Tenku shouted with mocking heat, "Chiyo, this war is practically Konoha's victory. Shukaku couldn't beat a kid, what a disgrace to the tailed beasts, ha." His tone dripped with scorn even as branch family Hyuga tried to steady him. He was still suffering from the backlash of a forbidden technique that cost him his Byakugan, and he struggled to hide the pain in his bloodshot eyes. Despite the wounds, Tenku knew this was a moment to capitalize on. The tailed beast had been neutralized, and the allied forces had lost their trump card. If the fighting continued, Konoha's odds for winning rose with each passing minute. No one expected such a decisive display to come from a Chunin. Hayashi's action had not alone won the war, yet it dramatically altered the immediate balance. The sight of a shinobi leveling a tailed beast inspired awe and fear in equal measure. That was precisely why Chiyo shifted priorities. The most important orders were clear. Protect him, Hyuga Tenku commanded, voice tight, at all costs. In other words, save Hayashi. The battlefield itself seemed to hold its breath. Dust and sand swirled around the injured, the victorious, and the fearful alike. Every eye that turned toward Hayashi acknowledged the weight of what had just occurred. Even in the chaos, strategy persisted. Every shinobi knew that this single Chunin's display would become a legend whispered for decades, an embodiment of skill, timing, and audacity that could redefine expectations for generations to come. Hayashi, still standing despite the exhaustion and burns, tightened his grip on the remnants of his chakra, ready to face the next threat. The war was far from over, but for now, the tide had unmistakably shifted. Chapter 152, 152, The Sands Reclaimed. 913 words. The Sand Shinobi split into two groups, one surged toward the Jinchuriki, while the other advanced on Hayashi. Seeing this, Hyuga Tenku immediately ordered the sealing team to move towards Shukaku. Tenku's objective was simple: if the sand ninjas intended to attack Hayashi, they had to be prepared to risk losing the tailed beast. The sand forces were already outnumbered, yet they still dared to challenge the leaf arrogance beyond reason. Hyuga Tenku had no intention of seizing Shukaku for himself. His goal was to ensure Hayashi remained unharmed. Compared to killing the young shinobi, the sand ninjas could not tolerate losing Shukaku. Tailed beasts were vital strategic assets. No village could afford to lose one in war or peace. Revenge against Hayashi mattered little. Retaining Shukaku was paramount. Ibizo appeared suddenly behind Chiyo. "Sister, the leaf sealing team is advancing." A hint of worry crossed Ibizo's face. The leaf forces, driven by battle frenzy, had abandoned entanglement with the sand, stone, and rain ninjas, focusing solely on controlling Shukaku. If the leaf seized the tailed beast at all costs, Ibizo's political career, and possibly his ninja standing, would be over. Why hadn't Ibizo acted sooner, despite the leaf's overwhelming strength? His mission was singular: observe, control, and, if necessary, retrieve Shukaku. The third Kazekage had ensured Ibizo was the one responsible for the beast. Victory could be lost, but Shukaku must not. Now that the leaf's target had become the tailed beast, and the one-tail's Jinchuriki was nearly defenseless, Ibizo reminded Chiyo silently of her priority. "All right then," Chiyo finally conceded. "I'll take ninjas to hold them off. You retrieve Shukaku immediately. Once the mission is complete, withdraw. Protect Shukaku, nothing else matters." Ibizo nodded and swiftly led a squad of sand ninjas toward the Jinchuriki. After fierce fighting, under Chiyo's command, the sand forces managed to temporarily establish a defensive line, holding back the attackers. By the time Ibizo reached the Jinchuriki, the young shinobi was near collapse. Ibizo sighed. The Jinchuriki would not survive much longer. It seemed abandoning him was the only option. He slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a giant sand pot appeared beside Ibizo. He directed his subordinates to complete the sealing formation. Shukaku's massive sandy body streamed from the Jinchuriki's mouth, nose, and eyes like liquid, pouring swiftly into the pot. Ibizo sealed the pot with a final hand sign, attaching a special paper jutsu tag that disappeared into the sand. He hoisted the pot onto his shoulder and began to retreat quickly. Before leaving, he glanced back at his sister, still locked in combat with leaf ninjas. The sand ninjas' attempt to deploy Shukaku on the front lines had failed at great cost, and perhaps wisely, for such a volatile force was difficult to control. Fortunately, the sand had retained much of their strength, while the stone forces suffered heavy losses. "There will be another day, Leaf, just wait and see," Ibizo vowed silently as he fled. The leaf side noticed immediately. Dozens of ninjas pursued him, hoping to recapture Shukaku, a massive blow to the sand. Yet, this was nearly impossible. Ibizo and his guards could handle the pursuers. Once Shukaku was taken, the previously scattered allied forces regrouped to resist the leaf attack. The sand ninjas, desperate and reckless, fought with ferocity. "Shinosuke-san, Shukaku is gone," Hayashi said to Shinosuke, felling an enemy beside him. "Yeah, that's why these guys are so reckless. They're all rushing toward us," Shinosuke replied helplessly. "Then we should retreat now." Hayashi wiped rain from his face. Without Shukaku, they had become the target of every enemy in the vicinity. It wasn't that Hayashi or Shinosuke lacked strength. Even without ninjutsu, Hayashi could hold his own for a while with taijutsu. But the sand ninjas were endless. For every group defeated, another surged forward. Persistence alone would not suffice. Shinosuke looked to Hayashi, concerned. "Then how do we escape?" Hayashi tilted his chin, noticing a group of Hyuga ninjas approaching from a distance. "Not bad, Hayashi. Didn't expect you to have connections with the Hyuga clan," Shinosuke said, patting Hayashi's shoulder. Having grown up in the Anbu, Shinosuke knew few details about alliances, and he assumed the Hyuga were here to protect Hayashi. Hayashi's lips curved slightly upward as he thought of Hyuga Himeji. He mused silently, shaking his soaked raincoat. A cold wind swept across the battlefield, carrying the cries of combatants and the scent of ozone from recent lightning techniques. The rain-slicked earth made footing treacherous, yet Hayashi and Shinosuke moved with precision, their eyes scanning for openings in the enemy's relentless waves. The Hyuga reinforcements approached with silent grace, their Byakugan eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. They formed a protective perimeter, signaling to Hayashi that the escape plan was underway. Hayashi inhaled sharply, feeling both relief and tension. The tailed beast may have been reclaimed, but the war's danger was far from over. Every step mattered, and survival now depended on trust, timing, and the swift execution of their next moves. The battlefield seemed to pause for a brief heartbeat, as if acknowledging the delicate balance between life, death, and the shifting tides of power. Then, with renewed determination, Hayashi led the retreat through the rain and chaos, every motion purposeful, every glance vigilant. All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 153, 153, The Demigod, 1. 1012 words. The rain fell relentlessly, grey clouds pressing down like a lid over the land of rain. Puddles rippled with each drop, like 1,000 whispers. Suddenly, a roaring careen appeared in the distant sky. That is. The four stopped simultaneously, eyes drawn upward. For a moment, the lightning, like a divine apparition, vanished, leaving them shaken. In the land of rain, constant rainfall limits visibility. To see such a jutsu so clearly here was astonishing. One could only imagine the overwhelming power behind it. What kind of lightning release is that? Hanzo's gaze burned with intensity. He turned to the three ninjas before him. Among your three great nations, is there any shinobi capable of unleashing such a lightning release? The three fell silent, thinking. Could it be Sakumo? Tsunade asked softly. It can't be him. Sakumo is occupied containing the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Even at his strongest, his lightning release would not have such a grand presence, Orochimaru replied. He knew Sakumo's abilities well. Sakumo excelled in sword-based lightning release techniques, but none could reach this level of sheer destructive force. Yet, who else could wield it? For a moment, even the others were stumped. Seems you don't know either. Another new powerhouse? Hanzo narrowed his eyes. Your great nations are lucky. Why do geniuses always appear? How can you comprehend the struggles of small countries? HMPH, struggles? If there were none, this war wouldn't exist. I witnessed the gold mine incident firsthand, Orochimaru retorted. Young man, how can you be sure what you saw was the truth? We could all be pawns, Hanzo countered. Pawns? Who could manipulate the entire ninja world? Tsunade scoffed. Arrogant. Konoha taught you confidence, not manners, Hanzo said, raising his sickle. Alertness spiked in Orochimaru and the others. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, flame bullet. A flaming sphere erupted and shot toward Hanzo. But with a wave of his sickle, Hanzo sliced the attack in half, scattering flames while remaining unscathed. Whoosh! Hanzo vanished from sight, leaving Orochimaru and the others stunned. So fast. Despite their own formidable strength and speed, the distance between them and Hanzo was immense. Behind you! Orochimaru shouted. Sensing Hanzo's position with serpentine precision, Tsunade spun and delivered a monstrous punch toward his back. Hanzo's body was pushed back several steps, feet landing atop a massive boulder. Strength is sufficient, speed lacking, Hanzo observed. Hidden shadow snake hand. Orochimaru flung a flurry of shuriken, raining down like petals in a storm. Hanzo prepared to body flicker, but the ground beneath him transformed into a swamp. His legs sank, trapping him. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya shouted. Good cooperation, but you nearly hurt me. Swordsmanship, flash. Hanzo's wind-infused sickle blocked the shuriken assault effortlessly. At that moment, Tsunade appeared behind Hanzo, fist charged. She slammed it down with earth-shaking force. Boom. From the ground emerged a pitch-black behemoth, Hanzo's summon, the salamander. The swamp shattered beneath its feet, and Tsunade was flung back by the sheer power. Wild lion's manner technique. Jiraiya's white hair lengthened, attempting to ensnare and pull Tsunade safely. Water release, great waterfall technique. Hanzo raised his hands, summoning a towering wall of water crashing toward Tsunade. Earth release, multiple earth wall technique. Orochimaru erected walls of earth to block the torrent. Boom. The waterfall collided with the earth walls. Seconds later, mud and water rained down, shrouding the battlefield in a murky haze. As the mist cleared, Hanzo stood upright in the rain, sickle resting on his back. Be careful, His summon is gone again, Tsunade warned. The salamander had vanished, only to re-emerge unexpectedly, striking with a blow from underground. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The three leapt into the air as a massive shadow followed. The salamander opened its bloody maw, purple smoke curling outward, dark yellow tongue lashing at them. Hidden shadow snake hand. Orochimaru's right arm extended over 10 meters, transforming into a dark green snake that anchored itself to a boulder. Using his left arm, he wrapped Tsunade and Jiraiya with multiple snake hands, pulling them to safety. The salamander lashed its tail, and the air around it surged like a tidal wave. The three avoided a direct clash. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullet. Jiraiya sent a long Earth Dragon crashing from the air into the salamander's tail. The tail, flexible yet massive, collided and altered its sweep, striking upward. The Earth Dragon shattered, mud scattering in all directions. Orochimaru followed swiftly, hands forming rapid seals. Wind release, thousand-faced wind blades. Hundreds of wind blades launched toward the salamander. Hanzo appeared before the beast in a flash. Flash. His wind-charged sickle sliced the blades apart effortlessly, the powerful jutsu vanishing in an instant. Roar. The salamander bellowed, shaking the ground and causing their eardrums to ache. Is this the strength of a demigod? Added paragraphs below, unchanged text above. A faint tremor rippled beneath their feet, one that did not come from the salamander. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. That chakra, coming closer? Before he could warn the others, a blinding column of white light descended several hundred meters away, illuminating the rain-soaked battlefield like a second sun. The shockwave that followed split the downpour itself, sending sheets of water blasting outward. Hanzo's expression tightened for the first time since the battle began. What is that? Jiraiya muttered, shielding his face as the pressure washed over them. The salamander recoiled instinctively, lowering its body as if sensing an apex predator. Even Hanzo took half a step back, subtle, but enough for the three Sannin to notice. Tsunade exhaled shakily. This feeling, it's not just power. It's overwhelming. Another rumble followed, deeper than thunder. Orochimaru turned toward the distant light, mind racing. That chakra signature, it resembles the Kirin earlier. But this is different. More refined. More controlled. Hanzo raised his sickle, the air around it cracking faintly. No matter who it is, they enter my battlefield. I'll judge them myself. But even as he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the distant glow, wariness hidden beneath pride. For the first time, the demigod of the hidden rain looked uncertain. Chapter 154, 154, The Demigod, 2 halves. 1095 words. Watching Hanzo slice through the wind release with a single strike, the three felt a deep sense of helplessness. Their coordinated attacks, no matter how precise, were useless against him. Are you going to give up? Hanzo narrowed his eyes, studying the three shinobi before him. For now, Hanzo didn't attack. If it had been before, he would have rushed to finish them and then turned to the battlefield. But that lightning release from earlier had made him reconsider. Anyone capable of wielding that jutsu, no matter their village, could decisively impact the battlefield. At this point, there was no need for him to enter the fray. Hanzo thought it best to remain on the sidelines. There weren't many Rain Village ninja here, the main forces were sand and stone. Let them clash and exhaust themselves. Unbeknownst to him, the Sand Village had the same idea. The only honest participants in this three-way alliance were the Stone Ninja. Historians debated why this happened. The third Tsukikage was famously scheming and rarely outmaneuvered. Only recently had archaeologists uncovered a diary, revealing that he had been beaten as a child in Konoha. From that moment, he swore vengeance, explaining his lifelong schemes. Why he had set up so many tombs remained a mystery, though speculation tied it to Konoha. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both still young, in their 20s, when they heard Hanzo's mocking words. Their hot-blooded instinct ignited. They formed hand seals in perfect synchronicity, after images of their hands flickering as they unleashed their combined power. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. 2 fiery dragons intertwined, streaking toward Hanzo with tremendous force. Hanzo's eyes narrowed as he began forming seals. Water release, Water Severing Wave. The fire dragons collided with the water jutsu, enveloping the battlefield in thick fog. Within the mist, Orochimaru and his allies formed a defensive triangular formation. Suddenly, the sound of flying projectiles pierced the fog. Hundreds of kunai rained down, surrounding them with no space to maneuver. Orochimaru and Jiraiya drew their own kunai to shield Tsunade. Metal clashed against metal as Hanzo's chained sickle appeared through the fog, heading straight for Jiraiya's abdomen. Flash. Wind-charged chakra enhanced the sickle's speed, slicing through the air like lightning. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya violently to the side. Even so, Jiraiya barely avoided a direct strike, his ninja clothing cut and his kunai bisected with smooth precision. Chain sickle second stage slash. Hanzo's chain whipped in an arc, striking again toward Jiraiya's neck. Hidden shadow many snake hands. Orochimaru's precise jutsu entwined Hanzo, saving Jiraiya from a fatal blow. Still, the blackened blood from Jiraiya's wound revealed Hanzo's poisoned weapon. Satisfied, Hanzo prepared to leave him behind. Orochimaru, hold him. I'll check Jiraiya's wound, Tsunade said, rushing to stabilize him with medical chakra, drawing out the venom. Orochimaru frantically entangled Hanzo with poisonous snakes. Hanzo struggled but was temporarily restrained. Hidden shadow many snake hands. Flash. Hanzo's sickle cut through the snakes, yet Orochimaru exploited the opening to strike at Hanzo's face with the same jutsu. Hanzo dodged, leaning aside just in time. Orochimaru smirked, serpent swarm explosion, sending purplish-black poisonous blood spraying onto Hanzo. Hanzo countered, spinning his chain like a windmill, but Orochimaru used an earth-style substitute to evade. Hanzo's eyes flickered with amusement. The salamander's poison sac makes me immune to all toxins. Your venom is useless. Damn it. Orochimaru cursed, still pressing forward with agility and strategy. Hanzo wasn't delaying any longer. Forming hand seals, the salamander emerged from underground, coordinating with him to strike Orochimaru. Its massive yet flexible tail made it difficult for Orochimaru to maneuver. Hanzo vanished instantly, using the salamander to entangle Orochimaru while advancing toward Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hanzo launched kunai while forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. The rain village's constant precipitation amplified the water dragon, but Hanzo wasn't finished. He flicked his hand, sending explosive tags trailing after it. Jiraiya, now stable thanks to Tsunade's medical chakra, formed seals. His long white hair stiffened, standing like iron needles. Ninja art, needle hell. The hair shot outward, colliding with flying kunai, neutralizing the immediate threat. Then Jiraiya exhaled, fire release, great fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, terrifying but weakened by the climate. Tsunade stepped in, condensing chakra around her fists. She hammered the earth, raising massive stones to shield them, forming an impenetrable barrier. The fire dragon collided with the water dragon, forming dense fog. The water dragon pressed on, but its strength was greatly diminished. The explosive tags only caused vibrations against the rocks, leaving them intact. Hanzo had anticipated this. He formed complex seals. Tsunade and Jiraiya's feet sank as the ground erupted into explosive tags, densely packed, hiding the count from view. Fire release, explosive tag. Added paragraphs below, no edits above. The earth glowed a sickly orange beneath their feet, an ocean of hidden tags woven together like a deadly tapestry. For a heartbeat, the battlefield held its breath. Then the first tag detonated. Tsunade reacted instantly. Chakra surged from her palms into the ground, cracking it open as she hurled both herself and Jiraiya upward. The explosion followed like a chain reaction, roaring beneath them in a rolling wave of fire and earth. Orochimaru burst from the dust, snakes coiling around his legs as he used them to propel himself into the air. Even he looked momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of explosive seals. Hanzo stepped out of the fog of fire as if emerging from a storm untouched, unshaken. "This is the difference between us," he said calmly. "Do not blame yourselves. You are simply too young." The salamander emerged behind him once more, its massive form outlined by the firelight, hissing as purple smoke seeped from its maw. The poisonous fog mixed with the smoke of explosions, spreading rapidly. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. "If this keeps up, we won't even get close." Tsunade clenched her fists, medical chakra still flowing. "He's pushing us into a corner." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing in the serpent-like pupils. "Corner or not, there is always a path forward. Even if we must carve it through a demigod." The three landed together, battered but unbroken, facing Hanzo as the flames died down around him. The demigod of the rain raised his sickle again. "I will test your resolve, One final time. Underscore 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 underscore. All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 155, 155, The Sannin Are Born. 848 words. The ground was densely covered with explosive tags, a swirling vortex threatening to engulf Tsunade and Jiraiya. Heavenly foot of pain, Tsunade stomped down, shattering the explosive tags wrapped around her foot, but the remaining tags clung like venomous snakes, wrapping around her again. Hiss. Hanzo formed a hand seal, detonating his secret technique. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya shouted, rushing toward Tsunade and enveloping her in his long, protective hair. Then, a deafening explosion erupted. As smoke and debris filled the air, the rock Tsunade had summoned was obliterated, reduced to dust that drifted away. When the haze cleared, a cocoon-like structure emerged. Jiraiya's hair had shielded them both at the moment of impact. Slowly, the cocoon unraveled, revealing Jiraiya on the ground, his body covered in wounds, barely able to stand, supported by Tsunade. The blast had still inflicted significant damage. Tsunade's anxiety showed. Burns and injuries of this degree required immediate treatment. Jiraiya, however, focused on Hanzo, preventing a potential follow-up attack. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Orochimaru shouted, eyes wide, as he surged forward, exchanging injuries for chakra to break through the salamander's barrier and arrive at their side. Hanzo's massive summoning ceased its assault at his signal. Are you both all right? Orochimaru asked, his voice tense. Jiraiya was severely wounded, his expression grim but determined. We were caught in Hanzo's explosive tags, Tsunade explained, irritation mixing with concern. If Jiraiya hadn't acted in time, we would have died. The gap is extraordinary. Jiraiya smiled weakly. His body was faltering, he had fully absorbed the blast to protect Tsunade. The poisonous gas had neutralized his previously ingested antidotes. Hanzo leapt atop the salamander, looming over them, his presence oppressive. Now, with your injuries, what can you do? What indeed? The three stood before the massive black salamander, exhausted, while Hanzo remained aloof. Their limits had been reached, yet Hanzo seemed not to have unleashed his full strength. Life and death are in your hands. Do you still intend to persevere? Hanzo asked. You should understand that even combined, the gap between you and us is insurmountable. Surrender, and you may live. Never. Jiraiya roared, his body at its limit, refusing to yield. He couldn't fail, not with his comrades, disciples, and friends risking everything behind him. Defeat was unthinkable. Orochimaru and Tsunade remained silent, yet their eyes mirrored Jiraiya's determination. Never surrender. Hanzo observed them, pausing. Should he kill these promising young shinobi or let them go? Part of him wanted to strike, but even if he did, the wrath of the Leaf Village would be catastrophic. And then, the memory of the earth-shattering lightning release replayed in his mind. Ninjas capable of wielding such power were nearly always from the Leaf Village. Hanzo realized the Leaf Village would likely win this war. Even the allied forces couldn't match them. Killing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Reluctantly, Hanzo's killing intent dissipated. I haven't seen such exceptional juniors in a long time. Your strength earns my respect. You three, go, he said. Huh. Jiraiya and Tsunade froze. The battle had been unrelenting, and they had expected to die. Yet Hanzo's tone now conveyed admiration, even mercy. No, we cannot let you join the battlefield, Jiraiya said instinctively. Don't worry. Since I let you live, I will not align with the sand or stone villages. I will not enter the battlefield, Hanzo replied. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, skeptical. You didn't give up just because of us, did you? Hanzo smirked, simple. The Leaf Village will win this war. There's no reason to continue fighting. I will let you go as a gesture of respect. Satisfied? We don't need your pity. We will keep fighting. Jiraiya snapped. Enough, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, glancing at his injuries. Hanzo ignored them and began to leave. Then, with a deliberate glance back, he addressed them. Don't be nervous. Surviving in my hands is already a mark of distinction. From now on, I will call you the Leaf Sannin. Bear the title I bestow upon you and live. Jiraiya barked in frustration. Leaf Sannin? Compared to my toads, this is the worst. Tsunade chuckled. Regardless, we survived. Jiraiya finally smiled, relief washing over him. The poisonous gas dissipated as Hanzo departed. Orochimaru said, let's move. The battle isn't over. The three shared a glance, returning to the battlefield. They did not yet realize that the title Hanzo had given them would linger forever, not an honor, but a constant reminder of today's trial and survival. The dust settled around them, and for a brief moment, silence blanketed the devastated battlefield. Tsunade knelt beside Jiraiya, tending to his wounds as Orochimaru scanned the area for any lingering threats. Though exhausted and battered, their spirits burned brighter than ever. The name Leaf Sannin was more than a title, it was a symbol of endurance, of the bonds forged under fire, and of the unyielding resolve that would define them for years to come. Even as the horizon brimmed with smoke and the echoes of war, they rose together, ready to face whatever challenges awaited beyond the battlefield. Chapter 156, 156, The Battlefield Shifts. 834 words. On the battlefield, with the tailed beasts having withdrawn, Chiyo directed the sand ninjas to move slowly toward the edge, seeking to seize an opportunity to escape the war. A black eagle circled overhead, emitting piercing screeches that could be heard by nearly every ninja on the field. This is. A ninja in black looked up in shock. As second-in-command of the Rain Village and temporary battlefield commander in Hanzo's absence, he immediately recognized the messenger beast Hanzo had deployed. Rain Country ninjas, retreat. Hesitant but obedient, he issued the order. Rain Village shinobi did not hesitate, they had long wished to leave this hellish battlefield. The disparity in strength between them and the Leaf ninjas was immense, like a ragtag militia facing a professional army. Though the Leaf forces did not understand the code, they observed the Rain ninjas beginning to withdraw. In this situation, two possibilities emerged. The first, most likely, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had been defeated or even killed by Hanzo. The retreat signal allowed Rain reinforcements to safely withdraw while Hanzo provided cover. The second, far less believable, the Leaf trio had won, and Hanzo, defeated, issued a retreat to preserve his forces. No one reasonably believed this. After all, this was the demigod. Even the third Hokage had struggled against him, and Jiraiya and the others were merely his disciples. Their victory seemed implausible. Yet, deep down, hope lingered. Even the most downtrodden held dreams. After fighting for 2 long years in the Rain Country, who didn't long for home? Chiyo, however, was far less optimistic. Her hatred for the slug-trained girl burned brightly. She looked forward to Tsunade's demise. She allowed herself a thin smile, believing the three had likely died when Hanzo freed his hands to issue the signal. But her smile froze. 3 familiar voices rang out simultaneously from the battlefield. Summoning technique. Smoke cleared to reveal 3 giant summoning beasts, each bearing a rider, scanning the battlefield with fierce determination. Orochimaru's voice, laced with chakra, carried across the field. Leaf ninjas, we have won this war. Leaf forces below erupted in astonishment and relief. Shouts and cheers tore through the sky. Shock spread across Chiyo's face. She stared at the disheveled trio, her anger igniting. They had endured an intense battle. Hanzo could not have failed to finish them off. The only conclusion, he had deliberately spared them. Hanzo, you bastard. The 3 jumped from their summons, weaving through the remaining ninjas to place themselves at the battlefield center. Are you 3 okay? Hyuga Tenku rose, staring at the wounded trio. He could scarcely fathom Hanzo's strength, seeing them injured so gravely. Yet Tsunade, eager to return to the fray, offered only minimal treatment. We're fine, Jiraiya replied with a shake of his head. Tsunade's gaze swept across the retreating sand forces, finally settling on the small but fierce Chiyo. Sparks seemed to fly from their eyes. Meanwhile, the Rain ninjas had regrouped under their black-clothed commander. Let them leave. Orochimaru and the others commanded the remaining Leaf forces. There were few Rain ninjas left, and Hanzo had shown goodwill by sparing the trio. Killing the remaining soldiers would serve no purpose. As the Rain forces withdrew, Chiyo's twitching expression barely steadied. She commanded in a low voice. Sand ninjas, continue your retreat. Nawaki, standing beside Uchiha Hayashi, frowned. Letting Rain retreat I understand because of Hanzo, but why the sand? Look at their position, Hayashi explained. Most are on the battlefield's edge. We have no opportunity to force them to stay. The sand main force is elsewhere, and a clash with them is inevitable. Dividing our troops to chase these stragglers weakens us. Better to focus on the Rock Village ninjas here. Eliminating them removes the third Tsukukige's support entirely. Chiyo, you old hag, we're not done. I'll get my revenge. Tsunade shouted at Chiyo, who resembled a cornered dog. Chiyo glanced back, snorted, and retreated swiftly. As the sand ninjas disappeared from sight, the leaf forces exhaled in relief. Continuing against the combined sand and rock troops would have cost far more. Yet the rock ninjas' faces darkened with fear. Commander Kimura's complexion was pale. He had designed the encirclement perfectly, but now it was unraveling. He might die here. The recent battle had already proven the leaf force's strength. Alone, the rock troops were no match. Grimacing, Kimura declared, "We have numbers. If we fight to the end, Leaf will suffer losses too. Today, we withdraw. I guarantee the Land of Earth will not oppose Leaf again." Even Kimura doubted his words. After the last Shinobi World War, few peace agreements lasted. Words were worthless. Jiraiya chuckled. "Then lay down your arms. We guarantee your safety. No room for negotiation?" Kimura growled. Orochimaru shook his head, unwilling to waste words. "Leaf ninjas, obey orders. Annihilate the rock troops. Leave no one alive. Underscore. All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 157, The Konoha Lightning Flash. 774 words. With Orochimaru's command, the Konoha ninjas surged forward against the Iwa forces. The Iwa ninjas resisted briefly before their formation began to crumble. Had there been someone like Naruto among them, who could employ a ninjutsu secret technique, mouth jutsu, gradual persuasion technique, they might have restored chakra, rallied the scattered Iwa troops, and turned the tide. Unfortunately, none were fortunate enough to step into such an exceptional realm. Mouth jutsu could sometimes unite hearts. It illustrated why Konoha's ninjas were often considered the strongest. The legendary feats of the Gold and Silver Brothers, along with other elite shinobi, had once overwhelmed the second Hokage and the second Raikage. The hidden Cloud Village certainly possessed powerful ninjas, yet Konoha's strength lay not solely in individual skill but in unity, the fire will, the spirit binding hearts together. Seeing the Leaf forces liberating the Land of Rain, Hiyoshi wanted to rush forward and earn more ninja points. But Shinosuke stopped him decisively. "You don't have chakra left, Hiyoshi. Don't risk your life on the battlefield. If you die now, how do I explain it to Orochimaru and the others?" Hiyoshi considered the words and let it go. After such a long battle, he was exhausted. Leaning back on Shinosuke, he fell asleep. He didn't know what followed. With Orochimaru's orders to annihilate the Iwa ninjas, their main forces could not have escaped. "Where am I?" Hiyoshi asked, opening his eyes. "You're awake, Hiyoshi," Mikoto said immediately, relieved to see him stirring. "Where am I?" Hiyoshi realized he was lying on a bed. His head was dizzy, likely from oversleeping, and his senses were sluggish. Yet he noticed he was in a tent. Shinosuke had presumably brought him back to Konoha's temporary camp. The smell of alcohol suggested this tent was also functioning as a hospital ward. Nearby, Nawaki lay with his head heavily bandaged, engrossed in a book and occasionally letting out a strange giggle. Fortunately, it was not Icha Paradise. Jiraiya had yet to pen that notorious series. From his angle, Hiyoshi could read the book's title. Memoirs of a Geisha in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya had crafted this novel from personal experience, intending to preserve aspects of the fading traditional culture. "This is Konoha's frontline ninja hospital," Mikoto explained. Because Hiyoshi had collapsed on the battlefield, Shinosuke had taken him to the temporary hospital. Heroes of Konoha received care befitting their efforts. After examination, it was clear Hiyoshi had overextended his chakra and sustained minor injuries, but nothing critical. Mikoto remained to attend to him. "Is it already night?" Hiyoshi asked, glancing at the darkening sky. "Yes, the second night," Mikoto replied. A day and a night had passed. No wonder he felt dizzy. And Nawaki, why is he like this? Wasn't he fine? Hiyoshi inquired. "He was caught in an explosive tag while fighting the Iwa ninjas," Mikoto explained. Mikoto then recounted the events on the battlefield while Hiyoshi slept. She had pieced together more details than he could hope to know. "Hiyoshi, do you know? Yesterday, the demigod announced that Orochimaru-sensei, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya-san are now the Sannin of Konoha, Mikoto said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hayashi nodded. Expected. But seeing Mikoto so enthusiastic, he felt a twinge of guilt. Afterward, the hidden sand village also spread word that you are the Konoha lightning flash. They claimed you defeated Shukaku using only one lightning release. Huh. Hayashi grimaced. Konoha lightning flash? Was that really necessary? It sounded absurd, even corny. Mikoto continued enthusiastically, explaining that many now regarded him as a hero of Konoha, claiming his strength rivaled the Sannin. Wait, what did you just say? Hayashi's discomfort grew. Finally, it all clicked. No wonder the sand ninjas were excessively praising him. A 10-year-old child, however talented, could not match Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Jiraiya. And techniques like Kirin were conditional, not reflective of his usual combat prowess. This comparison to the Sannin was pure exaggeration. Anyone hearing such rumors would surely want to test his abilities, and rival villages might even attempt assassination. Young prodigies on the battlefield were always prime targets. Rumors could be deadly. Praise from the wrong mouths could make enemies. Unlike Minato, whose yellow flash title was backed by tangible deterrent power, Hayashi's current strength was at most Jonin level. A meeting with someone like Kakuzu, a particle style user, or Shukaku's wrath could easily end his life. Hayashi understood the danger, yet the rumors weren't entirely unfounded. He had publicly defeated Shukaku with Kirin in front of many, leaving an unforgettable impression. For observers, the Konoha lightning flash title was inevitable, whether hype or reality. Chapter 158, 158, The Weight of a Title. 809 words. At Mikoto's insistence, Hayashi remained in the hospital ward for another day before leaving. Nawaki, meanwhile, continued his recovery there alone. Judging from his expression, he seemed content. Every day, medical staff brought him food and changed his bandages, a mix of suffering and comfort he found strangely satisfying. Soon, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the Konoha ninja forces returned to the garrison one after another. Even Hatake Sakumo, who had gone to confront the four-tailed Jinchuriki, returned safely, though battered and bruised. At last, after 2 long years, the war in the Land of Rain had come to a complete victory. Yet, for the people of this country, life would not necessarily improve. Endless trauma and lingering chaos would dominate their existence. For Konoha, however, that was not their concern. Their goal was the surrender of the Land of Rain, a responsibility Hanzo would have to shoulder. When Hayashi stepped out of the ward, it was noon, and rain still fell in unbroken sheets. The garrison buzzed with energy, cheers, laughter, and the busy movement of people packing supplies filled the air. Even amidst this, the horrors of war remained visible. Large swaths of terrain were destroyed, and deep stains of fresh blood seeped into the soil unwashed even by days of rain. Fortunately, the bodies of the fallen had been largely cleared. As Hayashi wandered through the garrison, he noticed that nearly everyone recognized him. Respectful and eager gazes followed him, not because of his age but because of his strength. The young man who danced with lightning to defeat a tailed beast, the Konoha lightning flash, had become a hero even admired by Sand Village ninjas. Feeling the weight of attention, Hayashi sought out Minato for guidance. Suddenly, a fox-masked ninja blocked his path. Tsunade-sama is looking for you, the ninja said. All right, I'll go. Hayashi nodded and entered the central tent. Inside, Tsunade sat frowning over several documents. Teacher, were you looking for me? He asked. Yes. Sit first, I have something to discuss once I finish this, she replied. She glanced at him, then returned to her work. Tsunade working diligently was rare. In the years to come, even as Hokage, she would seldom show such focus. But now, many commanders were missing, Orochimaru was in his underground lab organizing his experiments, and key ninjas like Hyuga Tenku and Sakumo remained hospitalized. Even Jiraiya provoked her frustration from afar. Finally, she looked up. Hayashi, any injuries? I'm fine, sensei, he replied with a smile, flexing his arm to demonstrate his mobility. Good. That was handled by others, though I did contribute a bit. Hayashi raised a brow, amused by her modesty. Tsunade shifted awkwardly, changing the subject. The Konoha lightning flash, I haven't congratulated you yet. How does it feel to have your own title? Hayashi curled his lips. It's alright, more stylish than the Sannin of Konoha, I guess. But with a public title comes responsibility. Even at night, the weight can cause insomnia. Great power carries great responsibility. Is that so? Hayashi noted her words, recognizing a smile without joy behind her eyes. Some say your strength rivals mine. Shall we compare notes? She asked, clenching her fists. Teacher, don't joke. You know my limits, Hayashi said wryly. I really don't. That lightning you used was visible from far away. I was shocked. I didn't expect it to be yours, she admitted, standing with a mixture of surprise and respect. Hayashi, you are now a ninja capable of standing alone, Tsunade said, her gaze steady. I never realized your talent in lightning release, she continued. The Kaidori you developed was astonishing. You've grown even stronger. Can you use it at will? Hayashi explained the principle of Kirin. So the technique requires thunderstorm conditions, she asked. Yes, though it can be artificially produced, it's just cumbersome, he replied. Many are spreading rumors of your strength, claiming you can defeat a tailed beast. But that's exaggerated. Are you sure it's wise to let this continue? This is my concern exactly. In a few years, I might reach that level. Now, though, I'm a target for many powerful forces if the rumors persist. Actually, Orochimaru ordered this spread, Tsunade revealed. Why? Hayashi asked, puzzled. When the Sand Ninjas proclaimed you the Konoha lightning flash, I wanted to suppress it, fearing their intentions. But Orochimaru disagreed. He not only let it spread but promoted it, making the village aware of your deeds. And why? Hayashi pressed. Because he values you greatly, Tsunade said, her gaze meaningful. Hayashi fell silent, absorbing her words. Reputation, momentum, recognition, all now supported by someone of Orochimaru's stature. Though he could not fully understand the man's thoughts, he felt deeply moved. As Tsunade noted, Orochimaru truly valued this young disciple. _______________________ All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 159, The Son of Prophecy. 797 words. Anyway, you don't need to worry about your personal safety. You've made a great contribution and you're Konoha's hero. The village won't let a hero bleed and cry. Tsunade lifted the teacup beside her, giving a gesture that implied Hayashi could leave if there was nothing else. Is that all? Hayashi thought, feeling a bit helpless. Couldn't there at least be a few forbidden jutsu, especially sealing techniques? He ultimately kept the thought to himself. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, teacher, Hayashi said, bowing slightly before turning toward the door. Wait a moment. Hayashi froze, hoping that perhaps Tsunade had decided to reward him. His eyes brightened with expectation. Did you meet 3 orphans in the Land of Rain? Tsunade asked, ignoring his hopeful gaze. Yes, we encountered them in a cave while recovering with Nawaki and the others, Hayashi replied, trying not to show disappointment. They asked about you, Tsunade continued, a faint irritation in her tone. Jiraiya felt sorry for them and decided to stay and look after them for a while. Hayashi nodded. That made sense. Why are you telling me this? He asked. Before he left, Jiraiya was concerned about his young apprentice, Minato Namikaze, and asked you to look after him a bit, Tsunade said, a sheepish smile tugging at her lips. Hayashi's mouth twitched. Jiraiya had passed the responsibility along, and this elder sister had delegated it to him. Teachers these days were truly more irresponsible than the last generation. Orochimaru, oddly enough, was the most dedicated among the Sannin. Minato was unlucky, losing his teammates while his teacher absconded with apprentices from another land. Only Kakashi could rival him in sheer misfortune. Pushing aside the tent flap, Hayashi felt a headache coming on. How should he explain this to Minato? Minato, don't be sad. Jiraiya leaving you is because he found a child of prophecy. He'll return in 3 years, he mused silently. If spoken aloud, Minato might have reacted with outrage, seeking revenge on Konoha. From Tsunade's earlier words, it was clear she held some fondness for Jiraiya. 2 years of shared missions had built a bond of life and death, and his growing responsibility only added to her feelings. But as the romance blossomed, Jiraiya remained in the Land of Rain for 3 years. Distance slowly dissipated what might have been, compounded later by the deaths of Nawaki and Dan Kato's timely interventions. By the time Jiraiya returned, Tsunade's affections had moved elsewhere, a sad tale of youth, love, and missed timing, all foretold by prophecy. Exiting the bustling camp, Hayashi pondered how to approach Minato. The air shifted subtly, the temperature dropped slightly, and the scent of wet earth and greenery filled the atmosphere. Even in the rain, birds chirped cheerfully. The change lifted his mood. After passing through a forest of sugi and oak, he spotted Minato perched on a tree, practicing the wind-style chakra transformation. "You're here, Hayashi," Minato said, not noticing Mikoto or others nearby. "Yes, I came to see you," Hayashi replied, patting him on the shoulder. "When do we go back to Konoha?" Minato asked. "Soon, in the next few days. We need to escort supplies, and there are Genin and Chunin with us. Tsunagakure might attempt a sneak attack, so Teacher Tsunade and the others are probably worrying over the route right now," Hayashi explained with a small smile. Konoha's priority was preserving supplies, not engaging in further conflict. A sneak attack would require a long-distance raid, limiting the enemy's numbers. Even so, the two carefully analyzed the village's strategy, critiquing its flaws as if they were seasoned commanders while the elders observed from afar. Minato's expression darkened. "If I had been stronger back then, my teammates might not have died." His voice carried a trace of guilt and sorrow. Hayashi noticed the sadness. "Minato, no one can prevent that. War always comes with death, injury, and suffering. But it's unbearable," Minato said softly. "The death of companions feels like a betrayal of hope. You believe they'll be safe, and yet." He fell silent, contemplating his own words. Then what was the point of this war, if so many people died? Hugging his knees, the 10-year-old grappled with helplessness. Too many deaths, too much pain. It had forced him to grow, to see the world with his own eyes. Propaganda proclaimed Konoha as the side of justice, protecting the village and comrades, fighting for peace. Yet reality was more complex. The Land of Fire had instigated the conflict. In essence, Konoha was the invader. Innocent lives were lost on both sides, including his own companions. Minato's young mind struggled to reconcile justice with the suffering he had witnessed. If war wasn't for peace, then what was its purpose? Chapter 160, The Shinobi System. 1,130 words. The ground was submerged in ankle-deep water, the surface trembling under the endless rain. Each raindrop splashed into the puddles, creating ripples that overlapped like soft, indistinct murmurs rising from the earth itself. 5 long minutes passed. Hayashi did not move, nor did he speak. He sat quietly on a fallen tree trunk, staring into the blurred landscape hidden behind thick, storm-heavy clouds. Beside him, Minato sat in silence, waiting with a tense heart. He wondered what his friend would think after hearing everything he'd confessed. Minato's determination to become Hokage and protect everyone around him had never changed. But after experiencing death up close on the battlefield, the horrors of war left him filled with doubts. Now, what weighed on him most was the desire for true peace in the ninja world. After voicing all of this, a heavy burden had lifted from his chest. He had spoken every concern openly because, in his eyes, Hayashi was a friend and someone he trusted deeply. Hayashi always seemed to find answers when no one else could. "Hayashi." Minato finally broke the silence. Hayashi slowly pulled his attention away from his thoughts and turned toward Minato. "Minato," he said, voice calm and serious, "your doubts are normal. Most ninjas have questioned this war at some point. We travel across borders, invade the land of rain, but what is the true purpose behind all of this?" Hayashi exhaled softly. "The village speaks of peace, but that's a convenient disguise. What they truly protect is their own interest." He continued, "The imbalance in economic development between nations and the rising militaristic ambitions in every village make conflict inevitable. Each power must fight to secure its position, or else its country, village, and people will suffer." Hayashi locked eyes with him. But after every war comes poverty, starvation, and countless broken families. After all these generations of conflict, the ninja world is drowning in pain. None of us are innocent in this cycle. Minato frowned. "Then, are you saying peace is impossible?" "No," Hayashi replied immediately. "But to achieve it, we must first understand what peace truly means. Ask 10 ninjas, you'll get 10 different answers." He nodded at Minato. "So tell me yours." "My opinion." Minato blinked, hesitating, then spoke. "I believe that one day, people will come to truly understand each other. When that happens, peace will become real." Hayashi shook his head gently. It was an answer straight out of Jiraiya's teachings, idealistic, hopeful, resting on humanity's sudden enlightenment. Hayashi understood the sentiment but didn't agree with relying on such a dream. Minato, the ninja world is sick, Hayashi said firmly. When someone is sick, you don't wait for them to heal on their own. You treat the illness. Hoping it magically fixes itself doesn't work. Minato fell silent. Deep down, he felt Hayashi was right. Even he knew Jiraiya's view leaned toward naive hope. Hayashi continued, the first Hokage saw this sickness too. That's why he created the one country one village system, ending the chaos caused by clan wars. But then Hayashi's expression dimmed. However, it didn't cure anything. Instead, wars became bigger. Entire nations battle at once now, not just clans. The scale of death is unimaginable compared to the past. In that sense, the first Hokage failed. Minato stared at him in shock. Failed? But think carefully, Hayashi interrupted gently. Clan wars became countrywide conflicts. The chaos didn't end, it expanded. We simply returned to the starting point, but with far more casualties. His words struck Minato like a wave. Ever since he was a child, every story he heard praised the first Hokage for ending chaos. He had never once imagined that the system might have failed. But now, standing in the middle of a brutal war, surrounded by orphans like Hayashi, Nawaki, Mikoto, Kushina, and even himself, Minato could not deny the truth. The tragedies from the past still repeated, over and over. And maybe, someday, his own children might end up orphaned too. Silence tightened around them. Hayashi smiled faintly. You didn't expect to hear that, did you? Minato shook his head. Actually, what you said makes a lot of sense. It's the reality we live in, Hayashi said. The First and Second Ninja World Wars have already happened. And if nothing changes, there will be a third, a fourth, and more. As long as villages remain divided, conflict will always return. War will never end. Minato swallowed hard. So you mean, we should destroy other villages? Not destroy, Hayashi answered, but unite. The first Hokage united clans to bring peace to the Land of Fire. We can do the same, unite the other villages, rebuild the ninja world structure, and establish a new order. Only then can true peace take shape. His words lingered heavily in the damp air. Hayashi watched Minato carefully. He was still a child, and every emotion showed clearly on his face: shock, fear, confusion, and then, slowly, thoughtfulness. Minato could see it clearly now. If nothing changed, another war was inevitable. The idea of uniting the ninja world struck something deep inside him. But, this is extremely difficult, Minato whispered. Far harder than what the first Hokage faced. That's true, Hayashi nodded. The relationship between villages is fragile, like a tower of cards. One wrong move, and everything collapses. Minato added quietly, and there are rogue ninjas and smaller nations waiting for any weakness. They watch the 5 great nations constantly. So that's why we need strength, Hayashi said. Strength powerful enough to reshape everything. Only then can we rebuild the world from the ground up. He knew the peace after the Fourth Ninja War, far in the future, was temporary. A brief truce. Once the heroes faded, conflict would rise again. Integration was the only true solution. Hayashi looked directly at Minato. Minato, to fulfill this dream, I need your help. Me? Minato stuttered. My strength isn't enough yet. That's not true, Hayashi replied gently. Your talent is incredible. Your future will be extraordinary. He knew one thing well, no one could do something this monumental alone. Even someone as strong as Madara failed to take his clan with him when he left the village. Strength alone wasn't enough, you needed people who believed in you. And remember this, Hayashi said seriously. Until we gain enough power, we must act simple, stay cautious, and protect those we can. Minato nodded deeply. I understand. And this must never reach the ears of the elders. Not until we become the elders, Hayashi said with a small grin. He extended his hand. Trust me, Minato. We will succeed. Minato reached out and shook it. ________________________ All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. Patreon.com/ZPHYR_. Chapter 161, 161, Orders from headquarters. 989 words. Inside the Konoha headquarters, several jonin in dark green flak jackets sat around a large table. The room felt heavy with tension as they discussed the safe return of their troops. After days of resting in the Land of Rain, an official recall order finally arrived from Konoha. The Land of Rain had already surrendered and agreed to a series of unequal treaties. Keeping Konoha's army stationed at their border was nothing but face-slapping nonsense at this point. Even Hanzo, anxious about preserving his dignity as the so-called demigod, had sent a stern complaint to the third Hokage. Hayashi stood in the room as well, quietly listening to the confidential discussions. Strangely, not a single jonin questioned why a mere chunin had entered the headquarters. But anyone who knew his battle record understood why. His strength and achievements were undeniable. If the promotion to jonin didn't require the third Hokage's personal authorization, Hayashi would already be the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha. And with Orochimaru personally bringing him in, no one dared to cause trouble. Still, Hayashi felt uncomfortable. Everyone else had seats, while he had to stand behind Orochimaru. He couldn't help thinking, 10 years old, standing behind high-ranking shinobi like some sort of assistant. What a life. But no one cared about his inner complaints. Their focus was entirely on Sakumo, who had recovered and now sat upright, detailing the current situation. The smaller items in the garrison have already been packed, Sakumo said. Next, we must deal with the inventorying and preparation of food reserves, weapons, and other supplies. I've assigned a specialized unit to manage this. They should have all the lists finalized and supplies packed by around 3 in the afternoon. After that, our main concern is securing the escort forces and establishing recon points. Sakumo's foresight as a commander was clear. Even though the Land of Rain surrendered, the main Suna forces were still active, and a sudden attack was not impossible. Not to mention that Konoha had just wiped out Iwa's main battalion while suffering heavy casualties. From a commander's perspective, Sakumo didn't believe Suna would remain silent. Because we will be escorting civilians, along with chunin and genin, we must be fully prepared for any threat, Sakumo continued firmly. Orochimaru nodded. I've already sent a communication signal back to the third Hokage. Once we reach the border of the Land of Fire, Anbu will arrive to take custody of the prisoners. Good, Sakumo said. Our greatest risk comes when crossing from the Land of Rain. Suna may cross through the Land of Rivers and attempt an ambush. He leaned toward the large map spread across the headquarters and marked several points with a pen. We'll take this route, the safest one we have. But it still contains 3 potential ambush zones. Jonin team leaders must pay close attention. When he finished speaking, Sakumo's gaze swept across the room, eventually settling on Hayashi. A faint dread crept into Hayashi's chest. As expected, Sakumo assigned him a mission. He would be responsible for protecting the main supply line during transport. Although Orochimaru reassured him that the supplies would be placed near the middle and rear of the column, which were the safest sections, Hayashi still felt pressure building inside him. Even if Suna attacked, their priority would be the captured Suna troops and wounded ninja, not the supplies. Theoretically, the risk was low. But this would be Hayashi's first mission treated fully as a jonin-level responsibility. That alone was enough to unsettle him. Leaving the headquarters, he walked toward Mikoto, Nawaki, and Minato. Hayashi, what did they say? Nawaki asked quickly. The troops are preparing to return to Konoha, Hayashi replied. Our job is to protect the food supplies. As he led them toward the garrison gate, the escort convoy had already begun to move. A long procession of wagons, civilians, wounded shinobi, and ninja escorts slowly exited the gate. Because there were so many supplies and ordinary people, their pace was slow, closer to a walk. That was why Sakumo had to meticulously structure the escort formation. The distance was long, and the route was dangerous. Returning to Konoha under these conditions would take about 10 days. If it were only shinobi, they could sprint at full speed and reach Konoha far more quickly. But civilians and large cargo changed everything. At that moment, in Konoha village, the news of victory over both the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth had already reached home. The village elders didn't even attempt to suppress the information. Within half a day, the entire village was celebrating. Inside the Uzumaki compound, Kushina grinned brightly as she spoke to Kurama within her seal. Hey, Big Fox, did you hear? Konoha's forces are finally leaving the Land of Rain, Kushina said, practically bouncing with excitement. After several months together, Their relationship had stabilized. On the surface at least, they got along surprisingly well. Kurama talked when he wanted to manipulate her, and Kushina enjoyed having someone to chat with. Kurama's voice rumbled. A bunch of weaklings. If it were me, I'd have ended the whole war with a single-tailed beast ball. If you open this seal for me, I'll help you crush the battlefield and you can see your little lover faster. Sounds fair, right? Chimph, we can win without you. Kushina huffed. Everyone's talking about Hayashi. They say he's a Konoha hero now, with some new title. What was it again? Kurama. He made huge contributions, so he'll be promoted to Jonin soon, Kushina said dreamily. He'll be a Jonin, I'll be a Genin, and maybe he'll take me on missions someday. She began drifting into her fantasies, cheeks slightly pink. Kurama snorted. What about your teacher, Tsunade? Where does she fit into your little dream? None of your business. Kushina snapped, suddenly opening her eyes wide, irritated and flustered. Chapter 162, An Ambush. 850 words. After several days of steady travel, the entire unit finally reached the border of the Land of Rain. Whatever excitement the Konoha shinobi had felt earlier had long settled into the calm discipline expected on the battlefield. Their joy came only from the knowledge that the long war was finally drawing to a close, yet their instincts remained sharp and alert. The Hyuga clan handled much of the reconnaissance. Their Byakugan allowed them to secure the perimeter while Hyuga Tenku led several members ahead to scout the path. Ninja hawks circled the sky, ensuring that no threat approached unseen. With such a combination of scouting capability and combat strength, only an enemy acting recklessly would attempt an ambush. Realizing this, Hayashi gradually relaxed. He walked with the team at an easy pace while instructing Minato and Mikoto in various forms of ninjutsu. Since Orochimaru had completely entrusted Team 1 to him, he took responsibility for improving his squadmate's strength. Nawaki, being Nawaki, refused to be outdone. He had climbed on top of a supply cart, striking a dramatic pose as he looked out toward the horizon. We'll be entering the Land of Fire soon, Nawaki said with excitement. From his vantage point, he could see Orochimaru and Tsunade leading the formation. Very good, Nawaki. Hold that position. Standing up there, all tall and noticeable, you'll attract every enemy's attention. Hayashi flicked a kunai casually in the air. Nawaki immediately touched his neck and jumped down from the cart without another word. Not long after, the long line of shinobi finally crossed the border. The sky above them changed abruptly. The constant drizzle of the Land of Rain vanished, almost as if someone had shut off a faucet. This is what proper weather feels like, Hayashi said, narrowing his eyes at the sunlight. After spending months in constant rain, he felt as though his bones had grown damp. When he thought about it, the weather across the nations was strange. The Land of Rain never stopped raining, while the Land of Wind rarely saw a single drop. If someone could manage a giant water transfer project here, it would probably make them rich. Hayashi let his mind wander for a moment before regrouping. The terrain soon shifted. The team left the flatlands behind, gradually ascending a long man-made stone path through a valley. Their pace slowed even further due to the climb. Stay alert, Hayashi reminded Minato, Mikoto, and Nawaki. The incline restricted visibility. Since they were escorting supply wagons, they needed to be even more cautious. Other Konoha units also adjusted their formation and increased their guard. At the very front, Tsunade noticed Orochimaru come to a sudden stop. Though she was nowhere near as skilled as him in reconnaissance, her years as his teammate told her instantly that he had sensed something. Is something wrong? She asked. Just a few traps left behind by amateurs. Orochimaru smiled faintly, formed a hand seal, then placed his palm against the ground. A deep rumble echoed from beneath the rocky path before fading back into silence. Tell the teams behind that the traps are cleared. Also, have the shinobi help the civilians with the supply carts move faster. He didn't say there would be no more danger. The meaning was obvious. If someone had left traps, more trouble could come next. Hayashi stepped forward to help a struggling middle-aged man pushing a supply cart. Let me help you, sir. Thank you, the man said gratefully, stepping aside. With chakra-enhanced strength, Hayashi easily pushed the cart forward. As more shinobi assisted, the convoy sped up, eventually reaching the top of the slope. The terrain ahead was uneven but largely flat. Far ahead, something appeared at the horizon. There are people in the distance, Tsunade murmured. Her ordinary vision couldn't make out details. Within minutes, information from the Hyuga scouts arrived. The figures were not sand shinobi. Instead, it was a damaged village and a gathering of civilians in tattered clothing. I remember this place, Tsunade said. We passed it 2 years ago. I'm surprised it still exists. Keep moving, Orochimaru ordered. 10 minutes later, the distant shapes became clearly visible. The village had been devastated by the war. Refugees filled the area, their clothes ragged, their faces exhausted and covered in dust. The children looked especially frail. A man who appeared to be the village chief knelt before Orochimaru. Please, Shinobi-sama, give us some food. The entire convoy stirred. The civilians looked truly pitiful. A Konoha shinobi finally stepped forward to request permission to bring food from the supply carts. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. I do not understand, he said quietly. What gave you the courage to approach us in this condition? Before anyone could react, he moved. His kunai pierced the old man's chest in an instant. The man dissolved into smoke. A clone. The next moment, dozens of kunai rained down on the Konoha formation from all directions. __________________. All fanfics are currently 70 to 90 chapters ahead on Patreon. Become a patron to gain early access. Thank you all for the amazing support. patreon.com/zphyr_. Chapter 163, The Lightning Flash. 692 words. The Konoha troops reacted instantly to the storm of kunai. Several Earth Release users moved forward, slamming their hands to the ground as tall stone walls rose up to shield the formation. Orochimaru blurred past the defenses, leaping over the walls with serpentine speed. His hands flicked through hand seals. Earth Release, rock pillar spears. Jagged stone spears erupted from the ground, forcing several Tsunagakure puppeteers out of their hiding spots underground. Simultaneous attacks struck the front, center, and rear lines of the convoy, including the section guarded by the White Fang. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Hayashi launched himself into the air, sending dozens of spinning fireballs streaking toward the enemy. Each one burst on impact, scattering flames among the Tsunagakure shinobi. Minato and Nawaki followed close behind, sprinting forward to join the counterattack. The rest of the Konoha ninjas, recovering from the ambush shock, roared and charged straight at the enemy. For a brief moment, everything seemed suspended in time. Two forces lunged toward one another, the air trembling with chakra and killing intent. Hayashi clashed with a Tsunagakure jonin, kunai sparks showering between them. As they exchanged rapid blows, another enemy leapt from behind, aiming a kunai at Hayashi's back. With a glance, Hayashi cast a genjutsu. The attacker froze instantly. Taking advantage of the opening, Hayashi pivoted and kicked the jonin captain backward. The captain crossed his arms to block the strike, skidding several steps across the ground. Before he recovered, Hayashi leapt toward the immobilized enemy and drew his kunai across the man's neck. The jonin captain exhaled, almost amused. Such strength at your age. Are you the one they call the lightning flash of Konoha? Hayashi blinked. Lightning flash? He felt a strange satisfaction rising inside him. In Tsunagakure, the captain continued, we were warned. If we encounter the lightning flash, we are allowed to abandon the mission without consequences. Seriously? Hayashi said, genuinely surprised. That kind of privilege sounded amazing. If only he had known earlier. For a moment, he almost looked proud. But then the jonin smirked. Of course, we must also spare no effort to kill the lightning flash. Right, well, Hayashi said, pointing toward Nawaki who was fighting nearby, that kid is the lightning flash. The captain froze. A snap echoed sharply in the air. The captain's pupils dulled as Hayashi trapped him in genjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball erupted from Hayashi's mouth, roaring toward the stunned jonin. Before Hayashi could confirm the result, another Tsunagakure ninja dove from above with a sword raised in both hands. Hayashi blocked with his kunai, hooked the blade, spun his body, and kicked the attacker away. No time to breathe. More than 10 kunai rained from the sky. Hidden shadow snake hands. 6 serpents burst from Hayashi's sleeves, spiraling into a shield. The kunai bounced harmlessly off their scales before the snakes withdrew. The instant Hayashi landed, he channeled chakra through his feet and dashed toward Nawaki in a streak of movement. Tsunagakure shinobi really didn't hesitate. Hayashi cursed silently. A cloud of gravel suddenly erupted. Earth release, exploding stone. Dozens of fist-sized stones shot toward Nawaki like bullets. Nawaki's opponent noticed the incoming attack and instinctively retreated, leaving Nawaki exposed. At the same moment, 2 kunai flew toward him, diverting his attention. He didn't see the stones coming. Water release, water formation wall. A shimmering film of water spread behind Nawaki, blocking every stone cleanly. Hayashi flashed past him in the same instant, slicing Nawaki's opponent cleanly in half with one precise strike. "I'll handle this one," Hayashi said. "All right. I can't relax even a little. Thanks." Nawaki didn't notice Hayashi's heavy breathing or the strain in his expression. He was simply grateful for the protection, touched that Hayashi was watching out for him even amid such chaos. As Nawaki moved to support another section of the battlefield, Hayashi scanned the surroundings with a deep frown. "We need to finish them quickly. If this drags on, the genin teams will start collapsing." The intensity of the ambush was already overwhelming. The situation was turning dangerous for Konoha's younger shinobi. Chapter 164, 164, Lightning Release. 1074 words. Hayashi, determined to end the fight quickly, moved the moment his chakra surged. Lightning release coursed through his body, accelerating his steps until he seemed to vanish from sight. In a flash, he thrust forward, his kunai cutting through the air toward the Tsunagakure captain. At the same time, he slashed down with a fierce follow-up strike. The Tsunagakure captain, who should have been able to evade with ease, suddenly felt his consciousness blur for an instant. His pupils trembled as he realized he had been caught in genjutsu without even noticing it. He had been guarding against the Sharingan from the start, yet he still fell into its trap. By the time he dispelled the illusion, Hayashi's kunai was already slicing toward his throat. He barely managed to intercept it with his own kunai. Sparks scattered as their blades met, and in that moment, Hayashi immediately overwhelmed him. Using the locked kunai as a pivot point, Hayashi spun full circle in midair and swept a powerful kick at the Tsunagakure captain. The man retreated instinctively, avoiding the blow by a hair. Hayashi's kick struck the ground with crushing force. A half-meter deep crater formed instantly, cracks spiderwebbing outward with sharp snaps. "If that hit me, I'd be crippled, if not dead." Cold sweat trickled down the captain's cheek. He had seen enough of Tsunade-sama's brutal taijutsu on the battlefield to recognize the resemblance. Many of his comrades had been reduced to unrecognizable forms by kicks just like that. He stepped back again, widening the distance. Hayashi's taijutsu clearly surpassed his, and as the exchange dragged on, the young Ucha had already read most of his movements. But Hayashi didn't give him room to breathe. The moment he retreated, Hayashi lunged after him like an unshakable shadow. The Tsunagakure Jonin rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, mud spattering stone. Multiple fist-sized stones erupted from the ground and shot forward like artillery shells. Monster strength fist. Hayashi smashed into the stones with raw power, shattering them effortlessly as he pushed straight through the jutsu. He charged directly toward the captain, refusing to be slowed. Another genjutsu slipped over the captain's senses. His body froze for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Hayashi's lightning-coated kunai to carve cleanly through his waist. But instead of blood, the figure split apart into mud. An earth clone. Hayashi landed and scanned the battlefield. His Sharingan flickered, searching for the real body. Before he located him, 2 spinning wind release blades cut toward him from the side and rear, bypassing falling debris. Hayashi flicked his kunai upward to intercept. Metal met compressed wind with a sharp clang, but no weapon could fully deflect wind release crafted to slice stone. The kunai held just long enough to redirect the first blade off its original path. Hayashi twisted, leaping past the second blade as it grazed by. The 2 blades circled around and came at him again. Then 2 more wind blades shot from the shadows, 4 in total converging on Hayashi. The Tsunagakure captain, knowing he could not match Hayashi in close combat, remained hidden while manipulating wind release from afar, using every advantage to stay alive and strike whenever Hayashi slipped. Hayashi shook his head lightly, then accelerated forward. The 4 wind blades scraped gouges into the mountain surface as they chased him relentlessly. Just before they reached him, Hayashi abruptly altered his path, diving downward. He twisted his body and charged directly into the gap between the blades. His Sharingan traced their trajectories in advance. Covering his head with one hand, Hayashi spun gracefully through the narrow opening between the 4 spinning arcs, slipping through unharmed. As he descended, lightning gathered in his left hand, crackling violently. The tomo in his Sharingan spun as the light intensified. His foot stepped on a falling rock, shifting his direction sharply. Kaidori. A thunderous explosion followed. Hayashi pierced straight through a massive boulder to his right, shattering it apart. The Tsunagakure captain hiding behind it recoiled in shock. As the stone fragments scattered, he slashed toward Hayashi with a kunai. At the same time, the four wind blades converged behind Hayashi. Kaidori stream. Lightning burst from Hayashi's body, wrapping him in a sphere of electric force. The wind blades were instantly repelled. A surge of electricity traveled down the captain's kunai into his body, paralyzing him mid-air. Then the lightning collapsed inward, converging into Hayashi's right hand. A spear of white light extended 5 meters outward, illuminating the rocky terrain. Hayashi lifted his arm. Kaidori sharp spear. He swung sharply, the extended Kaidori slicing through the air toward the immobilized captain. Though the spear lacked the concentrated lethality of the standard Kaidori, its range made it devastating. A direct hit would bisect a body without hesitation. Even paralyzed, a Jonin's instincts remained. The captain twisted desperately, avoiding instant death. The spear carved through him, severing half his arm. As he fell away, he escaped the radius of Hayashi's lightning release. The paralysis faded slightly. Panting heavily, he landed and immediately fled. With an arm lost, continuing the fight meant suicide. Running, Hayashi said quietly. He raised a black kunai. Chakra surged through his arm as he threw it. The kunai tore through the air like a launched projectile, punching a gaping hole straight through the fleeing captain's skull. It didn't stop there. The momentum carried it forward, skewering several more Tsunagakure ninja before finally embedding into the earth. Hayashi stood still for a moment, surveying the battlefield. The crackle of residual lightning lingered in the air, illuminating the scattered debris and motionless bodies. His Sharingan shifted swiftly, scanning for any further threats. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the distant sound of crumbling rocks and the faint whimper of the few surviving Tsunagakure shinobi. Hayashi's breathing was steady, controlled, his eyes reflecting both the calm of a predator and the storm of battle he had just unleashed. He crouched slightly, preparing for the next movement, every muscle ready, every sense alert. In the shadows, the remaining enemies reconsidered their options. Facing Hayashi meant almost certain death. The battlefield had been claimed, and the message was clear: Hayashi was unstoppable. __. I'll be dropping a 50% discount code for my Patreon membership on the 15th, in celebration of the upcoming Christmas season. The code will be active from that day until the end of the month. Stay tuned. Chapter 165, 165, The Might of a Chunin? 987 words. Elder brother, the captain has been killed. Second brother, the captain has been killed. The death of the Tsunagakure captain stirred a brief ripple among the attackers, but the disturbance faded almost instantly. On the battlefield, death was constant, and grief could only be swallowed and turned into strength. More often, however, grief simply meant retreat. If even their captain had fallen, what hope did the others have? Hayashi, the cause of the captain's death, paid no attention to the murmurs. He was already moving toward the enemy's flank, his presence sweeping through the battlefield like a silent storm. At this moment, nothing could halt his advance. While sprinting, he hooked his right hand into the pouch at his thigh, pulling out several shuriken in one smooth motion. Without interrupting his pace or applying extra force, he let his speed turn the spinning metal into lethal projectiles. Several enemy shinobi dropped with clean cuts across their necks before they even realized they had been hit. The Konoha genin who had been fighting them blinked in confusion as the enemies collapsed. Did I awaken some kind of powerful Kekkei Genkai? The genin murmured, staring at his own hands in disbelief. Hayashi didn't even spare him a glance. The ninja world truly had all kinds of people. Missionaries, rappers, oddballs, and now someone who mistook coincidence for enlightenment. In chaotic combat, one rule was absolute: never stay still. In his past life, Hayashi had been in more than a few brawls, and the lesson had stuck with him. The moment he finished one opponent, he was already charging toward the next. Ahead stood a large Tsunagakure shinobi, clearly one who relied on brute strength. The man noticed Hayashi charging toward him and smiled cruelly. Raising the long blade in his hand, he swung down with violent force. Hayashi sidestepped slightly, slipping past the arc of the blade. His right hand lifted, kunai angled upward to intercept the strike. A sharp clang rang out. The moment their weapons met, the Tsunagakure ninja felt the blade jolt unsteadily. Hayashi curled his left middle finger and flicked it against the back of the man's weapon. The Tsunagakure shinobi's eyes widened, his grip loosened involuntarily. In the next instant, Hayashi seized the back of the blade with his left hand, stepped forward, and smoothly tore the weapon from the man's grasp. The enemy tried to retreat. But shinobi who relied heavily on physical strength rarely excelled in speed. Only a select few in the entire world possessed both overwhelming power and incredible swiftness, like the Raikage. This man was no such rarity. To Hayashi, his movements were painfully slow. As Hayashi's arm swung upward, the stolen blade slashed across the Tsunagakure shinobi's chest, carving deep into muscle and sending blood spraying freely. The man collapsed, choking on his own breath. Hayashi pulled the blade free as lightning flickered along his right hand. A kaidori formed instantly. His genjutsu wove silently into the senses of the next enemy. In the same moment, Hayashi drove the kaidori straight through the shinobi's torso. Using the corpse as a shield, he darted forward 10 meters, shuriken and kunai bouncing harmlessly off the dead weight. With the Sharingan's prediction guiding him, Hayashi locked onto a second target. Lightning still propelling his body, he crossed the distance before the enemy even reacted and pierced him cleanly with the same kaidori. He moved across the battlefield like a force of nature, taking down 3 Tsunagakure shinobi in quick succession. By the time the fourth enemy realized what was happening, 2 dying comrades were still in the air, their bodies suspended mid-fall. Desperate, the shinobi thrust his sword straight through the 2 wounded allies, aiming directly for Hayashi who was behind them. Hayashi ducked his head, dropping low. The long blade in his hand thrust through the corpses at the same time. Steel brushed steel as the 2 weapons clashed inside the bodies. Kaidori sharp spear. Lightning erupted through both blades, surging toward the enemy's hands. The shinobi let out a muffled groan as the current ran through him. Suddenly, 3 soft impacts sounded. 3 kunai embedded themselves into the bodies Hayashi was using as shields. Hayashi recognized the danger immediately. He released his grip and leapt back without hesitation. The kunai weren't simple projectiles. Thin wires connected them to detonating tags hidden behind the rings. If he had taken that explosion head-on, he would have been gravely injured even if he survived. These Tsunagakure shinobi didn't hesitate to destroy their comrades' corpses just to eliminate him. This was the cruelty of a shinobi war. Boom! A violent explosion tore through the battlefield. Blood rained down and splattered across Hayashi's clothes as he was thrown backward by the shockwave. While airborne, he twisted his body. As he emerged from the cloud of smoke, 3 Tsunagakure ninjas lunged at him simultaneously. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Hayashi exhaled several high-pressure wind bullets. The force propelled his body backward, shifting him out of the trajectory of the enemy attacks while striking the airborne enemies directly. The 3 Tsunagakure shinobi were hit mid-jump and fell before they could land. Hayashi winced slightly and reached for the shuriken embedded in his arm and leg, pulling them out one by one. The earlier explosion hadn't seriously wounded him, but being blasted into the sky made it impossible to avoid every projectile. He scanned the battlefield. The more troublesome enemies were already taken care of. The remaining ones could be handled by Minato, Nawaki, Orochimaru, and the other Konoha shinobi. They were far from inexperienced, and their coordinated combat was superior to most enemies of the same rank. There was no need for him to linger here. Toward the rear of the formation, Sakumo Hatake was engaged with several elite jonin while protecting the wounded. "I'm heading to support Sakumo-sama," Hayashi shouted as he broke into a sprint. Chapter 166, 166, The Lightning Fang Combination. 1035 words. At Hayashi's speed, a distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. Sakumo, who had been monitoring the battlefield from the moment he engaged the enemy, noticed him immediately. The moment he saw Hayashi approaching, Sakumo understood the implication. If Hayashi was here, then the sand jonin guarding the supply route had already been defeated. Even with this expectation in mind, Sakumo still felt a ripple of disbelief. He knew his own talent well, yet even he had never accomplished such feats at Hayashi's age. A gifted child had appeared, someone even more monstrous than the usual geniuses the Ucha clan produced. Rumors of Hayashi fending off Shukaku had already reached his ears. For a fleeting moment, Sakumo wondered sarcastically if this boy had started training while he was still a fertilized egg. Still, Hayoshi's arrival was undeniably fortunate. Many wounded around them had lost their ability to fight, and they desperately needed protection. Sakumo valued his comrades deeply, and Hayoshi showing up to reinforce the rear only made Sakumo's impression of him rise a little more. "You handle illusions and guard the wounded," Sakumo instructed. "I will take care of the front line." "Understood." Hayoshi nodded. Sakumo's strength towered above his own, by many levels. Even if Hayoshi had not come, Sakumo could still have dealt with the Jonin here and moved on to assist others. But now, being asked to play a support role was a blessing. Support roles were comfortable, safe, and efficient. Hide in the back, bind enemies at the right moments, collect silent achievements, and avoid needless danger. To Hayoshi, it was a relaxing way to contribute. The moment the orders were exchanged, Hatake Sakumo surged forward like a gust of cutting wind. The Jonin at the outer edge of the sand formation felt a chill crawl up their spine as the White Fang sprinted in. The elite Jonin behind him began forming hand seals rapidly. Hayoshi acted first. His Sharingan spun as he cast an illusion, instantly interrupting one of the sand Jonin in mid-hand seal. Sakumo engaged two elite Jonin without hesitation, the White Fang short blade emitting a halo of bright chakra. Hayoshi released another illusion, this one carried by sound. It seeped into the mind of the Jonin closest to Sakumo. The man raised his arm to strike Sakumo, only to freeze in confusion when his body refused to move. Had he been caught in a body-binding technique? He wasn't the first to mistake Hayoshi's illusions for a simple immobilization jutsu, but it didn't matter. His head left his shoulders an instant later, cleanly severed by the White Fang's blade. Blood arced through the air as Sakumo lowered his posture, his already blinding speed spiking even further. He shot toward another Jonin with terrifying momentum. Witnessing a teammate die without any chance to react shook the nearby sand Jonin to their core. Fear crept into their hearts despite their attempts to resist. One of them began forming a seal to stall Sakumo's next attack, but once again, his hands froze mid-motion. History repeated itself. Another Jonin lost his head. One more sand Jonin tried to rush Hayoshi directly. But the moment his eyes met Hayoshi's Sharingan, dread wrapped around him. His body trembled uncontrollably as an icy sensation invaded his mind. A wet sound followed. Sakumo's kunai pierced straight through the Jonin's chest, blood spilling freely as the White Fang drove him backward and flung his body aside. The remaining sand Jonin stared in horror. Before Hayoshi arrived, Sakumo alone had been locked in a deadlock with several of them. Neither side could overwhelm the other. But now, with Hayoshi supporting him, everything collapsed in moments. The Chunin who had slain Shukaku was the same one controlling the battlefield now. Since when did Konoha's Chunin reach a level that made even Jonin tremble? It was nothing short of unnatural. Panic spread among the sand Jonin. Their thoughts shifted from fighting to the possibility of retreat. Against this duo, staying meant death. There are reinforcements approaching. Be careful. Hayoshi's Sharingan caught movement at the battlefield's edge before Sakumo could see it. Several sand ninjas rushed inward, and Hayoshi shouted a warning. The enemy had clearly grown terrified. Their most powerful units were collapsing too quickly. These Jonin weren't disposable soldiers, they were the core strength of Tsunagakure. Even the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest in the village's history, wouldn't eradicate Jonin this cleanly. Yet the impossible was unfolding before their eyes. Hayoshi continuously disrupted enemies with his illusions, turning Sakumo into a lightning-quick executioner. It resembled perfect synergy. Hayoshi controlled the rhythm every second, and Sakumo struck like a high-speed assassin. Why wouldn't the sand ninjas be terrified? More enemy Jonin converged, though the majority were still occupied battling Orochimaru and Tsunade on the other flank. Sakumo, completely immersed in combat, carved through another illusion-bound Jonin. His lightning-release-enhanced blade ended the man in an instant, and Sakumo leapt toward the newly arriving enemies without slowing. His blade severed the arm of a sand puppeteer before the man could deploy his puppet. Hayoshi struck the puppeteer with an illusion at the same moment. Sakumo then shifted his stance, slicing horizontally. Half of the puppeteer's head separated from his body. He died without time to scream. Within only a few minutes, despite their numbers and Jonin-level strength, the sand forces found themselves utterly helpless against the combined assault of Hayoshi and Hatake Sakumo. For the first time, the fangs of the new duo was witnessed. The Konoha Lightning Fang. Chiyo, observing from afar, felt her heart sink. Her eyes locked onto the young Ucha who was dismantling their elite forces, fury burning behind her gaze. Meanwhile, Sakumo was drunk on momentum. For the first time, he could attack freely without worrying about incoming ninjutsu. Hayashi disabled every threat before it could reach him. This sensation, this flow, felt almost elegant. Almost nostalgic. Almost intoxicating. Sakumo had fallen in love with the ease of cutting down jonin as if they were nothing more than training dummies. _____. Milestone. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. I've been getting little to no Power Stones, don't be greedy with them, sleepy face. Chapter 167, 167, Tsunade's idea. 1089 words. Such a meticulously planned ambush from both sides could only end in heavy losses. In less than an hour, over 300 Sand Shinobi were completely routed by Konoha's forces. It looked like an overwhelming victory on the surface, yet beneath the glory lay countless lives, injuries, and grief. The ground still carried the smell of blood, and the exhausted Konoha shinobi wore the faces of survivors, not conquerors. At the front of the column, Orochimaru and Tsunade walked side by side, discussing the aftermath while taking in the grim battlefield. What are Konoha's losses? Tsunade asked quietly. She kept her hands busy, sorting through materials she had collected for later treatment, though her voice carried the weight of responsibility. Orochimaru, who had taken charge of tallying casualties, replied in his calm tone. Including elite jonin, we have lost 25 in total. 4 chunin and genin combined, the casualties are around 150. Tsunade fell silent. Her jaw tightened, and her gaze dimmed. No matter how many battles she fought, the death of her comrades never became easier. Every fallen shinobi carved another wound into her heart. Sometimes, she even imagined marching straight into Tsunaga-kyo's gates just to scream at the third Kazekage for all of this. But that fantasy lasted only a heartbeat. If she truly did it, she would be captured immediately, and the humiliation alone would be unbearable. Don't shake your head, Orochimaru said, noticing her expression. Losses like these are unavoidable if we want to win. Risk is inherent to victory. In my view, this battle was worth the price we paid. A few more ambushes like this, and the Sand Village will no longer have the strength to continue the war. His tone took on an analytical, almost lecturing cadence, as if he were standing behind a podium. Tsunade's patience thinned instantly. She understood all of this already. Despite the Senju clan's decline, she had received excellent education growing up. She might not flaunt it, but her background was far from the village bumpkin image Orochimaru sometimes imagined. Yet knowing something and accepting it were different matters entirely. She hated war. She hated death. She hated measuring people's lives like numbers on a ledger. So she cut him off with her usual bluntness. Sorry, Orochimaru. Please shut up. His words halted mid-sentence. Orochimaru sighed, shoulders drooping just slightly. He rarely got frustrated, but moments like this poked at his pride. He wanted to share his insight, yet she dismissed it outright. Before, this never bothered him. Only because Jiraiya had been around back then. Jiraiya understood very little of Orochimaru's strategic talk, which made it easy for Orochimaru to explain everything from the beginning, enjoy the teaching process, and feel superior in the process. Now Jiraiya was away in the land of rain, and Tsunade wasn't exactly receptive to long lectures. The contrast stung more than Orochimaru expected. He found himself wondering if Jiraiya was also feeling lonely out there, just like he was. Trying to smooth the tension she caused, Tsunade shifted the topic. How's the medical unit doing? It was her way of giving Orochimaru space to continue speaking, but only in an area where he wouldn't lecture endlessly. It both soothed his bruised ego and kept him from irritating her again. There are still over a dozen medical ninja working. Treatment should finish in about half an hour, Orochimaru replied. Tsunade frowned. There are still too few. After hesitating, she asked, if I propose to the third Hokage that every squad should have one medical ninja, do you think he'll agree? Why would you think of that? Orochimaru blinked, then smirked slightly. Unless something is wrong with his brain, he definitely won't agree. Tsunade's eyes sharpened dangerously. What did you just say? Think about it. We're in the middle of a war, short on both medical ninja and combat personnel. You won't have the time or resources for specialized training. Let alone placing one in every squad, he explained, shaking his head. I know it's difficult, Tsunade replied, her voice firm, but the return is enormous. Having medical ninja directly increases squad survival. According to the medical department's records, many shinobi die from untreated wounds. With a medical ninja present, the injured can be stabilized immediately. The squad's overall endurance increases dramatically. She continued, her conviction growing stronger. For example, in our team, how many times have you and Jiraiya survived because of me? You both practically treated me like I was some treasure. Orochimaru began sweating internally. How could she compare herself to ordinary medical ninja? Tsunade's physical power alone made her incomparable. A typical medical ninja couldn't replicate her presence in the slightest. His mind churned over the problem. Traditional squads focused solely on combat capability, but as Tsunade said, the lack of medical support cost countless lives. Replacing one combatant with a medical ninja, however, created a weak point that enemies would immediately target. And it reduced raw combat strength. Before he could form a full argument, Tsunade's fist drifted dangerously close to his face. Orochimaru wisely stopped talking. Your suggestion is workable, he said vaguely. Is that so? Tsunade brightened. Then why don't you bring it up at the Jonin meeting when we return to Konoha? Why me? Orochimaru finally muttered. If everyone disagrees, where will my dignity go? You want to keep your dignity, Orochimaru? And what about mine? Tsunade shot back. She eventually fell quiet, feeling slightly defeated. She had proudly crafted this entire proposal even if she came up with it while squatting in the latrine, but Orochimaru refused to back her up. It honestly stung. Before, this wouldn't have upset her so much. Because Jiraiya had been there. Jiraiya wasn't always reliable, but whenever Tsunade needed something, he did it instantly and without hesitation. Now he was gone, and Orochimaru wouldn't help her at all. She suddenly felt strangely empty and found herself missing Jiraiya more than expected. Still, if Orochimaru wouldn't support her, Tsunade could always find someone else. Three-legged toads might be rare, but three-legged jonin? Those were everywhere. She already had numerous plans forming in her head, and medical system reform was just the beginning. For instance, the village could allocate funds for her to gamble in the Land of Winds casinos. She would win their money, drain their economy, and indirectly weaken their war effort. Thinking of this absurd yet strangely convincing idea, Tsunade puffed out her chest and smiled triumphantly at her own brilliance. Chapter 168, 168, Rest Between Battles. 774 words. At this moment, Hayashi, positioned at the back of the team, suddenly shivered as though someone's eyes were piercing through him. He paused, thinking carefully. Aside from angering the One-Tail and the Four-Tails, he hadn't offended anyone else. The sensation left him completely baffled. Just then, a ninja hawk circled overhead, calling out. The team will rest for an hour. Hayashi relaxed slightly, signaling to Mikoto, who had been approaching, to come over and take a break. Once she arrived, Mikoto took out a handkerchief and began gently wiping the black smudges from his face. Hayashi, do you want to go find a medical ninja to treat your injuries? Sakumo glanced at Hayashi, noting that he was indeed slightly injured. His breathing was heavier than usual, a subtle sign that the previous battle had taken its toll. For a shinobi, unless the injuries were severe, such a symptom was unusual. Sakumo's respect for Hayashi grew. He had rarely encountered someone who cooperated so smoothly in battle, and he was genuinely concerned for the young ninja's well-being. I'll pass for now, Hayashi said, shaking his head. The medical ninjas are busy. I'll go when it's a bit quieter. Sakumo-sama, I'll take Hayashi there, Mikoto said, bowing slightly before guiding Hayashi toward the area where the medical ninjas were tending to the wounded. Sakumo watched them walk away with interest, a small smile tugging at his lips. He admired Hayashi's subtle skill in interacting with girls. Should I find a girlfriend too? He mused, imagining a future daughter. Preferably one who would have a thoughtful partner. Meanwhile, Mikoto gently led Hayashi forward. I heard from a friend, she said quietly, that her captain ignored treatment for an injury. During the next mission, it worsened, and he ended up dying. Hayashi frowned, listening. I'm telling you to take care of yourself, Mikoto continued, eyes sharp. All right, Hayashi raised his hands in surrender. The Konoha medical ninjas had gathered near an open area, where logistics personnel had set up temporary rest tents. Hayashi, not seriously injured, stood patiently in line, not wanting to trouble the legendary medical ninja, Tsunade, over something minor. As they waited, they noticed Minato and Nawaki emerging from a tent, supporting each other. Both appeared battered. Minato's hand was bandaged due to strain from jutsu use, while Nawaki's wounds had been treated and reinforced to prevent reopening. "Are you guys okay?" Hayashi asked. "Just superficial wounds. Nothing affecting bones or organs," Minato smiled, though a wince betrayed the pain. "Hayashi, Minato, and I took down a Sand Village Jonin," Nawaki said, grinning despite the discomfort. Hayashi shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. "I can feel your pain just hearing you boast." An hour later, the Konoha team resumed their journey. Positions remained unchanged, Sakumo still guarded the rear, while Hayashi stayed by the food transport cart in the middle rear. "Hey, young ninja," the uncle driving the cart called. "Why don't you let a few injured teammates ride the cart to rest? Consider it a return favor for helping me push it." "Good idea, thank you, uncle," Hayashi nodded, then turned to Minato and the others. "You all go on and rest. But the lookout duty." Nawaki hesitated. "I'll handle it. You all rest." Nawaki nodded, quickly climbing onto the cart now with space. "Minato, you go," Hayashi said. "I'll pass." Minato shook his head, smiling. "Walking on these rocky roads lets me train chakra control through my feet. Managing vibrations and balance requires precise manipulation." "That makes sense," Hayashi replied, glancing at him. "But do you normally release jutsu with your feet?" Minato chuckled. "Ahaha. You wouldn't know, but Jiraiya-sensei taught me that trick." Hayashi patted him on the shoulder. "All right, just be careful. This kind of fine control consumes a lot of chakra. If you run out, I won't carry you onto the cart." "Ahaha, don't worry, we've been friends for many years," Minato laughed. The days passed peacefully. Without interference from Sand Ninja, the team moved steadily, though the presence of ordinary villagers slowed progress. Even walking normally, many needed rest every couple of days. Hayashi, however, felt uneasy. The promised Konoha support troops had not arrived yet. Had they gotten lost? Before he could dwell further, an Anbu ninja appeared in front of him. "Hayashi, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you." "When?" Hayashi asked, alert but composed. "Immediately." Hayashi nodded. "Understood. ___. I'll be dropping a 50% discount code for my Patreon membership on the 15th, in celebration of the upcoming Christmas season. The code will be active from that day until the end of the month. Stay tuned. Chapter 169, a new mission awaits. 565 words. "Hayashi, is your injury fully healed now?" Orochimaru asked immediately as Hayashi arrived. "It's completely recovered," Hayashi replied hesitantly. Whenever Orochimaru inquired about his physical condition, it was never simple concern. The real question was whether Hayashi was ready to return to active missions. Having been tested and manipulated before, Hayashi understood the pattern. Orochimaru's questions often led to a subtle push to exploit him. That's why he hesitated. His injury wasn't serious, and Tsunade was watching closely. There was no room even for a small white lie. Orochimaru looked satisfied at the answer and nodded. "Good. I have a new mission for you." "A mission? Sensei, are you serious?" Hayashi's eyes widened in surprise. Orochimaru, however, never teased his disciples. He maintained his usual cold composure. Hayashi exhaled, realizing he had no choice. Ninjas seldom refuse orders from their commanders. In wartime, disobedience was unthinkable. Even if the mission seemed impossible or suicidal, a shinobi must comply unless he wished to abandon the village entirely. "Sensei, what is the mission?" he asked, steeling himself. "Our conflict with the Sand Village may continue for some time," Orochimaru began, producing a document. "Recent intelligence shows a large, unexplained shipment appearing in Sunagakure. Evidence suggests that these supplies were sold by merchants from the Land of Fire." Orochimaru continued, "There are two possibilities. Either these merchants are acting without the daimyo's knowledge, selling our country's grain at inflated prices, or the sales have the daimyo's approval." He handed the file to Hayashi. "Your task is to investigate this." The tent fell silent as Hayashi absorbed the information. Any shinobi hearing this for the first time would be stunned. Orochimaru had waited deliberately, knowing the gravity of the situation. "Shouldn't the Hokage negotiate with the daimyo?" Hayashi finally asked. Orochimaru considered this. "I thought the same initially, but you may not fully understand the third Hokage's personality. Negotiation alone won't yield results. The daimyo wouldn't admit wrongdoing and at best would offer Konoha some supplies as a token gesture. Hayashi nodded, realizing the truth. Waiting for the Hokage to act could take months, perhaps until the Third Shinobi World War escalated further. This delay would cost lives. Orochimaru, despite his notorious reputation, acted for Konoha's benefit. There were limits to what the Hokage could do, but skilled ninjas could intervene discreetly. Mission rank? Hayashi asked, now fully focused. B. Orochimaru replied. You haven't been to the daimyo's residence before, so proceed with caution. Expect possible interference from trade association ninjas. This is why it's a B-rank assignment. Hayashi absorbed the details. How long is the mission duration? Standard B rank, 15 days. Any unexpected situations, notify me via Dubai or other secure methods. Orochimaru's hoarse voice continued, I'll mark this mission confidential. Only you and Tsunade will have access. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. Hayashi nodded, preparing to brief his teammates. A B-rank mission could be tricky. Beyond the daimyo's hidden presence, the trade association might hire Sand Village ninjas to protect their interests. In such a case, the mission could escalate to A rank. Facing Jonin-level opponents alone would make it effectively A rank, given their experience and combat ability. But Hayashi was determined, finish the mission quickly, and return to Konoha. Half an hour ago, he had been reminiscing about the comforts of Konoha. Now, with Orochimaru's orders in hand, he felt the harsh reality of the shinobi world pressing down on him. Chapter 170, The Daimyo Residence. 744 words. Fire Country, Daimyo Residence. This place is widely regarded as the safest area in the entire ninja world. Whether in times of peace or war, its security far surpasses that of any of the 5 great villages. So, if someone were to transmigrate here seeking a stable and safe life, congratulations, the daimyo residence welcomes you. And it makes sense. Konoha, the strongest of the 5 major villages, has faced attacks time and again. The Ninetales incident, Orochimaru's invasion, Pain's assault, there is always some threat waiting to strike. The Sand Village fares no better. Its harsh environment makes life almost impossible. The 4th Kazekage constantly tests his son's abilities, often driving Shukaku into chaos. On top of that, Deidara's aerial bombardments make danger levels soar. The Cloud Village is no safe haven either. There, one could casually witness a towering warrior battling a giant octopus, a terrifying spectacle for any civilian. The Blood Mist Village is even worse. Living there corrupts many, and it's said to be the most perilous place of all 5 nations. Even the Stone Village, though less dangerous, is remote and unforgiving, a place no ordinary transmigrant could endure. By contrast, the daimyo residence truly is the premier choice for those seeking comfort and safety. Yet, its safety comes at a price. It is the home of the daimyo, ruler of the Fire Country, and a seat of powerful nobles. The feudal system reigns here, and an unwary outsider could easily be seized by the elite and forced into servitude. Orochimaru initially intended to handle this mission personally, but the plan was abandoned. His presence, or that of figures like Tsunade or Sakada Hatake, could not be risked. Every move they made would reflect on Konoha. Thus, the task fell to Hayashi, an unknown pawn of formidable skill. Despite his growing fame as Konoha's lightning flash, few had ever seen him in action. At this moment, deep within a dense forest, a massive, ancient tree stood. From the outside, it appeared ordinary, blending with the surrounding woods. In reality, it was hollow, a secret stronghold housing 3 Konoha ninjas. It had been 3 days since Hayashi and his team arrived near the daimyo residence. After receiving Orochimaru's confidential mission, he had separated from Konoha's main force, traveling with Minato, Mikoto, and Nawaki toward the capital. Though Nawaki could not recall the exact route, he remembered the general direction. Orochimaru had even provided a detailed map of the Fire Country forests, marking the fastest path to the capital, ensuring they would not get lost. The team moved swiftly. The mobility of ninjas is often astonishing. As the 3 discussed their strategy, the camouflaged entrance of the tree hollow shifted, and a 4th ninja entered, Minato. Another grain transport is heading toward the Wind Country, he reported, carefully resealing the entrance. In his hand, he held a plump grey rabbit, likely their next meal. Inside, the tree hollow was spacious and secretive, stocked with supplies, food, medicine, and ninja tools. After reconnaissance, they would return here to rest. Several similar strongholds were spread throughout the area, storing resources to avoid total loss if one were discovered. A fire burned in the hollow, treated to produce minimal smoke, dispersing invisibly into the forest. Only someone extremely close could notice, and even then, Hayashi and his team could detect intruders using their senses and security measures. Despite this, Hayashi felt a slight unease. This was supposedly a B-level mission. Yet, he knew better. Missions with Nawaki's involvement rarely stayed simple. He kept the thought to himself, sparing Nawaki any blow to his pride. "Check your equipment, put out the fire, we'll move soon," Hayashi instructed. After finishing their meal, the four checked their tools and ninja gear. Having scouted the area for several days, they understood the environment well and were ready to act. With slight disguises applied, Hayashi led Minato and the others out of the hollow, heading toward the daimyo residence. Even the most novice ninja knew the transformation technique. As long as their fabricated identities were plausible, the risk of exposure was minimal. The capital of the Fire Country appeared prosperous, untouched by war. Following Nawaki's recollections, they located a respectable inn. Their long-prepared mission was about to begin. I'll be dropping a 50% discount code for my Patreon membership on the 15th, in celebration of the upcoming Christmas season. The code will be active from that day until the end of the month. Stay tuned. Chapter 171, Midnight Reconnaissance. 749 words. Under Nawaki's guidance, the group had found a decent inn to stay at. After several days of reconnaissance, they were all somewhat exhausted. Hayashi instructed Minato and the others to get some rest, then quietly slipped out alone. Of course, he wasn't sneaking out for personal enjoyment. This level of dedication was rare. If Jiraiya were on this mission, he would likely head straight to the red light district under the guise of gathering intelligence. Tsunade would probably be investigating several casinos. Orochimaru would most likely focus on any suspicious activity involving children. A captain like Hayashi, who diligently and seriously collected information on his own, was truly rare. Yet, he did not enjoy having to do this. Though the mission was only B rank, the scarcity of intelligence made it more complicated, forcing him to act personally. As for his teammates, they might grow stronger in the future, but for now, Hayashi considered them inexperienced. Leaving the inn, Hayashi noticed the streets were nearly deserted. The ongoing war had kept most people inside. After some patience, he finally spotted a lone passerby hurrying along. With a subtle genjutsu, he stopped the person and extracted the location of a major merchant association in the capital. During prior reconnaissance, he had already identified the emblem of one merchant group, so learning about the others was straightforward. Once freed from the genjutsu, the passerby continued on as if nothing had happened. Ordinary citizens like him might appear affluent to outsiders, but in reality, they still lived under constant control and exploitation. Now that Hayashi knew the Merchant Association's address, he was confident he could gather more useful information from those in charge. He did not leap dramatically from rooftops. Instead, he followed the simple, practical methods of a ninja, moving through shadowed alleys as instructed by the passerby. Soon, he arrived at the Merchant Association. It was past 10 o'clock at night, long after most businesses had closed. Yet this merchant association remained brightly lit. Hayashi easily infiltrated through an open third-floor window. In a well-lit wooden building, stealth was less effective, so he moved directly. With Whitey's infrared perception, no movement within a large radius could escape detection. After checking the 3 floors of the attic and finding no one, he guessed the activity was elsewhere, likely on the second floor. Sure enough, sounds of movement echoed from the deepest part of the second floor. Samurai and rogue ninjas were stationed along the corridors as guards. Upon his appearance, the guards quickly surrounded him. Many were ordinary strong men, some ninja mercenaries, but none possessed advanced techniques or the strength of a trained village ninja. Their skills, while intimidating to civilians, were easily countered by someone of Hayashi's caliber. He cast a genjutsu, effortlessly subduing all the guards. Then, he entered the room and controlled the 3 Merchant Association chairmen with the same technique. The Sharingan proved invaluable. While Hayashi had countless methods to extract information, genjutsu was by far the most efficient. Those under its influence obeyed without question. He gathered the necessary intelligence and realized the situation was more complicated than expected. This matter involved the Guardian Ninja 12, an elite force directly protecting the Fire Country daimyo. Facing all 12 together would have been overwhelming. Hayashi had no intention of harming the chairman. Killing them would only draw attention and compromise the mission. After a short delay, the genjutsu would wear off, leaving them with no memory of the encounter. He swiftly exited through the window and returned to the inn within minutes. "You're back?" Minato asked, surprised to see him near midnight. Even Nawaki was still awake, clearly waiting for his return. Hayashi nodded and gave them a subtle look of disapproval. "Didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you still up so late?" he asked. "How could the team sleep while the captain is out on a mission?" Nawaki replied, rolling his eyes. Hayashi retorted weakly, "I only went out to gather some necessary information. Not for personal amusement." He needed to be careful. If Nawaki accidentally mentioned this to Mikoto tomorrow, Hayashi would have no peace. "Did you find anything?" Minato asked eagerly. "Yes, some leads. I'll explain the details tomorrow," Hayashi said. "Then we'll discuss it tomorrow," Minato said, settling into bed. Only Nawaki remained awake, sighing as he lingered on thoughts about the daimyo's young lady. Hayashi watched him, slightly puzzled. Was Nawaki already so mature in these matters at such a young age? Chapter 172, Secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. 880 words. The next morning, Hayashi awoke in his bed, but he lingered lazily in the soft bedding. After months of harsh survival, he had grown accustomed to comfort and declared he could enjoy another day of rest. His idleness, however, deeply unsettled Minato. The young shinobi, who had seen the daimyo residence at 4 in the morning, felt ashamed. He had been waking early to train, yet the gap between him and his friend only seemed to widen. The world of geniuses, Minato thought, was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Still, he recognized that this mission shouldn't be too dangerous, otherwise, their target would already have begun scouting. Though still lying in bed, Hayashi could not drift back to sleep. He noticed a familiar figure enter the room. Click. "I'm back," Nawaki announced with excitement. "Where did you run off to?" Hayashi asked, raising his head. "I went to gather some intelligence," Nawaki replied sheepishly. Hayashi's gaze shifted to his pocket. "And what's in there?" Minato grinned as Nawaki furtively pulled out several booklets. "These are the latest works of the most virtuous and artistic jonin in the Land of Fire, Teacher Kura. They're only sold at the daimyo residence," Nawaki said proudly. "I lined up at 4 in the morning." Hayashi paused, impressed despite himself. Nawaki's dedication rivaled Minato's early morning discipline. Hayashi also wanted to improve his knowledge. He quickly retrieved a book and placed it in his scroll. "By the way, did you notice anything unusual?" he asked. "Well, the street guards increased significantly while I was out," Nawaki reported after thinking for a moment. Hayashi nodded. He had ensured that those affected by last night's genjutsu would retain no memories. Yet upon waking on the ground, they would realize something had gone wrong at the Chamber of Commerce and likely report it. It didn't matter. The daimyo residence was vast, locating the 4 of them would be nearly impossible. "Let's have breakfast first. I'll go call Mikoto," Hayashi said, washing up before stepping out. Soon, breakfast arrived. Being in the capital of the Fire Country, the meal's refinement rivaled that of Konoha, leaving the team, accustomed to the harsh land of rain, feeling as if they had reached paradise. "Let's review the situation," Hayashi said, taking a sip of porridge. "I have the name and address of the Chamber of Commerce transporting food to the Land of Wind. Last night, I returned before investigating further," he explained. "Our next step is to reach the Chamber of Commerce and confirm whether it is indeed our target." "What if it is?" Minato asked. "Tsunagakure will always send someone to receive the supplies. Capture or eliminate them, and our mission is complete," Hayashi replied calmly. "But there's one more thing," he added, standing. "The transaction involves the Guardian Ninja 12 elite jonin. We are not their match. After dealing with the Sand Ninjas, we leave immediately." "Yes, Captain." As Nawaki had noticed, the guards on the streets had increased. Their strength, however, barely qualified them as shinobi. Hayashi and the others approached the Chamber of Commerce with ease. The previous night, Hayashi had not only obtained the name and address of the chamber but also its internal layout. Why another Chamber of Commerce knew the interior so well suggested more than simple business rivalry. The chamber collaborated with the Land of Wind, making it a lucrative target. Even with powerful backers, some would take risks for profit, daimyo or not. Businessmen nowadays were cunning, sometimes rivaling ninja-level intelligence. During daytime hours, the Chamber of Commerce's defenses would be minimal, as business required openness. Hayashi easily infiltrated the second floor. The innermost room was unlocked. After having Minato and Nawaki wait outside, Hayashi entered. In the luxuriously decorated room, a middle-aged man sat at the center chair. "This guest, what can I do for you?" the man asked cautiously, addressing the small figure before him. Hayashi smiled. "I have something to discuss." He gently closed the door, and with the man's surprised expression revealed, cast a genjutsu over him. "Some time ago, did you sell a large quantity of food to the Land of Wind?" Hayashi asked, his tone firm. Under the genjutsu, the man hesitated but answered truthfully. "Was it the Chamber's own plan, or did the Sand Ninjas negotiate for it?" Hayashi pressed. "Neither. Ryuma-sama initiated it. We considered consulting the daimyo due to the scale, but Ryuma-sama said he already had the daimyo's consent." "Who is Ryuma?" "One of the Guardian Ninja 12, the daimyo's most trusted guard." Hayashi sensed additional hidden circumstances. Did the daimyo truly know everything? "And when is the next negotiation?" Hayashi asked finally. "In 3 days, the Sand Ninjas will return. The location is." Hayashi nodded, snapping his fingers. The man collapsed into a deep sleep. When he awoke, he would only remember dozing off from exhaustion. That was all Hayashi needed: one Guardian Ninja 12, the timing and location of the next negotiation. The information was sufficient. Underscore. Over 80 advanced chapters are available on my Patreon. Use the promo code ZPHY07 to enjoy a 50% discount. Patreon link, patreon.com/ZPHYR. If you'd simply like to support my work, I'd truly appreciate it. And wishing you a happy Christmas in advance. Red Heart #Evergreen. Chapter 173, Tracking the Sand Ninjas. 646 words. Haven't you ever carried out an A-rank mission yet? In the dense forest of the Land of Fire, Hayashi asked Minato this question. Of course, Minato, still a genin, wasn't qualified for A-rank missions. Once a mission reached A-rank, it implied facing at least Jonin-level opponents. Jiraiya would never risk sending his young apprentice into such danger. Orochimaru might, but he was not concerned with unnecessary risk. Then be prepared, Hayashi added with a hint of teasing. This mission could be upgraded to an A rank. Minato nodded. Even if faced with a Jonin, he would not hesitate. War may bring death to ninjas, but it also accelerated their growth beyond conventional limits. Less than a year ago, he had been a student ninja. Now, he was already a capable fighter. Yet a subtle unease lingered. Since joining Hayashi's team, Minato's peaceful life had vanished. He began to wonder whether he had been unwittingly tricked by his friend. Noticing Minato's furrowed brow, Hayashi patted his shoulder. Relax, Minato. It's your first time. Don't suppress yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, speak up. The two of them were squatting on a large tree near the main forest path, preparing to ambush the Sand Ninjas and monitor activity near the capital. Although the team lacked reconnaissance experience, Bai and the numerous snakes provided crucial assistance. Summoned throughout the forest near the daimyo's mansion, the snakes would immediately alert Bai to any unusual activity. Ambushing a team wasn't simple. Intelligence indicated the Sand Ninjas would arrive in 3 days, but without a specific time, all they could do was wait. Minato used the downtime to practice ninjutsu. Wind release chakra was difficult to master, particularly for high-level attacks, but his foundation was solid. All he lacked was advanced chakra shaping, the most suitable skill for him to practice. Rasengan. Perhaps even 2. Hayashi had recognized this early on. At 6, he had guided Minato in chakra shaping. When Minato had attempted the super strength kunai, he had struggled to control chakra accurately, yet the training laid the foundation for his mastery of Rasengan earlier than expected. Suddenly, Bai, the quiet and beautiful snake, slithered out from Hayashi's clothes and hissed softly. What is it? Minato paused mid-practice. There are approaching ninjas. Prepare for combat. Hayashi leapt from the tree, vanishing across the forest floor with a series of agile jumps. The others followed, Mikoto and Nawaki moving in tandem. Bai had detected traces of ninja activity from the foremost snake group. Their strength seemed manageable, allowing Hayashi to act confidently. If the enemy had been beyond their ability, he would have led the team in retreat immediately. As the commander, Hayashi had to maintain clarity of mind. Every decision could affect the lives of 4 people, including himself, a lesson he had learned from Yura, who had sacrificed herself for his survival. The 4 young ninjas moved swiftly, their steps nearly silent. Following Bai's guidance, they formed a column, Hayashi in front, Mikoto behind him, then Minato, and finally Nawaki. The snake network spanned an impressive distance. After nearly 10 kilometers, they reached the source of the ninja activity. Hayashi dropped from a tree and immediately noticed traces of a small fire on the ground, along with scattered food remnants. It looked like the enemy's recent meal. He cautiously touched the cooled embers, detecting a faint residual heat. The other party had just departed. Nawaki bent down to investigate further, sniffing the remnants. The aroma of malt, he muttered, his face serious in the morning sunlight. Hayashi, unable to resist, teased in his mind, an expert. Come taste my original candied sweet potato. He noticed Nawaki seemed tempted to take some of the leftovers. There must be a female ninja in their team, Nawaki stated confidently. Hayashi looked at him with admiration, though inwardly alarmed. Nawaki, you're not in love, are you? Chapter 174, 174, Encounter with the Sand Ninjas. 602 words. From an objective perspective, Nawaki was right. A distinct fragrance lingered in the food remnants. After sniffing carefully, Hayashi also detected a faint aroma. Clearly, Nawaki's senses were unusually sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it so quickly. Hayashi immediately summoned the great white snake, instructing the snake to communicate with the surrounding serpents to determine the direction the enemy squad had taken. Within seconds, Whitey indicated a path. It confirmed the group they were tracking was a standard ninja squad, though their exact strength remained unclear. I'll go take a look. You guys, Hayashi hesitated, intending to act alone. Hayashi, we are a team. It's better to move together, Nawaki said firmly. He didn't want to always rely on Hayashi's protection. Hayashi glanced at Minato and Mikoto. Both nodded almost simultaneously. Hayashi gave a slight smile, relinquishing his insistence on solo action. All right. Let's go. He leapt from a branch, moving in the direction Whitey had indicated. After only a short distance in the forest, the thermal energy from Whitey's detection appeared in his mind. A ninja squad, led by a captain and 3 members, was traveling toward the capital of the Land of Fire at a moderate pace. Hayashi signaled the others to remain alert, preparing to gauge the enemy's strength. Before they could approach, the squad stopped. Suddenly, an extremely sharp wind blade sliced through the branches nearby. Hayashi and his team barely registered it before a blast of air expanded toward them. Wind release, great airball. The range attack advanced rapidly. Instinctively, Hayashi gathered lightning chakra under his feet, accelerating to maximum speed with a thunderous rush through the forest. Clearly, the enemy had a reconnaissance ninja whose skill rivaled Whitey. Hayashi reacted immediately, scooping up Mikoto and pulling her into a protective hold while delivering a swift kick to Nawaki's abdomen. Nawaki, who had previously complained about missing a chance to see Hayashi's taijutsu, was abruptly launched backward, colliding with Minato midair. The two tumbled together, landing several meters away. The precision and force of the kick were undeniable. Hayashi didn't pause. Holding Mikoto, he retreated rapidly, moving her behind a tree for cover. His actions were instinctive, there was no romantic intent, only a conditioned reflex to protect. I kicked him to protect Nawaki. The kick was light, how did he fly like that? Hayashi reasoned internally, a hint of disbelief in his thoughts. One figure was gentle and familiar. The other reckless and wild. Regardless, if given another chance, Hayashi would act the same, protect Mikoto and neutralize the immediate threat. Minato had been fortunate. Though affected by the kick, he avoided direct impact and managed to adjust his fall midair. Boom. The wind release attack exploded nearby, scattering leaves and debris. Once Mikoto was safely behind the tree, Hayashi observed the enemy carefully. Even though formal ninja attire varied by country, certain patterns were recognizable. The Sand Ninja captain wore a standard Jonin vest and appeared seasoned, likely in his 30s. The remaining team members were younger. The oldest seemed barely 20, and 2 teenage girls accompanied him. One of the girls immediately caught Hayashi's attention. She wore a purple outfit, a Sand Ninja forehead protector, and gripped a kunai cautiously. 2 orange-red bangs framed her face, fluttering in the wind. Who is this person? Hayashi thought, narrowing his eyes. Underscore. Over 80 advanced chapters are available on my Patreon. Use the promo code ZPHYR07 to enjoy a 50% discount. Patreon link, patreon.com/ZPHYR. If you'd simply like to support my work, I'd truly appreciate it. And wishing you a happy Christmas in advance. Red Heart #Evergreen. Chapter 175, Scouting the Hidden Sand. 830 words. Just as Hayashi was staring intently at the young sand ninja girl, Minato quickly helped Nawaki back to his side. Cough, Hayashi, I think that kick of yours was completely unnecessary. I could have dodged that attack myself, Nawaki said, still clearly annoyed. Of course, he was extremely annoyed. No one wants their memorial stone to read, I, grandson of the first Hokage, died from a teammate's careless kick. I didn't touch you. You fell on your own. It has nothing to do with me, Hayashi muttered, trying to convince himself. His gaze toward Nawaki carried the same caution one might give a scamming old lady, startled out of her wits. Nawaki gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, can't we even be good comrades anymore? Truthfully, his chest no longer hurt much, and he realized he likely couldn't have dodged the attack in time anyway. Still, he had to save face. The enemy's ninjutsu is remarkable. No wonder a jonin can launch you like that. Hayashi added casually. Minato glanced sideways. Hayashi and Nawaki might be the same age, but Hayashi was already a chunin. The man's shamelessness was impressive. If not for the obvious imprint of Hayashi's sandal still visible on his abdomen, Minato might have actually believed him. Hayashi's skill at lying so effortlessly bordered on an art form. Perhaps this was a mark of true leadership. Did you actually dodge my attack? A middle-aged voice cut through their conversation. The sand ninja captain squinted as he observed them. Leaf ninjas. The scouting ninja in his squad had sensed approaching figures. Initially, he assumed daimyo's mercenaries, but now he saw it was leaf ninjas. The captain frowned, surprised and unsettled. How could the leaf, tied up on the battlefield elsewhere, intervene in the land of fire at such a time? It's the Great Ninja War. Why is the hidden sand here in the land of fire now? Hayashi asked casually, a rhetorical question. The sand captain answered in kind, if I must say, it's a mission. Anyone could see that he was also speaking rhetorically, though Hayashi's real focus was observing their skills and composition. Judging by the captain's muscular frame, he was likely proficient in wind release and specialized in taijutsu. The young ninja with the large scroll was clearly a puppeteer. The teenage girl at the center was their reconnaissance specialist. And the last girl, she had captured Hayashi's attention. Though her appearance was youthful, Hayashi immediately recognized her, the scorch-release ninja, Pakura. Another prodigy he had encountered on the battlefield. Alongside Gari of the Hidden Stone with Explosion Release and Rosa of the Hidden Sand, Pakura represented yet another gifted ninja from the sand. Even in her teens, Pakura's appearance was already impressive, though not yet fully matured. With Hayashi's discerning eye, he'd rate her an 85 in looks. No wonder Nawaki had been momentarily captivated. He suspected that even Rosa might have taken an interest in her. Later, as fourth Kazekage, Rosa's frustrated feelings toward Pakura would play a part in tragic events, but for now, she remained young and pure. Be careful. That girl's abilities are not to be underestimated, Hayashi quickly informed the others. Scorch Release was a dangerous Kekkei Genkai, and among the sand ninjas, Pakura was likely the greatest threat. The sand captain's expression darkened. He hadn't expected leaf ninjas to have intelligence on Pakura, the Scorch Release prodigy. The presence of deeply embedded leaf spies confirmed his suspicions and angered him. With a gesture, he launched an attack. Shuriken. Hayashi tilted his head and easily evaded the incoming blades. Go. In a combat zone, encountering ninjas from other villages meant no room for negotiation. Heh, are leaf ninjas always so fearless? The sand captain sneered. Words are useless here, Hayashi said calmly, ignoring him. Once in combat, his usual habits disappeared, replaced by a steady and precise demeanor. This composure reassured Mikoto and Nawaki. Without waiting, Hayashi charged forward, Mikoto following closely. Minato and Nawaki immediately moved to support him. The wind picked up as the clash began, scattering dust and debris around the battlefield. Hayashi's eyes scanned for openings, each movement calculated, each breath measured. Pakura's gaze met his, unflinching. Flames flickered across her fingers, a warning that she was ready. The other sand ninjas positioned themselves strategically, preparing for a battle that could shift in an instant. Every second was crucial, and even a minor misstep could prove fatal. Minato's heart pounded as he adjusted his stance, aware that the coming confrontation would test their skills to the limit. Nawaki clenched his fists, feeling both excitement and trepidation surge through him. The battlefield fell into tense silence, the only sound the faint crackle of energy from Pakura's scorch release. Time seemed to stretch as the two sides sized each other up, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then, with a sudden burst, Hayashi darted forward, breaking the tense stillness as combat erupted with blinding speed. Chapter 176, 176, Lightning Strike. 717 words. Hayashi moved with fluid precision, keeping his body low as he advanced. The Sand Ninja captain watched in disbelief. Several Leaf Genin, accompanied by a Chunin, weren't retreating, they were charging straight at him. Why? Why would a Chunin and 3 Genin dare to confront me? He thought. It didn't take long for him to understand, their speed was overwhelming. But Hayashi was faster still. At 10 meters distance, lightning release chakra surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward with blinding speed. His movement rhythm shifted instantly, leaving the enemy no time to react. With a swift gesture, Hayashi unleashed the Sharingan, targeting the young puppet master carrying a large scroll. Caught in the genjutsu, the puppet master couldn't defend himself. Hayashi leapt from his low crouch, preparing to pierce the puppet master's head with a kunai, but the Sand Ninja captain reacted, yanking his subordinate away just in time. Then, forming rapid hand seals, the captain called out, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A massive surge of wind, charged with chakra, smashed through the forest toward Hayashi. Trees splintered and shattered in its path. Wind release. Hayashi had anticipated this. The A-rank jutsu's destructive force rivaled that of a natural disaster, but he was ready. He leapt straight up, letting the wind smash the tree beneath him. Then, he vanished from the attack's trajectory. Body flicker technique. Landing from above, Hayashi gripped a kunai in his right hand. Launching his left leg forcefully, lightning release chakra erupted around him, accelerating him further. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward the Sand Ninja captain. Meanwhile, his teammates engaged the captain's subordinates, Mikoto, Minato, and Nawaki all leapt into action. Good. Haha, good, the Sand Ninja captain boomed, charging headlong and throwing a punch directly at Hayashi's fist. The strike combined speed, strength, and hardness. A taijutsu user could be described as hard fist or gentle fist. The Sand Ninja's technique was pure hard fist, focused on raw impact. Hayashi's own taijutsu wasn't strength-based, he hadn't undergone Gai-style extreme training, so his fist alone couldn't overpower such an attack. Expecting resistance, the Sand Captain had unknowingly reinforced his arm with earth release armor, confident his punch could withstand any strike from Hayashi's kunai or fist. But piercing was unnecessary. Hayashi relied on his strength of 100 seal technique. The captain, underestimating a ninja his age, collided fists with Hayashi and the earth release shattered instantly. The force struck him like a battering ram. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, pain exploding as blood sprayed from his arm. Hayashi didn't pause. He turned immediately toward the puppet master. Kaidori Senbon. Lightning-charged Senbon severed the chakra threads connecting the puppet to the master, freeing Tsunade from their interference. Speed surged again. Hayashi flickered close to the enemy, leapt, and delivered a punishing kick to the back of the puppet master's neck. The puppet master slammed into the ground, then rebounded violently. Earth release couldn't absorb the force. With the enemy incapacitated, Hayashi pressed forward. Mikoto followed, attacks even more brutal in their efficiency. The puppet master, still airborne from the first blow, was pummeled with successive kicks. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, relentless. Each strike echoed the ferocity of a seasoned jonin, leaving the enemy defeated beyond recovery. The forest around them trembled with the intensity of their battle. Broken branches, scattered leaves, and torn earth marked the path of their assault. Minato's eyes scanned the area, ensuring no other Sand Ninja attempted a flanking maneuver. Nawaki readied himself, fists glowing faintly with chakra, prepared to intercept any threat. Pakura, the scorch release ninja, observed from a distance, analyzing Hayashi's speed and strategy. Her fingers twitched, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. The tension of the battlefield hung like a storm about to break, each movement, each breath, charged with the anticipation of further clashes. Even the wind seemed to carry the weight of their fight, whistling through the trees as if heralding the next strike in this deadly dance. Underscore. Over 80 new chapters are waiting for you on my Patreon. Use the code ZPITWARE07 to get 50% off your first month. Visit patreon.com/ZPHYR. If you enjoy my work, your support would mean so much. Wishing you a wonderful Christmas filled with joy and warmth. Red Heart #Evergreen. Chapter 177, Leaf's Lightning Genius. 714 words. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had long been hidden behind clouds, casting faint shadows over the forest. Distant bird calls echoed softly through the trees. Hayashi glanced at Minato, whose arm was slightly burned. Mikoto also looked exhausted, evidence of the intensity of the previous battle. "Are you all right, Minato?" Hayashi asked. "Just a minor injury, but be careful of her scorch release techniques. Most of them are hand sealess," Minato replied. At this moment, he knew he wasn't Pakura's match. Her swift hand sealess attacks kept him at a constant disadvantage. The Sand Ninja captain, still nursing his bleeding right arm after being sent flying by Hayashi's forceful strike, glared cautiously at his opponents. The two young female ninja beside him mirrored his wary posture. The puppet master lay sprawled on the ground, his puppets scattered and broken. The scene looked brutal, a testament to Hayashi's efficiency. "Sharingan, lightning release, Chunin, young boy," the Sand Ninja captain muttered, listing the obvious details. "What an honor to finally meet the Leaf's lightning genius here," he added, narrowing his eyes. The two female ninja immediately focused on Hayashi. Everyone in the Sand Ninja ranks had heard of the Leaf's lightning genius, and his reputation preceded him. Hayashi remained expressionless but inwardly cursed. "Am I really that well known? They already know about me. Looks like I'll need to vary my techniques in future battles. And with my Sharingan, copying isn't a problem." Even Kakashi had long been overshadowed. Hayashi's Kaidori now rivaled his mentor's signature technique. No justice left in the world, he thought with a wry sense of irony. The Sand Ninja captain, reading Hayashi's momentary hesitation, spoke again. "You didn't return to the Leaf with the main force, yet here you are. That explains a lot." Previously, he had assumed the Leaf Ninja's presence here might be coincidental. Now, there was no doubt. Leaf intelligence had discovered their dealings with the Land of Fire, and Hayashi's presence confirmed it. "I admit this mission has failed," the Sand Ninja captain continued, his voice measured. "You can report back. Let's end this and return to our villages. What do you say, Leaf's genius?" Only moments ago, the teams had fought as if to the death. Now, negotiation had returned. The irony was not lost on Hayashi. But experience mattered. The captain, a seasoned jonin, knew when to minimize losses. Killing Hayashi now would serve little purpose, and his team could not easily overcome the Leaf's lightning boy. Leaving promptly was the most reasonable choice. "We don't harbor personal grudges. No need for further casualties. Persist, and your subordinates may die." "Surely you wouldn't want that," the captain warned earnestly. "But I need evidence. Otherwise, the daimyo won't acknowledge it," Hayashi replied calmly. "Is that so? I should remind you, I have a timed appointment with Ryoma of the 12 Guardian Ninja. If I'm late, they will arrive and seeing Leaf Ninja, they may consider silencing you. Delaying serves no one." Hayashi paused, realizing that the 12 Guardian Ninja would soon arrive. Swift action was necessary. Without a word, he raised his hand. A Kaidori sharp spear crackled with lightning in his palm, aimed at the Sand Ninja captain. The Sand Ninja team tensed immediately, ready for his attack. Two dodge paths opened just in time as Hayashi's lightning spear struck. A kunai whizzed toward him from one of the female ninja, but Hayashi tilted his head slightly, letting it pass harmlessly by. Behind him, Mikoto blocked another returning kunai. Puppet technique? Chakra threads. His mind raced, analyzing the sudden barrage. At the same time, the Sand Ninja captain closed in, faster than the others. He had learned his lesson and avoided clashing head-on. 3 rapid exchanges followed. Hayashi spotted an opening and delivered a swift kick to the captain's abdomen, creating space. Pakura launched 6 expanding fireballs, targeting Hayashi and his teammates separately. Lightning-charged Kaidori split through them, sending the fireballs sizzling into nearby trees. Finally, the other female ninja arrived, forming rapid hand seals. Hayashi froze, momentarily taken aback. A tree erupted from the ground, its branches wrapping around him like living vines, binding him tightly. Would release, impossible, he thought, his brow furrowing. Is this a genjutsu? He muttered. Are you actually trying to fool me with this? Chapter 178, 178, Lightning Amid Flames. 585 words. The Sand Ninja Girl's tree-bind killing illusion was a powerful trick. She transformed into a massive tree behind Hayashi, aiming to restrain his movements with its thick, unyielding branches. Confident her technique had succeeded, the girl's lips curled into a smile. But before it could fully form, Hayashi moved. In an instant, he vanished from the grasp of the vines. His afterimage hovered above the air as he crossed his arms, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, radiating a chilling intensity. You're the first to use an illusion on me, Hayashi said with a smirk. Should I praise your boldness or scold your arrogance? The Sand Ninja Girl's face flushed with embarrassment. My illusion, useless against him? Her body remained tightly bound, unable to resist. Humiliation burned through her as she realized her master's praised technique had failed. Karura, are you alright? Yakura shouted, panic in her voice. But Karura's eyes had gone blank. She dropped her kunai with a clatter and fainted as if struck by an invisible force. Hayashi, hearing the name, frowned. Karura? That sounds familiar. Shoulder-length sandy yellow hair, dressed in black ninja attire, cute yet drooling uncontrollably in her fainted state. The resemblance to Temari was uncanny. Focus, Hayashi reminded himself. Thoughts of illusions and past battles briefly danced in his mind, but the current fight demanded attention. The Sand Ninja captain, seeing his subordinate collapse, surged forward. Using his right foot as a pivot, he twisted violently and unleashed a powerful wind-infused kick aimed at Hayashi's head. Hayashi crossed his arms, lightning chakra crackling around them. He localized the energy, forming a defensive barrier of Chidori-infused arms, ready to paralyze any contact. The kick landed, but not with the full intended force. The captain's trajectory had been altered mid-strike. Hayashi was propelled into the air, but his focus never wavered. Hayashi. Yakura's voice rang out. She had broken through the defensive positions of Minato and Mikoto and leaped, prepared for a coordinated strike. Sure enough. Scorch release, Phoenix ascending. Yakura erupted into the sky, surrounded by dozens of enormous fireballs. The move, crafted meticulously beforehand, surged toward Hayashi like a torrent of falling meteors, the heat radiating intensely even from afar. Water release, water formation wall. Nawaki roared. A towering wall of water surged from Nawaki's mouth, forming a circular shield around Hayashi. The B-rank water formation wall, however, could not withstand the sheer force of Yakura's concentrated scorch release, and the fireballs shattered it instantly. Water release, water bullet technique. Nawaki pressed on. Chakra surged through his body like never before. Asenju's massive reserves had rarely been strained, but now he poured it all into dozens of water cannons, scattering missiles in every direction. Within mere meters of Hayashi, water release collided with fire release. Steam erupted instantly, thick and suffocating. Hayashi's face felt the burn of fire before rain soaked him, turning him dry again in seconds. The combination of heat and moisture created a thick mist, obscuring vision completely. It's unbearably hot, Hayashi muttered, shaking his arm and dropping to the ground, careful to avoid the scalding steam. Landing safely, he quickly regained his stance. The battlefield had become a blinding cloud of white. Visual confirmation of enemy positions was impossible. Over 80 new chapters are waiting for you on my Patreon. Use the code ZPYR07 to get 50% off your first month. Visit patreon.com/ZPHYR. If you enjoy my work, your support would mean so much. Wishing you a wonderful Christmas filled with joy and warmth. Red Heart #Evergreen. Chapter 179, 179, Silent Strike in the Mist. 648 words. Mist filled the forest, rising from the combination of heat and water vapor. The sky, once clear, was now blanketed by thick cumulus clouds. Drip, 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 rain fell steadily, but visibility remained almost zero. Within a minute, the dense fog completely swallowed the forest, leaving less than a meter of sight. Although unintentional, This worked to Hayoshi's advantage. Garura, the Sand Ninja Captain Sensor and Genjutsu Specialist, remained unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Dabai, coiled securely around Hayoshi's neck, relayed precise location data in real time. Hayoshi readied himself. Time to try this silent killing technique. He moved without hesitation, vanishing into the mist, his presence indistinguishable from the dense fog. The Sand Ninja Captain had no intention of using wind release to disperse the fog. He simply planned to escape with his subordinates under the cover of mist. Suddenly, a voice echoed from all directions, hard to locate. 8 targets: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, heart. Which one should I strike? Hayoshi smirked, mimicking the dramatic line. Then, in a flash, a kunai streaked through the air. The Sand Ninja Captain barely ducked. The kunai grazed his waist, creating a shallow but alarming wound. "Ah!" he yelled, the pain sharp as if something vital had been struck. "Damn it! I'll kill you." Even with a broken arm, the Sand Ninja's fury flared. A kidney lost could not be easily replaced. Gritting his teeth, he formed hand seals and closed his eyes, preparing for a desperate counterattack. Seconds later, Hayoshi appeared behind him, delivering a devastating punch to the neck. The Jonin made no evasive motion, and the strike seemed to turn him into a lump of earth. Blooded, the Sand Ninja tried to retaliate with a kunai aimed at Hayoshi's abdomen. But Hayoshi vanished into smoke, reappearing behind him. A thunderous Kaidori sharp spear pierced the captain's chest with precision. Hayoshi grinned. The silent killing technique exceeded expectations. Combined with the body flicker technique and lessons from Ucha Kagami, this was leagues above Zabuza's hidden mist technique. As rain soaked the forest, the smoke dissipated. Pakura, spotting Garura, looked up to see the horrifying scene. The Sand Ninja Captain struck down by lightning release. "Run! Pakura!" The captain gasped, barely alive. But Pakura didn't flee. Panic burned through her as she charged Hayoshi, shouting fiercely. Hayoshi grabbed the captain's body, spinning and hurling it aside. The fallen Jonin served as a perfect shield, blocking Pakura's scorch release, evaporation. The man was electrocuted, vaporized, and finally, completely dead. A strong aroma filled the air, the same scent Nawaki had commented on before, the unique trace left by scorch release, evaporation. Hayoshi wasted no time. The Kaidori sharp spear sliced through the fallen body, aiming directly at Pakura, who tried desperately to intercept it. The young Sand Ninja had not anticipated this maneuver. Shock and fear froze her in place. The future hero of the Sand Village, Scorch Release Pakura, was moments away from falling to the Leaf's lightning. Just as Hayoshi prepared to finish her, an earth release blocked her path. Shuriken rained from all directions, a large-scale assault reminiscent of the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Hayoshi reacted instantly. Tensing his legs, he leaped onto a tree trunk, swung with his arms, and flipped onto a high branch, narrowly avoiding the attack. The opportunity to strike Pakura was lost, fleeting as ever. Minato, supporting an exhausted Nawaki, arrived beside Hayoshi, followed closely by Mikoto. The four regrouped silently, readying for the next phase. Hayoshi looked down from the branch, scanning the newly arrived enemies. Rage surged. This was the first time he felt such anger. "Nawaki," he said. "Huh. What would happen if we eliminated the 12 guardian shinobi of the Fire Daimyo? Relations with the Leaf are neutral. If we remain undetected, no consequences." "Good. Then it's decided. The 12 guardian shinobi will vanish starting today." Chapter 180, The Daimyo's Court. 770 words. The 7 shinobi who emerged suddenly wore matching outfits, each with the kanji 4 fire emblazoned on their waistbands. "Leaf Village ninjas, what business do you have here?" a cold-voiced, black-haired man demanded. Around him, the other 6 formed a semicircle, encircling their unexpected guests. The Anbu obtained intelligence suggesting that the Sand Shinobi are conspiring with forces from the Land of Fire to assassinate the daimyo. Ucha Hayoshi replied coolly, gathering chakra. "Under orders from the 4th Hokage, we've come to investigate." The black-haired shinobi stiffened, his expression tightening. "We are the 12 guardian ninjas, sworn to protect the daimyo. Since this conspiracy takes place within the daimyo's palace, you should leave us to handle it." "Is that so?" Hayoshi tilted his head in a faint smile. "But I have my doubts. Tell me, are you truly loyal, or are you secretly working with the Sand Shinobi?" "What did you say?" A dark-skinned, middle-aged man stepped forward, fury in his voice. Do you threaten us, boy? Hayashi crossed his arms, his tone disdainful. Or perhaps you think you can silence us and escape Leaf Village's wrath? At the mention of Leaf Village, fear flickered across the guardian ninja's face. Hayashi's words resonated more than they expected. And that lurking rat up in the tree, come down. I saw you a long time ago, Hayashi continued, nodding toward a large tree nearby. In response, a figure descended silently from the branches. Don't get too cocky, a cold voice called from above. Better to leave quickly, Leaf Village brat. Hayashi's eyes narrowed as he looked up. The man in the tree had white hair, his face grim. This was Ryoma, one of the most trusted of the guardian ninja. We never meddle in Leaf Village matters, Ryoma said sharply. This is daimyo territory. Do not interfere. Hayashi laughed softly. Really? But here you are, collaborating with enemy shinobi. You act like protectors, and yet you betray your own country. How ironic. Ryoma's expression darkened. He had assumed his position as guardian ninja would intimidate outsiders. Now, this young leaf ninja was calling him out. He needed to silence him, swiftly. Hayashi's voice dropped, cold and full of intent. I will end you, and I will tell Leaf Village everything. Before Ryoma could react, Hayashi drew a kunai and threw it with unerring precision. The projectile whistled through the air, then, with a sickening snap, Ryoma's companion's sword shattered, and the kunai buried itself in his head. In an instant, blood spattered across the ground. The other guardian ninjas froze. The sheer speed and violence of the attack stunned them. How? Someone muttered, disbelief cracking his voice. Hayashi stood beside the corpse, his breath steady, eyes calm but fierce. Is that what you call strength? This is all you have, he said quietly. A few of you, and you still underestimate me. He barely finished his words before another kunai flew into his side. But he didn't flinch, he vanished instead. A crisp sound, like snapping fingers, echoed faintly, then, the ninja who attacked him collapsed, a crimson arc tracing across his throat. Genjutsu? No, even better, Hayashi had cast an illusion so real his enemy never saw it coming. 2 dead. The rest gasped. Panic flickered across their faces. Ryoma, trembling with fury, barked an order, notify Baiyun, tell the other 4 to prepare that jutsu at once. We lure him into a trap. Hayashi didn't wait. In his palms, 2 black shurikens materialized, spinning into existence. Then, his arms blurred, twice, 3 times, until dozens of shurikens flew from him. In a heartbeat, it was hundreds, filling the air like a deadly swarm. The Guardian Ninja 12 were on the defensive. Kunai clashed with shuriken in midair, sparks flying from every collision. At last, the pace slowed. Shurikens thudded into the ground around Hayashi, embedding themselves in the earth like nails. The remaining shinobi moved no more. Hayashi's voice cut through the silence, icy and resolute. Are you ready to die? But as he spoke, he disappeared. The sound of rushing wind heralded his return, and another kunai launched before any of them could block. His movement was so swift, he seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, striking from every angle. Ryoma stood, fear etched into his features. Is a new fastest shinobi rising in our world? He murmured, trembling. Over 80 new chapters are waiting for you on my Patreon. Use the code ZPITWARE07 to get 50% off your first month. Visit patreon.com/ZPHYR. If you enjoy my work, your support would mean so much. Wishing you a wonderful Christmas filled with joy and warmth. Red Heart #Evergreen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.